Moscow. His spokesperson later said that Putin had, quote, agreed in principle to the involvement of the United Nations and the International Committee for the Red Cross in the evacuation of civilians from Mariupol. So we, of course, will just have to wait and see if that actually happens. And yesterday, Ukraine marked the 36th anniversary of the Chernobyl disaster, honoring emergency workers who also remained in the area during Russia's occupation of parts of the northern Ukraine area in recent months. Ceremonies were held at the plant site yesterday, marking the 1986 explosions that spewed radiation in the region, which is the worst nuclear accident on record. Now, this video that you're seeing right now was released by Ukraine's State Emergency Services. It shows workers receiving recognition near the well-known monument to those who saved the world. Ukrainian forces retook the power plant and nearby areas in early April. Footage recorded soon after showed trenches dug in the exclusion zone by Russian soldiers. And the International Atomic Energy Agency says Russian troops could have caused an accident while trying to seize control of the plant. The IAEA chief, Rafael Mariano Grossi, said current radiation levels are normal there and went on to praise workers at the power plant for keeping it safe and running despite those disruptions.
Yes, we made from over here. Hello. Hello, how are you? Very good. Well done. Well done. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you. Hello, how are you? Very good. Congratulations. Fantastic. To another disaster like the one in '86, of course, not, because it was a completely different situation. On that occasion, you had an explosion, you had an operating reactor, the situation was completely different. In this case, what we had was a nuclear safety situation that was not normal, that could have developed into an accident. At the radiation level, I would say.
And Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visited with children hospitalized from Russian bombings in the besieged port city of Mariupol. These children had recently evacuated from the war-torn city and had lost their parents during the ongoing war. President Zelensky was seen, as you can see in this video, handing out gifts to children in their hospital beds and talking to some of their family members as well. After 2 months of fighting, the United Nations now estimates more than 2,700 civilians have been killed during the war, though they note that the true number is likely much higher. And Russia is making some small gains in eastern Ukraine as the U.S. asks world leaders to donate more weapons to the fight. Our Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has more from Lviv.
Russian forces pounding Ukrainian positions in the east on day 62 of the invasion. Ukrainian lines are largely holding, though the Russians have broken through in some areas. Now, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is working to beef up arms shipments here, hosting high-ranking defense officials from 40 different countries at a summit in Germany, focusing on getting more weapons to Ukraine as quickly as possible. The secretary says Russia has lost a substantial amount of military resources, and he wants to see that trend continue, while also pushing back on claims by Moscow that the U.S. is engaged in a proxy war that could lead to a nuclear confrontation.
A nuclear war cannot be won by either side, and so I think saber rattling and rhetoric like that is just unhelpful.
A number of countries announcing new military aid packages, including Germany, which will send anti-aircraft systems, and Canada donating armored vehicles. But those arms shipments are being increasingly targeted by the Russian military. Moscow says they're also having a big impact on the peace process, claiming talks will remain stalled until the West stops sending weapons to Ukraine.
Apparently, they are not very interested in talks. They rely on a promise from those who seek to prevent Russia from winning and those who seek to conquer and destroy Russia.
Secretary Austin also announced that a Ukraine contact group, as it's being called, will meet at least once a month as long as the fighting continues. In Lviv, Ukraine, Greg Balcott, Fox News.
Greg, thank you for that report. The United Nations now says that the number of refugees fleeing Ukraine this year could be as high as 8.3 million.
UNHCR and partners are seeking $1.85 billion to support a projected 8.3 million refugees in neighboring countries, namely Hungary, the Republic of Moldova, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia, as well as other countries in the region, including Belarus, Bulgaria, and the Czech Republic.
We are learning more news about some countries applying to join NATO. Sweden and Finland are reportedly getting ready to formally apply to join NATO. Finnish and Swedish news outlets are reporting that the two countries' prime ministers have agreed to apply for NATO membership on the same day, sometime within the next few weeks. The countries' prime ministers have said that Russia's invasion of Ukraine has changed the security landscape in Europe. And our Fox 32 team in Chicago has a closer look at the next phase of Russia's war in Ukraine. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The war between Ukraine and Russia now entering a new phase at the start of its third month. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin made a trip to Kyiv to bolster faith in Ukraine's defenses.
And this is happening as Russia launches its new offensive in the country's south and east. Where are we now is what we're asking. And what does all of this mean when you have so much going on so far away? You got to have some perspective.
So to break it all down, we are joined by political science professor William Luck with North Central College. Thank you for joining us again. Great to see you this morning. Let's just start with this. It has been 3 months now. Putin likely thought it would never get this far. What does this say about the current situation?
Well, it suggests that Ukraine is putting up a good fight, right? I think that's the big part to think about that. There really been two wars. The first war was over Kyiv, over the capital, and Ukraine won that war, and Russia lost that war, and it was a devastating loss for them. So Putin has had to come up with a new justification and switch tactics. And so, as you noted, now we're seeing a battle in the east and the south. And so I think that's what we're going to be looking at over the next couple of weeks, this battle shifting from an urban battle that was around Kyiv to a much more conventional battle in the east and the south of Ukraine.
Yeah, and Blinken has said that Russia is failing to achieve its war goals. You were talking about some of the different areas where they have been striking. Russia has retreated in one area, but now focusing on these others. So now that the U.S. and other allies are saying that we're going to give Ukraine whatever it takes, even Germany now sending arms, how does this impact Russian forces?
Well, this second stage of the war is much more advantageous for Russia because it's a much more open territory. It's not an urban warfare. Conventional tactics, tanks and planes and whatnot are going to be much more advantageous in this open area. So what we're likely to see out of the United States and NATO is a massive increase of military spending and big things like tanks and howitzers, because this is a war that's not going to be close. It's going to be fought from distances. So it really is about getting those weapons to the Ukrainians as quick as possible. And we've seen that out of the U.S. government. We're dramatically increasing what we're spending, as well as NATO allies. So this is really moving to a different type of conflict.
It truly is. And Putin is saying, we're talking about not getting into a World War III, but we are there. Obviously, no one can predict what the outcome is going to be. But what's it going to take for Vladimir Putin to either back off or come to some sort of an agreement, or do you think we are past that?
Seems erratic.
I think we're past it for the moment. I think we were more closer to an agreement maybe a month ago where they were actually having dialogue. Now that Putin has suffered this loss in Kyiv, I think he has to find a way to declare victory, right? So anytime there's a battle, both sides have to find a way to declare some victory. So I think he's stuck now. And I think his pathway to what he sees as victory is taking large swaths of territory in eastern and southern Ukraine, potentially even cutting Ukraine off from the Black Sea. So I think we're not anywhere near a negotiated settlement. This could be ugly. It could be a grinding conflict. And I think some side's going to have to lose before you get people to the table again. So unfortunately, I think it's bad news for the coming weeks.
Well, when you mentioned bringing people to the table, there's been so much talk and really a lot of controversy surrounding sanctions. So let's talk a little bit about that. It's people, Russia, and the country itself. What are the sanctions doing to it? Are they having an effect? There are so many people that believe that Putin is actually doing the right thing there in Russia.
Yeah, this is a great point, right? The Russian public, for the most part, seems to be behind Vladimir Putin. It's hard to get good polling, but you get some signs to say that the Russian public supports the effort. But what's going to happen is these sanctions are going to be slow and they're going to be methodical, and you're already starting to see them undermine economic opportunities in Russia. So you've had hundreds of multinational corporations pull out. It's more difficult to get currency. Sanctions take a long time, but they are very, very biting when they take effect. So for NATO, Ukraine, and the United States, the longer this battle plays out, the more difficult it's going to be for Vladimir Putin. And potentially, his public may turn against him if these economic costs become too high. So, everybody hopes that sanctions work right away. They don't. But over the long haul, they may change the calculus of Vladimir Putin about what he can do moving forward.
Professor William Muck with North Central College. It's going to be something to see what happens over the next few days. We appreciate your perspective and hope to have you back again soon. Thanks for your time.
And of course, as always, a big thanks to our Fox 32 team in Chicago for that insight. And you are taking a live look at the sunrise over Cape Canaveral, Florida today, where, as we mentioned, SpaceX Falcon 9 sent a brand new Crew Dragon capsule and its 4 crew members up to the International Space Station. They launched about 3 hours ago, and coming up in about 25 minutes, we are going to get a live shot with our own Fox 35 team. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Time here on the East Coast is just before 6:30 in the morning. As we mentioned to you previously, today is day 63 of the Russian war in Ukraine. We have learned that Russia says it plans to cut off Poland and Bulgaria from its gas supply, increasing tensions again as we now move on day 63. Our own Live Now's Andrew Kraft has been speaking with our expert Hal Kemper every single day of this war, giving us some insight into what could happen next. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Joining me now to discuss all the latest developments on day 62 in Russia's war inside of Ukraine, Hal Kemper, national security expert. Hal, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. We heard there from Secretary Austin today at this meeting at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. He says essentially that Ukraine clearly believes it can win, and so does everyone here. Ukraine needs our help to win today, and they will still need our help when the war is over. What did you make of the Secretary's comments in that interview, but also this formation of these military leaders from over 40 countries getting together today, forming this group, and they're going to meet monthly, talking about what aid Ukraine needs?
Well, Andrew, what I heard was some very forthright language. Frankly, now I'm really kind of understanding why he went to Kyiv. There's a message there. Certainly, from a military perspective, it's a message I've seen many times. I've seen that sort of messaging during Desert Storm. I saw it in Iraqi Freedom. I've seen it in a number of other situations over the many years where we get very plain spoken. The other thing I saw, which makes a lot of sense, is President Zelensky has, so far there's been, the allies have been sending a lot of, the U.S. and our NATO allies have been sending a lot of resources into Ukraine. But it's not been a coordinated thing, except maybe on the Ukrainian end, they will sit there and ask for things, but they don't have a whole lot of control on what comes to them. So what's happening now is you have this body of all these ministers, the defense ministers, defense or senior defense officials, who will have a chance to come together. They're going to look at the requirements and they're going to be able to divvy this out in a coordinated fashion. And frankly, this sort of thing that we do, we being the United States, NATO, our allies, this sort of resource management, military resource management, logistics piece is something we do better than anyone else in the world. This is something I've seen us coordinate this sort of stuff before. And when we do it really well. And this will very much simplify the Ukrainians' end. They will state a requirement. Actually, that's one of the things in this. You want them to state what they need, not the system itself, but what is the need, and then let NATO work out all the issues of what they're going to send, all these 40 different countries, work out the issues of what they're going to get them and how they're going to get it there. I think this is going to be a really streamlined moving in the resources that they need. And I think that Secretary Austin's words about that Ukraine can win this thing, or they can defeat. I keep hearing the term destroy pops up in other quarters, which is beyond defeat. That means actually destruction of the Russian military forces' capability to do anything in Ukraine. I hear this language and I'm starting to see some of the stuff in there, but it's still a pitched fight. The Russians have a lot of stuff in there. And now's a good time for strong rhetoric, because we have to be very determined, very forthright. We don't want the Russians to miscalculate. If Putin senses weakness, he will seize on it. If he keeps seeing what he's seeing, and they keep taking tremendous defeats on the battlefield and setbacks, that's going to set the stage for what comes afterwards.
Yeah, and Hal, you noticed from Secretary Austin's kind of reluctance to entertain some of those questions by Jennifer Griffin about, fully kind of circumscribing the role of the United States when it comes to this. But we've heard that from Putin time and time again, essentially saying that Ukraine is just a patron of the West, is a patron of the United States, especially when it comes to these military supplies and shipments. But he was very careful there in going even further, saying, the United States is not at war with Russia. Ukraine is at war with Russia. We also heard that today on Capitol Hill. Secretary of State Antony Blinken testifying, taking questions from senators today, saying that, the United States is not fighting this war with Russia. Any possible talk, and that was the conversation with Senator Rand Paul and the back and forth there with Secretary Blinken about possible NATO membership and Ukraine, and if that was one of the main causes, the prime movers of what got this war going. And we heard from Secretary Blinken say essentially that is Ukraine's decision. That is a sovereign decision made by a sovereign country, and that will be theirs to make. So interesting to hear how U.S. officials are kind of threading that needle about our role.
Well, they're listening to the information operations, the propaganda putting out by Russia, and what we're trying to avoid doing is to walk into that buzzsaw, if you will, and give them any ammunition that they can use, any way they can twist the words. When yesterday, for example, or day before yesterday, when Secretary Austin used the term weaken Russia, certainly that was used by the Russians and twisted around to make it sound like, see, this is a proxy war. This is NATO against Russia. And you're hearing that from senior Russian officials. That's a talking point, is that they are up against NATO. Frankly, one of the reasons that I think you're hearing that from Lazarov and elsewhere is because their military situation on the ground is so bad. I think they're trying to reach for anything they can as some explanation as to why the Russian military has performed so badly. I mean, that the Russian military is a central pillar to Russian society. I mean, there's a lot of things in Russia that just don't work well. It was the same thing with the Soviet Union. They had a lot of stuff that didn't work well, but their military, their great military, or how they perceived as a great military, was this foundation upon which things were set. Same thing today with Russia. This is something that Putin has said as this foundation of strength and power and why Russia is a great nation. And then they go down there to fight a country that's, you know, much smaller than they are. And frankly, they're not doing well. You know, they've been defeated in the biggest battle so far, the Battle of Kyiv.
Yeah.
They're just not doing well across the board. So they're trying to frame this as this is NATO, this is a proxy war. It also opens up the door to expand it. You know, they want to go into Moldova, and so they're trying to do that. But I think, you know, what we're going to see is the other thing Secretary Austin said today, which really came clear, was he reiterated, you know, I use the word attrition. I will tell you, military guys, when we talk about reducing the enemy forces, we talk about they have been attrited or they're being we're attriting them. Okay, that's probably not in Webster's dictionary. That's just a military term we use. But what it means is it's an active, it's a verb, if you will. It means we're reducing their forces, and their forces are being very seriously reduced. I mean, I looked at the numbers today. They're getting close to 23,000 KIA according to the Ukrainians. Over 900 tanks, getting close to 2,400 armored personnel carriers destroyed. A lot of UAVs, Russian UAVs being taken out. That's not something they have a lot of, so I thought that was interesting. And a lot of fixed-wing aircraft. So frankly, the Russians are being attrited, and Secretary Austin used that term in the same conversations he was saying everything else. But he understands this is a war of attrition, and if you're going to weaken them, that's how you weaken them. Is you destroy their warfighting capability.
Hal, to that point, this is an interesting factoid from the Wall Street Journal. They said Russia in recent years has produced around 250 tanks and 150 aircraft annually. Ukrainian forces in 2 months have destroyed the equivalent of at least 2 years of Russian tank production. That's stunning.
That's more than that, depending on which numbers you look at.
Okay.
Oh yeah, they're setting them back a lot. And by the way, they've got the same problem. I heard an interesting statistic today, and it got me looking up stuff. They said 40% of Russian tanks and armor have been destroyed. And I'm not sure if they were talking about total Russian tanks and armor. And if so, I know the total numbers, that doesn't fit. But if they're talking about Russian tanks and armor that's operational, in other words, if they start the engine, the vehicle will move, that might not be that far off. They've got huge maintenance problems, across the board, all that corruption where they deferred maintenance, didn't do maintenance, didn't buy new tires, didn't do all these other things. It may be that the impact operationally, not in total numbers, but the number of vehicles that can get underway may be more substantial than we realize.
Hal, let's move on to another diplomatic, we could use the word breakthrough today, but UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres meeting with Sergei Lavrov, Russia's foreign minister, meeting with Vladimir Putin today, and we were kind of treated yet again to this very choreographed, large table between Putin and Guterres. Yeah. Here's just some of the video from this meeting today. In your view, if you kind of saw maybe a readout from this, was anything gleaned, any progress made? Do you think this was all for naught? What say you on this pretty highly watched meeting today?
Well, I thought Putin was very combative, and I could really just the tone of it, and Secretary General Guterres was very diplomatic. You know, when Putin was basically not yelling at him, but making some very strong things. He says, you don't know what's actually going on and things like that. He started looking down and taking notes, and I thought he was being very diplomatic about that. But you could kind of tell he was really starting to get under the Secretary General's skin, and it was what I thought might happen, which is he would get bombastic, and then he would manage to truly irritate the Secretary General far beyond where he is now.
Yeah, I mean, he was scolding and kind of castigating Guterres a little bit, and then, yeah.
I thought that was a, you know, for a career intelligence officer, I thought that was, you know, tactically a very bad move on his end. But I think he's feeling such pressure because of the failure of Russia to perform that he's kind of lashing out in all directions, and that's kind of what I saw. The other thing I thought was interesting was we didn't see that, you know, gripping of the table like we saw. I know this is going to sound probably wrong, but I don't know what's going on with him with his health, but one could say he was definitely on his meds or something, because his demeanor in this today was so different than what we saw a couple days ago. It was, to me, that was kind of almost shocking. The change. He looked different.
You're right.
And
you're right.
I don't know if they pumped him up or whatever they did, but you know, he did not look well. He looked like somebody. There's been speculation of Parkinson's and all sorts of stuff from that earlier appearance. Today, you know, before he met Gutierrez, he met with a bunch of athletes, and he actually went up there and shook their hands, you know, and he's standing right next to him and stuff. And then he goes meet Secretary Gutierrez, and they got to maintain 30 or 40 feet distance in this choreographed thing that they do. And, you know, it's ridiculous on the one end what he does, but he did manage to irritate the UN. And I'm kind of wondering where he plans to go with this. There's another part of this whole thing, which is the CTSO. That's their version. That's like the little mini Russian NATO. This is Russia's side, where they've got countries like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan and other countries that are part of this thing. Belarus has been part of this thing. And I'm kind of wondering if he, you know, obviously he is, you know, he has no support. I mean, he's got nothing going with EU. He's got nothing going with, you know, NATO is, you know, fierce opposition there. Other countries around the world are pulling back. And at some point, I'm wondering if the CTSO support may start to crumble. And one of the things I've been watching over the last 6 weeks is the rather lackluster or non-supportive statements, and certainly no contribution from CTSO members other than Belarus. And even Belarus is kind of holding back a lot to what Russia's doing. And I'm just watching that periphery. You know, as they put so many resources into Ukraine, their ability to maintain control in the periphery will diminish over time. And I'm wondering if that's going to survive, particularly when you're doing something like he did today with the Secretary General of the UN. A lot of these countries are going to start looking for their own interests first. And I'm wondering what will happen there over the next month or two.
No, definitely have to be watching out for those peripheral nations, mostly members of the former Soviet Union there, in that kind of NATO equivalent in Asia. Hal, last part I want to bring up, because I thought this was pretty interesting. You know, you and I have been talking about what these European countries are going to do to wean themselves off of Russian oil and natural gas. Well, Russia seemed to take the upper hand today. Earlier today, Russia's state gas company, Gazprom, announced the complete suspension of natural gas deliveries to both Poland and Bulgaria through a major pipeline. What are we to make of this, and why did Russia move first?
Well, they're frustrated. You know, part of it is there's nothing supporting the ruble. The ruble's a free-floating currency. Russia has a pegged price that they say this is what a ruble's worth, and it's pegged on vapor. You know, and the ruble rate, really, when you see some of the stuff where they go, oh, the ruble's rebounding, the ruble's doing this, based on what? I always wonder, because that's a sort of an artificial thing. One of the things they wanted to do is with oil and gas prices was peg that to say, okay, you'll pay us back in rubles. That does two things. It creates demand for rubles. It also pegs the rate of the ruble to an actual commodity or asset like natural gas or oil. And if you go back to the Bretton Woods era, at one time the US dollar was actually pegged to the price of gold. That's how the value of the dollar was determined. So it was interesting. none of the European countries, particularly Poland, for that matter, any country over in Europe, has said they're going to allow this to happen. They're not going to do this. And it's frustrating to Russia because this is part of that second front, which is what's happening in Moscow. If they can't do this, they can't get reimbursed. They can continue sending oil and gas, but the revenue flow is difficult with all the SWIFT sanctions and everything else. So it puts them in a real bind in terms of being reimbursed and getting an influx of revenue to support their war effort. So they, he retaliated by shutting off the gas. I thought that was interesting. I thought Poland's response was really interesting. He said, well, we've actually been storing up a lot of gas, so we're probably okay for a while. I thought that was an interesting response from Poland. Certainly not panic, that was for sure. The other thing was yesterday you saw where there was a strike or a series of strikes that hit oil facilities and may have hit the major artery for shipping oil or for sending oil, the pipeline, the remaining artery, I should say, that sends oil to Europe. And that may have been hit. So there's a possibility, I've not heard it confirmed today, that oil artery may have been put offline for not because Russia turned it off, but because it got turned off due to military action. So there could be a little bit of a dual effect here with both oil and gas. One is a Russian action, and the other it could be due to Ukrainian military action, although Ukraine hasn't claimed responsibility for it. So it's kind of interesting. And what it's going to do is it's going to make a real impact on Russian revenues and their ability to pay for the war and their ability over time to pay for Russian government, to include military pay and allowances and salaries and things like that. So it was interesting. It's a double-edged sword, and I think Russia may have done as much harm to themselves today as they did to anybody else. And over the long term, it's just accelerating that movement away from Russian natural gas and oil. So that's really going to be catastrophic for them.
Yeah, just so many developments today, and as always, Hal, thank you so much for breaking those down for us in what is a very, very complex, horrific war.
Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mackenzie Stasko, and changes are coming to Twitter, some changes that we do want to tell you about here on Live Now from Fox. Those changes are coming, but not on the website. Reports say that the social media giant has blocked routine changes through this Friday over fears that angry employees could go rogue and disrupt the service. And this comes after billionaire Elon Musk recently bought the company for $44 billion.
We're now doing Twitter.
Taking it private,
so you have
and it's
Pandora,
a policy
right, Linda?
like this. It's
And
not
do you
new to Twitter.
have-
The social media giant has
What
done
was the
this
other one?
ahead
You
of
don't have-
major
you don't
events
have
in the
Uber,
past,
right?
like the Super Bowl,
I
to
downloaded
ensure
Uber.
smooth operations. And as we mentioned, billionaire Elon Musk, the world's richest man, now becoming the owner of Twitter. Our Fox 13 Tampa team takes a closer look.
Elon Musk shocked the tech world when he announced his plans to buy Twitter. Well, now that his $44 billion offer has been accepted, we're getting a better idea of what it'll mean to have one of the world's richest men own one of the world's most important communications platforms. And here to explain is our political editor, Craig Patrick. So what kind of changes do you think we can expect, Craig?
Well, keep in mind that Elon Musk describes himself as an absolutist in terms of free speech in the First Amendment. So one of the biggest changes we expect him to make, assuming that this goes through as planned, is to lift or at least reduce the restrictions on what people can post online, the kind of content that they can post and share, but that won't be easy. Elon Musk planned to buy Twitter and scale back its content restrictions could clash with Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. That act includes a Good Samaritan clause that requires the platforms to make a good faith effort to screen, flag, and remove posts that incite violence or are otherwise harmful. And that's why Twitter banned former President Trump from making false claims that the election was stolen, because such false claims had fueled the Capitol insurrection. But to Trump's point, which Musk appears to agree with, the site moderators are selective in terms of which false claims they flag.
One egregious example is when they try to silence views that they disagree with by selectively applying a fact check.
For example, before banning them, Twitter flagged false assertions from President Trump with a warning label. But as an experiment, I posted false assertions like the Earth is flat and that the sun revolves around the Earth and never got flagged. Well, other users said the difference is that I posted those things in jest. But the knock on Twitter and other platforms is that they have far too much power in making judgments over what's in jest or what isn't, and what's harmful and what isn't. And assuming he completes the takeover, Elon Musk will likely reduce that power. Still restrict hate speech, but let people make otherwise false claims in the interest of free speech. That could trigger lawsuits over claims he's not following that Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act. But leaders across the aisle from former President Trump to President Biden want to get rid of that Section 230 anyway.
It should be revoked.
And Musk's pending takeover may finally force the issue. We also could see some other striking changes too, because among the stated goals that Elon Musk has, once he is, assuming he does take over Twitter, is that he wants more transparency in the algorithms, the complicated, for lack of a better term, formulas that decide what you see and you don't see when you sign on. That would be rather complicated. A lot of people may not understand what they're seeing, but nonetheless, he wants transparency in that regard. And based on what he has said, he also favors perhaps a greater move into subscription services, perhaps on Twitter, where you can subscribe, pay extra for premium content or additional features. Also, the possibility of an edit button, although that is already drawing a lot of debate for fear that you could have a legitimate site hacked and then the edit button used to change things well after the fact in the interest of deceiving people. So there's a lot to figure out here, and we're going to see which answers he pursues, of course, in the coming months.
Yeah, there is a lot. And one of the things he said is he wants to get rid of these things called spam bots, which, of course, they do deceive and scam people. So how does he plan to do that? And if there is a way, how come they haven't already done it?
Well, the fact that it hasn't already been done illustrates the challenge in doing it in the first place. Again, that won't be easy. Now, Elon Musk has said the approach would involve better and heightened authentication, more efforts that you have to take as a user to verify that you are a real human being and specifically who you are. In doing that, though, it would come at the cost of sacrificing relative anonymity for some. And that may be one of the reasons why it hasn't been pursued as much as it likely will be later this year.
All right, maybe goodbye to spam bots. Thanks.
All right, and of course, a big thanks to our Fox 13 Tampa team, always bringing us up to date on that situation. And right now, you are taking a live look at Cape Canaveral at the Kennedy Space Center, where today, SpaceX Falcon 9 sent a brand new Crew Dragon capsule and its 4 crew members up to the International Space Station this morning. Happened about 3 hours or so. Our Fox 35's Alina Shirazi is live there outside of the Kennedy Space Center this morning. Alina, you were there for the launch. Take us through what it was like.
Yes, I was, and it's been an exciting morning here at Kennedy Space Center. We just saw the latest generation of astronauts, Crew 4, launch right behind us here at Launch Pad 39A. And I can tell you here at Kennedy Space Center, we always get front row tickets to history. If I can describe takeoff, because here it's always about the experience, the heart-pounding moments before that countdown clock drains to zero. You can feel everyone sort of hold their breath as you watch that rocket take off, brightening that dark sky, making those loud rumbling noises. The gravity and magnitude of that rocket kind of ricocheting off of your chest, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. I can tell you again here we got the full sights and sounds at Kennedy Space Center. So I've seen a few launches, but every single launch really just as exciting as the last one. Mackenzie?
Yeah, Alina, it happened early this morning. So we know those astronauts went up there today. When are they expected to come back?
They're going to be doing some scientific research there, about 200 science experiments once they're up for their 6-month journey at the ISS.
All right, our Fox 35's Alina Shirazi live there outside of the Kennedy Space Center, of course, always covering everything that's happening in the Space Center for us. Alina, thank you so much. We, of course, always appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody, and we do want to head to another story pertaining to NASA. The trip is just beginning for NASA's SpaceX crew. The team departed, as we mentioned, to the Kennedy Space Center, but NASA says it's planning on sending astronauts back to the moon. They mentioned it yesterday during a briefing that we do want to get to. At that briefing yesterday, they said that they are looking ahead to the first test flight of the Space Launch System rocket, followed by the first manned flight to the moon in about more than 50 years. Let's go ahead and listen in.
We're going to launch a test flight this year. 2 years, we're going to launch a crew to the moon. And 1 year thereafter, we're going to land on the moon with the first woman and probably the next man.
We are finally, our vision is becoming reality. And I think it's a vision that all of us have. And when you look at science fiction and what people imagine, I truly believe if you imagine it, it can become real. And it's our goal to establish this commercial economy in low Earth orbit. And with the advent of our public-private partnerships, with the work that Kathy and her team is doing with Commercial Crew, what we have enabled, is taking hold.
And that, of course, will be exciting to watch. As you just heard, NASA saying that they plan on testing out a moon launch sometime this year. Now to some other news that we are following. More than 740 personnel were fighting a wildfire burning south of Prescott in central Arizona yesterday. The Crooks Fire, which officials said was burning in continuous thick, dry, dead, and down fuels in very rugged terrain of the Prescott National Forest, was exacerbated by erratic winds that made conditions dangerous for firefighters. As of yesterday, the fire was estimated to be almost 6,500 acres in size and was 16% contained. A total of 746 personnel were assigned to the scene. We do know that the fire had been 22% contained as of Monday, but then fell to 16% due to increased fire growth and acreage yesterday. This video was shared by fire officials showing those crews at the fire's edge performing mop-up efforts, which include digging up hot spots and extinguishing any leftover embers in this fire. And now to another story that's weather related. One of New York City's most famous landmarks is now a science laboratory unlike the kinds you've ever seen before. Fox News' Rob Dawson has more on why researchers say Central Park can hold the key to better understanding climate change and how the lessons learned in the Big Apple can help save other parks nationwide from its damaging effects.
South-facing New York City's world-famous Central Park is being transformed into a climate change laboratory. It's part of a new initiative to help understand how to protect it and the rest of the nation's parks from the effects of greenhouse gas emissions, and learn how cities nationwide can make their green spaces withstand the impacts of our warming planet and altering weather patterns.
We also want to understand how the park is part of the solution. How much carbon does the park sequester? How much cooling relief does the park offer?
Researchers from the Yale School of the Environment are joining up with the Central Park and Natural Areas Conservancies to spearhead the project. They say Central Park is the perfect setting to gather climate data, offering roughly 843 acres of nature right in the center of the country's largest city, which is also becoming the site of more extreme weather events, like last year's Hurricane Ida, which dropped a record of more than 3 inches of rain in an hour across the park.
Okay. Excellent.
Scientists are using special tools that measure the light wave frequencies and temperatures of plants. They're also collecting satellite data to get a bird's eye view of how the park's landscape is changing.
We'll also look at things like changes in green up. So is the park greening up earlier during parts of the year?
And because parks play a role in a city's ability to regulate carbon dioxide, pollution, air quality, and temperature. Climate activists say it's critical for these natural spaces to be studied and protected. Rob Dawson, Fox News.
Rob, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you a live feed that we have coming into our desk right at this very moment. This is coming in from France. We do have French President Emmanuel Macron celebrating his re-election. And if you didn't know, he is fresh from winning a second mandate and is currently visiting a market in a suburb northwest of Paris, France, which is his first public appearance since his election night. It is just before 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. You are watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Today, President Biden will pay his respects to a trailblazer in American politics. Of course, we are talking about Madeleine Albright. He will be speaking at the funeral of the former Secretary of State. We also know that former President Bill Clinton, who made Albright the first female Secretary of State, is also expected to speak at her funeral today. Also, along with two other female state secretaries, Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice. So they all, again, will be there at her funeral. Albright served as a Secretary of State from 1997 to 2001 in Bill Clinton's second-term cabinet. The funeral takes place at the Washington National Cathedral. That's happening later this morning. We, of course, will bring you that as soon as we get it. And sticking to political news, President Joe Biden's border policy is in crisis. A federal judge has blocked the president's plan to eliminate COVID-related asylum limitations next month. But there is a more immediate coronavirus concern for the administration with the news that the vice president has tested positive. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has the details.
New numbers from the CDC show nearly 60% of Americans have had COVID at least once, almost double from the same time last year. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris adds her name to that list.
She is boosted, actually twice boosted, right? We have a very, very contagious variant out there.
The VP has no symptoms, but her illness puts a spotlight on the virus as the White House sounds the alarm over funding.
We may get a whole new generation of vaccines in the fall or winter. That may be more effective and more durable. None of those are going to be available to the American people if we don't get more funding. We are tracking new treatments.
On Capitol Hill, Republicans broadly oppose another COVID bill so long as the White House is charging forward with plans to end pandemic restrictions at the southern border.
The Biden administration is claiming the pandemic is over and finished on our southern border. Now, they don't believe the pandemic is over, however, for American citizens.
And though the White House consistently punts responsibility to the CDC,
Title 42 is the authority was given to the CDC by Congress. They made a decision. If Congress wants to decide, make any decisions about the next steps for Title 42, they can work together on that.
Democrats who just met with the president say he's eager to end it.
Title 42 was just an excuse to keep people out of our country. This administration, the president himself said that he's going to be looking forward to lifting Title 42.
The White House painting that as no secret.
Is the president really wanting Title 42 to go away because it was a Trump-era policy?
Well, the president has never felt that Title 42 was an effective immigration policy, and he talked about that during the campaign.
Today, the Supreme Court heard oral arguments over another Trump-era policy the Biden administration is trying to end, remain in Mexico. It requires migrants await their asylum hearings outside the U.S. It's a little bit unclear right now where this is going to go or where the votes lie. Chief Justice John Roberts asked of his colleagues, what are we to do? At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Jackie, thank you for that report. And we do know that the Attorney General testified on Capitol Hill yesterday as he tried to persuade senators why his department needs a bigger budget. While crime was a hot topic, senators also grilled the AG on a number of other issues. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more from Washington.
Protesters outside of the Supreme Court calling for an end. In the hot seat on Capitol Hill, Attorney General Merrick Garland as he made his case for the Justice Department's nearly $38 billion budget.
These resources will strengthen the Justice Department's efforts to reduce violent crime and gun violence, to counter the multitude of serious and evolving threats to our country.
Far from defunding the police in President Biden's fiscal year 2023 budget, Garland said there's billions in new investments to support law enforcement and reduce crime, at a time many U.S. cities are seeing an uptick.
Overall, there were 132 gun-related incidents reported to the Philadelphia Police Department last week.
Crime not the only issue on senators' minds. Some Republican senators grilling the Attorney General on the effectiveness of his department.
I think the Justice Department is losing.
I think you're losing on crime. I think you're losing on drugs. I think you're losing on immigration.
Garland said he's committed to the independence of his department. Still, a concern for the GOP is whether or not the DOJ can fairly conduct an investigation of the president's son, Hunter Biden.
How can the American people be confident that his administration is conducting a serious investigation?
Because we put the investigation in the hands of a Trump appointee from the previous administration.
The White House also announced the president is using his pardon power for the first time, pardoning 3 and commuting the sentences for dozens of others. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. A GOP congressman is in hot water today. This is North Carolina Republican Representative Madison Cawthorn. He was reportedly caught trying to go through security with a loaded gun at Charlotte Douglas International Airport yesterday morning. TSA officers say that they saw the gun at checkpoint and called airport police. This is the gun right there that he had that TSA collected. And this is actually the second time that the congressman has been stopped while attempting to bring a weapon through airport security. The TSA says a second such offense can come with a fine of $13,000. It's not known at this time if Cawthorn faces any charges. And here on Live Now from Fox, we do want to take you out to this beautiful shot of the sunrise here in Florida. This is Miami here, and the time here is 7:05. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. It is just past 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and we do want to bring you some updates on the COVID-19 pandemic. We have learned that Vice President Kamala Harris has tested positive for COVID-19. We do want to get this graphic up there on the screen for you. Her office issued a statement just yesterday after she tested positive with both a rapid and a PCR test, going on to say that Harris has exhibited no symptoms and plans on isolating and working from her home. At this time, Harris is not considered a close contact of President Biden or the First Lady. The Vice President will return to the White House once she tests negative. And the CDC says more than half of Americans have now been infected with COVID-19 at some point since the start of the pandemic. The number was much higher for kids under 17, with 3 out of 4 having COVID antibodies based on blood tests. The highest rates of infection occurred between December 2021 and February of this year, when the Omicron variant was surging here in the United States. Researchers gathered blood samples from more than 200,000 Americans during that time and checked for virus-fighting antibodies not produced by vaccines. And COVID-19 cases are creeping back up in pockets of the country, as we mentioned, with the White House confirming Vice President Kamala Harris now among the latest high-profile figures to test positive. Public health officials are saying President Biden, again, was not a close contact. And this comes, as you just heard, as that new data is being released from the CDC that highlights just how widespread the virus has been, especially among kids. Our Fox News correspondent Rob Dawson has the latest.
New data from the CDC yielding astonishing COVID-19 assessments. Agency officials on Tuesday say more than half of all Americans have contracted COVID-19 so far. And the stats are worse for kids. They estimate 3 out of every 4 have been infected. The data was derived by scientists taking blood samples from more than 200,000 people and examining them for COVID-19 antibodies that would only be generated by someone who had the virus. Public health experts indicate some of the sharpest increases in COVID infections happened between December and February during the height of the Omicron variant spread across the country.
Cases are rising across the country, but hospitalizations are at the lowest level of the pandemic.
Now, as the nation is beginning to see another uptick in new positive cases, White House officials are revealing their new pandemic objectives.
It is going to be hard to ensure that no one gets COVID in America. That's not even a policy goal. The goal of our policies should be, obviously, minimize infections whenever possible, but to make sure people don't get seriously ill.
And while lockdowns here aren't in the works, officials in China are shutting down communities in Beijing and implementing strict mass testing policies in response to the capital's latest virus outbreak.
To keep the outbreaks to a controllable degree, mass testing is a very effective measure.
The tight restrictions causing many people in the city of 21 million to begin hoarding produce and other household items in fear of a complete city shutdown if cases worsen. Rob Dawson, Fox News.
Rob, thank you for that. And the Biden administration is taking new steps to increase access to a COVID-19 treatment. The announcement comes, as you just heard in that report, as COVID cases continue to rise in parts of the country. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri has more.
Vice President Kamala Harris testing positive for COVID-19 today. Her office says she's showing no symptoms and plans to isolate. Harris will return to the White House after a negative test. At this time, she is not considered a close contact of President Biden or the First Lady.
We have stringent protocols here that go over and above CDC recommendations, even as it relates to how long you stay at home if you test positive.
Nationwide, we're seeing roughly 49,000 COVID infections per day, up about 50% from 2 weeks ago. The threat of new Omicron strains ramping up has some calling on the FDA to approve COVID vaccines for children under 5 years old.
We need the FDA to get vaccines to our children. That's really what we need right now. We need them to prioritize children.
Meanwhile, there are new efforts to expand access to an effective COVID-19 drug. The Biden administration says it will allow thousands of more pharmacies to directly order Pfizer's antiviral pill Paxlovid. The move will soon increase the number of sites with the drug from 20,000 to 30,000. Paxlovid was first authorized by the FDA in December, but public health officials say the treatment is still not getting to everyone who could benefit from it.
Testing, vaccines, therapeutics, these are the sort of the pillars of how we manage the rest of this pandemic.
The White House has secured the purchase of 20 million treatment courses of Paxlovid. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
Jonathan, thank you for that report. Here on Live Now from Fox, we do like to show you some of our cityscapes. This is of New Orleans, Louisiana right now this morning. We also have another shot that we want to show you, of course, the skyline of New York City. And coming up in about 30 minutes, we are going to be having a live report from our own Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses talking about the rise in subway crime and the city's plan to address it. It is 7:13 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Time here on the East Coast is about 7:15 in the morning, and we do want to bring you up to speed on everything that we are keeping an eye on today. Here's a look at some of our top stories here on Live Now from Fox. We were taking a look right now at the Kennedy Space Center. We do want to get this live bug off for you here on Live Now from Fox, where we do know NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 have launched to the International Space Station. We do know those astronauts launched at about 3:52 this morning, again from NASA's Kennedy Space Center here in Florida. The international crew of astronauts will be serving as the 4th commercial crew rotation mission aboard the space station. Also happening today, we do know that the funeral for the first female Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, will begin at 11 o'clock this morning Eastern Standard Time in Washington, D.C. President Joe Biden will be speaking. We also know that former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State, his wife Hillary Clinton, and also Condoleezza Rice, another former Secretary of State, will also be speaking at her funeral today. And if you didn't know, today is day 63 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We have learned that Russia is cutting off gas supply to Poland and Bulgaria. And right now in that bottom right-hand screen, you are taking a live look at Moscow, Russia, where we do have Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, who is speaking there at a joint press conference. And as soon as we get this in English, we, of course, will take that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we do want to switch to some business news that we want to bring you up to speed on. The April sell-off is continuing on Wall Street. Investors are digesting earnings reports from leading companies and weighing concerns about inflation and the spread of COVID-19. In China, mega-cap tech stocks were among the biggest decliners yesterday, dragging the Nasdaq further into bear market territory. The Nasdaq is on track for its worst month since October of 2018. You can see down about 809 points, tumbling there to 809. And the S&P lost 121 rather. The Nasdaq was off 514. And the ongoing war in Ukraine will have long-term effects on the global economy, as you just saw there in yesterday's stocks. According to the World Bank, the war will result in high prices for commodities like food and energy. The bank predicts these levels will remain high through 2024, which could stagnate economic growth and increase inflation as Russian imports on many products remain restricted or banned. Economists say that this would result in the largest price hike for commodities worldwide since the 1970s. And just when you thought things couldn't get more expensive, think again. As we just mentioned, the war between Russia and Ukraine continues to cause global food supply shortages, stoking prices that are already jacked up because of inflation. Fox News correspondent Madeleine Albright has more on why the ongoing conflict is now responsible for a decrease in global supplies of cooking oil.
Milk and bread is very expensive nowadays.
Sky-high inflation is making places like the grocery store a nightmare for countless Americans.
My eggs are $1 more as well.
But now your cooking oil is the latest necessity to be at risk of additional price hikes and possible shortages, as the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine triggers a global deficit.
Prices are up a great deal over the past year or so. On the order of 40% in some cases in some vegetable oils.
Sunflower oil is especially impacted, with Ukraine responsible for producing roughly half of the world's supply, and Russia making up 25%. The fighting is causing setbacks in everything from farmers tending to their fields to the shipment of goods and more.
It's important to note that the trends were in place before the war started, but the war has made things much worse.
But economists say the Russian invasion is only partially to blame, citing pre-existing factors that were driving up costs, including poor harvests in South America, which affected countries like Argentina, Brazil, and Venezuela, which are among the world's leading vegetable oil producers. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the price of vegetable oil first reached its highest price back in February. Prices then soared by another 23% last month. Supply chain experts say the cost of cooking oils could come down in the fall as farmers here in the States begin harvesting more corn and soybeans to turn into oil. But ongoing drought out west could spell trouble. Madeleine Albright, Fox News.
Marianne, thank you for that report. Alleged misleading business practices have caught up to a major rideshare company. Uber will pay a $19 million fine in Australia for misleading riders in that country. The consumer watchdog there says that the company falsely warned riders that they could be charged cancellation fees and inflated estimates of taxi rides to their destination. The U.S. Justice Department sued Uber back in November after the company charged physically disabled customers with wait time fees if they didn't get to the ride within 2 minutes. And the pandemic has left many younger adults in financial limbo, relying on their parents even more than before. A report finds that half of parents with a child above the age of 18 provide them with some form of financial support. On average, parents are shelling out $1,000 a month for items like cell phones, food, or money on various insurance policies. A shaky job market, of course, increasing student loans, and rising housing costs have created issues with young Americans who are attempting to start out on their own. And several U.S. lawmakers are pushing for student loan debtors in default to get a second chance and be restored back to good standing. Senators like Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Cory Booker, Chris Van Hollen, and other lawmakers sent out a letter to the Secretary of Education concerning student loan borrowers who are in default, saying that those who aren't removed from default could stay in debt for years and be unable to discard their debt through bankruptcy. According to the Government Accountability Office, only 157 people have been approved for forgiveness since July. And sticking with economy news, home sales are taking a hit. Our Fox Business Network's Jerry Hillis has this story and more in this morning's Fox Means Business report.
Stocks coming undone on Wall Street Tuesday. The Dow plunging more than 800 points after Monday's rally. It's not alone. All the major markets closing lower over concerns about a potential economic slowdown as inflation stays high and China continues locking down with COVID cases surging there. But shoppers here aren't getting too scared. So far, the Conference Board says that while consumer confidence ticked down fractionally this month, it still remains high. Meanwhile, high prices are hindering home buyers. New home sales tumbled 8.6% in March from the same time a year ago. Rising mortgage rates, another reason keeping potential buyers on the sidelines. And finally, a majority of Americans are very ambitious about crossing off things on their bucket list. More than 6 in 10 surveyed by the company Affirm say they have more life goals that they want to accomplish this year than ever before. This includes things like taking a vacation, buying a home or a car, and having a baby. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
Jerry, thank you for that report. Concerns continue to grow over how Twitter will operate under the new ownership of Elon Musk. Fox News media analyst and host of Fox's Media Buzz, Howard Kurtz, has more.
The world's richest man says he hopes his worst critics remain on Twitter now that he's buying it. But a stampede of media detractors dismisses Elon Musk's free speech vow as a pretext for turning Twitter into, as the New York Times put it, a scary place.
Elon Musk lives in a world in which the only kind of free speech is white men feeling free to say whatever the hell they want.
If you own all of Twitter or Facebook, you could secretly ban one party's candidate or all of its candidates, all of its nominees.
And Senator Elizabeth Warren called Musk dangerous for our democracy. Conservatives who view Twitter as badly biased to the left are generally praising Musk.
Elon Musk does not agree with the rest of the billionaires in the tech business. He thinks everyone should be allowed to talk.
But not everyone agrees, including those who are critical of Musk's company Tesla doing big business in China. Musk, who loves to bask in publicity, can play rough on the social media app. He just poked rival Bill Gates with a pregnant man emoji and a crude joke. The SEC once fined him for improperly tweeting about Tesla. He and Tesla have asked staffers to sign non-disclosure agreements and reporters to submit their stories in advance. The banning of Donald Trump by the Silicon Valley giants underscores how Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter have all struggled with what content should be allowed. Some journalists say Musk's more lenient approach would fuel a rise in hate speech, bullying, and misinformation. But others say that's merely a fig leaf for more censorship, as when Twitter banned the Hunter Biden laptop story in 2020.
Elon Musk may not turn out to be a savior, but his critics gloss over just how toxic Twitter has become in recent years. The reason this matters is that Twitter punches far above its weight when it comes to shaping news coverage, since journalists may be its most obsessive users. In Washington, Howard Kurtz, Fox News.
Howard, thank you for that report. Harvard says it's now committing $100 million to study and try to make amends for its ties to slavery. The money will create a legacy of slavery fund, that's what it's called, and it will research and memorialize that part of the university's history while also working with the descendants of Black and Native people who were enslaved at Harvard. Harvard now joins other universities, including Brown, Georgetown, and Princeton Theological Seminary, by putting financial resources behind its efforts to address its connections to slavery. A report released with the university's announcement says that the school, which was founded back in 1636, owed its wealth to patrons of the university who made their fortunes from enslaved people. The Legacy Fund reportedly will not call for direct financial reparations to those descendants of enslaved people. Meanwhile, in Atlanta, it's a disturbing delivery in one neighborhood there that has some people in the northwest Atlanta area feeling a little uneasy. Some people found these racially offensive flyers scattered across their driveways, and it's prompted police to look into the situation and who placed KKK flyers across the neighborhood. Our Fox 5 team in Atlanta explains.
Disgusted to find this packet from the KKK inside a flyer saying the organization is not just here, but it's here to stay.
It was disheartening, it was disgusting.
It's definitely not welcome. Being such a diverse community, it's definitely not welcome here, and it's not accepted.
People living in the Riverside community in Northwest Atlanta say they can't believe what was dropped in their driveways and onto their porches. Take a look at this. It's a flyer from the Ku Klux Klan saying they are here and here to stay. The flyer also lists many people they just don't like. A hateful message wrapped up in a plastic bag and delivered.
I just didn't think that would happen in 2022, let alone our neighborhood.
Many believe the unwanted gifts were tossed out the window of a car. Whether serious or a joke, those in this community, they are laughing.
It was really disheartening, especially as a mom of two black boys. It really unsettled my nerves.
Lenise Williams says this is upsetting because it's a community made up of all walks of life.
It frustrates me that I chose to move to Riverside because of the sense of community, because of the diversity, and because of the low crime. And to now be settled here and to see something like that, again, it's so disheartening.
I just thought that type of mindset was gone, and it's shocking to see that it's obviously still in someone's thoughts process.
I think there are a lot of people that feel that racism no longer exists, that things like this really don't happen. But I think it's just a reminder that we really have to be alert and really be aware of things that are going on around us, because racism does exist.
And the Atlanta Police Department confirmed they are aware of the situation. They are looking into it. I'm also told the Attorney General for the state is aware. He's reached out to the GBI for them to launch their own investigation. Eric Perry, Fox 5 News.
Eric, thank you for that report. And we do want to switch gears and bring you some news that we have coming out of Florida. The parents of Tyree Sampson, he's the 14-year-old boy who died at Icon Park back in March. The parents of him are now calling for the Orlando Freefall ride at Icon Park to be taken down. As we mentioned, 14-year-old Sampson fell to his death from the drop tower ride last month. His mother addressed the tragedy from Sampson's hometown of St. Louis, Missouri. Our Fox 35 Orlando team explains.
Tyree Sampson's mother was poised, composed, emotional. She talked about the heartbreak that she's been living ever since she got the news that her son, who was visiting Orlando for spring break, would never return home.
After my last hug, he said, "Oh no, Mom, they're waiting," so he's bagging up.
Nakia Dodd recalling her last exchange with her son, Tyree Sampson. It was right before his trip to Orlando.
He turns around and says, "I'll see you Saturday or either Sunday." And that was my last time speaking to my son. And that Sunday, I was waiting for my son to come home.
Sampson never made it home again. He fell from the freefall ride about 100 feet to his death. As Tyree's mother shared her grief in St. Louis, his father visited the freefall site in Orlando.
It just made me numb and helpless because I wasn't there to protect my son. But I'm here now to talk up for my son.
Yarnell Sampson got home from work late that night. His partner not only told him what happened, but showed him the video of the tragedy.
I looked at the video, I'm like, ooh, I turned my head instantly because I didn't just want to look at it. She was like, "You really don't know?" I'm like, "I know." She's like, "That's Tyree." I'm like, "Stop playing, stop kidding me." Instantly, I threw up. I'm gonna be honest with you. I threw up. It took the breath out of me.
The teen went to Orlando with close family friends for spring break. He was excited to visit the theme park capital. That excitement now an emotional nightmare for his parents who want answers and their son back.
We want this company to take accountability for their actions. You know, it shouldn't be profit over safety.
Both parents filing say they want the freefall ride at Icon Park taken down immediately so no family suffers what they're going through. Reporting from St. Louis, Missouri, I'm Ray Vieda, Fox 35 News.
Ray, thank you for that report. We do want to take you live out to New York City right now, where we will be having a live shot from our own Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses in about 15 minutes. We do know NYPD are still searching for the gunman who shot and killed a man at a Queens subway station earlier this week. And this, of course, comes amid growing concerns about crime in the transit center. We're going to have a live report from Robert coming up in just a little bit. Time here on the East Coast is 7:33 in the morning. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Mackenzie Stasco, joining you live from our studios in Orlando, Florida. We, of course, are covering world news today, and we do want to bring you out to London in the United Kingdom, where we do have the UK House of Commons, the Parliament there, having a meeting at this very moment. UK's Prime Minister Boris Johnson currently taking questions from lawmakers in the House of Commons. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Families of the thousands and thousands of people who died in care homes in the first half of 2020? And will he also apologise to care workers for the shameful comment that he made in July 2020 when he said that too many care homes didn't follow procedures in the way that they could have?
Mr. Speaker, of course I want to renew my apologies and sympathies for all those who lost loved ones during the pandemic, people who lost loved ones in care homes. And I want to remind the House of what an incredibly difficult time that was and how difficult that decision was. And we didn't know very much about the disease. And the point I was trying to make, to which she refers, is the thing that we didn't know in particular, Mr. Speaker, was that COVID could be transmitted asymptomatically in the way that it was, and that was something that I wish we had known more about at the time. As for the ruling that she mentions, we will study it, and we will of course respond further in due course.
Michael Fabricant. Mr. Speaker, as you've just heard from my honourable friend, the member for Milton Keynes North, the Interfax news agency, under an hour ago in Moscow, announced that the Foreign Ministry of the Russian government will now sanction 287 members and former members of the House of Commons from both sides of this House. I'm proud to say, Mr. Speaker, that both you and I are on that list. So, Mr. Speaker, are you able to give any advice to members of the House of Commons, honourable and right honourable members, regarding this?
Normally I wouldn't, but I think it is an important matter, and I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for letting me know at the start of questions that he wanted to catch my eye. Although the issue is raised is not strictly a point of order, I am of course alarmed to hear what is reported to the Chamber. Rather than give a knee-jerk reaction now, I am sure the Government will rapidly be assessing the implications of this move. I am therefore asking the Government to keep me and the House authorities briefed on this very important issue, and I shall make and thereby sure that members are kept informed as appropriate. Sorry, further to that point.
I'm very grateful. I'm absolutely distressed that I'm not on the list, Mr. Speaker. And if I'm honest, slightly surprised. I can only assume that the Russian Federation accepts that every single thing that I have said about President Putin over the last few years is true. He is a barbarous villain, and we must make sure that he fails.
I'm sure you know me and got yourself put on that list. Mike Ainsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister and the honourable member.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are taking you out to a live look of New York City right now, where we do have some news we want to report to you. Police are still searching for the gunman who fatally shot a man at a Queens subway station earlier this week. Amid growing concerns about crime in the transit system, the MTA is now looking into new ways to crack down on fare evasion on subways and buses. We do have our Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, who is covering this story for us. He is live in Lower Manhattan today with the details. Robert?
Mackenzie, as a subway rider here in New York City, there are few things more frustrating than swiping your Metro card and then looking over to the next turnstile and seeing a fellow rider jump over that turnstile and get a free ride. Well, the transit agency here is equally upset about that and thinks that cracking down on fare beaters will reduce crime.
Spend a few minutes at any major subway station and you will see it.
customer after customer getting free rides by hopping turnstiles or entering through the emergency gates held open for them. MTA Chair and CEO Janno Lieber says 12.5% of subway riders don't pay. The problem is even worse on buses. A shocking 1 in 3 bus riders skips out on paying. At current rates, fare beating will cost the MTA more than $500 million this year, which is a big part of the reason why Lieber announced the formation of a blue ribbon panel to address it.
Fare evasion tears at our social fabric.
It also affects transit crime, which, according to NYPD statistics through Sunday, is up more than 65% this year.
Newsflash, people who commit robberies and violent crimes generally don't bother with MetroCard swipes or OmniTaps, and they don't want to get stopped. What we want, all of us, is to deter crime before it happens by keeping the bad actors out of the system in the first place.
Lieber put forth some possible solutions, like modifying porous emergency gates, adding civilian fare checkers on platforms, trains, and buses, and increasing the frequency and severity of civil penalties. Transit crime threatens the city's comeback. Police continue to search for the gunman who shot and killed a 24-year-old man Monday afternoon inside the Parsons Boulevard Archer Avenue subway station in Jamaica. And earlier this month, a gunman opened fire on a Manhattan-bound N train as it approached the 36th Street station in Sunset Park. With crime up, riders must weigh the risks.
I just believe that there's going to be crime always. There's no way you can absolutely stop crime unless you're trying to just control.
And subway ridership here in New York City remains quite below pre-pandemic levels. In fact, on Monday, subway ridership was at about 53% of a typical pre-pandemic day. And the transit agency here has maintained that in order to bring riders back into the mass transit system, crime has to go down. And in order to do that, the agency wants to crack down on fare beaters. Mackenzie, back to you.
All right, our Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses live for us in Lower Manhattan today. Robert, as always, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everybody, again, that was our Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses reporting live for us. Right now, we do want to take you to a live feed that we are getting in from Brussels, Belgium. This is the European Committee on the Regions, holding a discussion, of course, on the ongoing war in Ukraine with the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, and the mayor of Mariupol speaking right now. So let's go ahead and listen in.
From Moldova to the Western Balkans. Since the very first day of this invasion, and from the Marseille Summit of Regions and Cities, we never stopped, and we will not stop giving our colleagues in Ukraine the floor in our House in order to make their calls heard by the European citizens gathering in our streets, by the European regional and local authorities at the borders and beyond, providing shelter to the Ukrainian people that are fleeing their country, and by the EU institutions advocating for their bid to become a candidate country. Now, I want to thank in particular Mayor Durkiewicz for her tireless work and for making our working group on Ukraine the main political tool. Mayors are the building blocks of democracy and the building blocks of the European future of Ukraine. We pay homage today to their courage and their strength, and we pay respect to the thousands of victims and for those who will have to live with the memories of the atrocities that they witnessed and experienced in their hometowns, on their streets and their neighborhoods. 9 May is Europe Day, representing the day of just peace over war. And I want to emphasize that the Russian regime is the only responsible for the atrocities unfolding in Ukraine. So, dear colleagues, I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, the Mayor of Kiev and Chair of the Association of Municipalities of Ukraine. Dear Mayor, our institution decided to grant you on behalf of all your colleagues and the 1 million regional and local politicians the honorary membership of our institution. For all of us, you are already part of our house and of our family. And I'm truly confident, as I will also convey to President Zelensky later today during the meeting of the Presidium of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, that together we can build up a network, of the best experts from the regional and the local level of government to create a pool of expertise to be at your disposal when you will start rebuilding your cities and your villages in Ukraine. We fully commit to this patronage initiative. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, allow me now to give the floor to the Mayor of Kiev. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you listening? Are you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear members of European Committee of the Region, I'm Chairman of Association Ukrainian Cities, which unite almost 1,000 municipalities, where is 90% of population of our country lives. One more, thank you very much to be the part of your family. It's very important for us. Thank you very much for solidarity. Thank you very much for support our country. It's very important for us. I want to, in a couple of words, to tell that everyone have to understand the reason this senseless war what make Russia with invasion against our home country. Our wish to be the part of European family, to build democratic, modern European country, European Ukraine is a reason of this war, because our wish to be the member of European family not accept from Russian Federation. They have just go to rebuild Soviet Empire, to rebuild Russian Empire, and Ukraine is target in this vision, as Ukraine is in the vision of Mr. Putin, President of Russia, to be the part of former Soviet Empire. We was in USSR and we don't want back to USSR. We see our future as member of European family. And that's why is a decision of European Committee of Region is, I want to say thank you very much. We right now defending not just our houses in this war. It's every day died thousands and thousands Ukrainian. Majority from them is civilian, children, women, the people who never have communication with army, and is big tragedy. It's big tragedy for our home country. It's also big tragedy to Russia. They not understand right now, but we doesn't have another choice. We have to defend our homeland, defend our city, and defend our dream to be the part of European family. And we pay for our dream with huge price, lives of our citizens. It's very important. I want to say thank you very much for humanitarian help. Thank you very much for support refugees from Ukraine. Thank you very much for political support, and it's very, very important for us and to feel the friendship with European friends and support our goal to be the part of the family. I ask Committee of the Region to support Ukraine application for membership. It's our dream, it's our goal. I propose to involve leaders of Ukrainian municipalities in cooperation to include representative of local self-government of Ukraine in the working group on Ukraine, task on Ukraine. We also very appreciate for, I hope and everyone understand, we defend not just the peace in our
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were just listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to the European Committee of the Regions holding a discussion with two mayors from Ukraine, from both Kyiv and Mariupol. It does appear that we very momentarily lost this feed, but we do have it back, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, so we'll take you back out right now.
And everyone, I hope, understand. Ukraine is one of the largest countries in the European continent, and stability, it's everyone wish stability, politically, economically stability in Ukraine, and instability, one of the largest countries in Europe, can bring instability in whole region. And that's why our goal to bring peace back to Ukraine. I want to remind, this war is the largest, the biggest war after the Second World War in the European continent. And that's why we have to do it everything what is possible to bring the dream for every Ukrainian, every from 40 million Ukrainians, to bring peace back to our homeland. I want to say also thank you very much for 50,000 children, school-age children from all regions of Ukraine who already take advantage in summer camps in European Union for children. Our children is our future, is very important for us. And I have a message for everyone. Please stay with Ukraine. The unity around Ukraine is a key for peace in whole Europe. One more, thank you very much for support. We still fighting, we still defending, not just our children, not just our houses. We fighting and defending the same values and principles what have every one member of European Union. One more, thank you very much for everyone. Big honor to be the part of European Committee of Region, and a lot of work to do it, but first of all, our dream we have to make true. Peace back to Ukraine, and thank you very much for everyone who support our homeland.
Thank you very much, Mayor Klitschko. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Vadim Boychenko, the mayor of Mariupol. Dear Mayor, your city has become the symbol of the fight for freedom. Talking about Mariupol, our thoughts go to Guernica, another martyr city of the last century. We see with horror foreign troops marching in the streets of your city. And we assure you that we will never recognize or accept the occupying forces. On the contrary, we will always give you the legitimate municipal administration of Mariupol the right to echo your voice. Dear Mayor, the floor is yours.
Доброго дня. Вітаю, шановна європейська спільнота. Я звертаюся сьогодні до вас як мер українського міста. Міста, яке зараз потерпає від ворожої російської навали. Наші вулиці, які ще донедавна були заповнені дитячим сміхом,
children's smiles and laughter. Unfortunately, they are bleeding. The houses that 2 months ago were full with family warmth, today they became the burial places for thousands of Mariupol citizens. Instead of lights in our windows, we have darkness. Instead of warmth, we have cold and quiet. Instead of life, we have death. Russian occupants have ruined more than 90% of our city infrastructure, schools, kindergartens, hospitals, parks, and even a church was ruined. Now, the enemy is targeting everything of our peaceful life. It was turned into a military object, as it is said nowadays by the occupants. Every citizen of Mariupol became an enemy, from small Tatiana, who died from lack of water under the rubble of her house, until an elderly woman who died in the hospital number 1 when it was shelled by the enemy. More than 20,000 of peaceful citizens of our city became victims of this atrocious war. It is twice as much as those 2 years when Mariupol was occupied by fascists during the Second World War. Just think about it. 20,000 lives which were taken by Russian occupants. 20,000 stories that will never be continued. A child that would never go to school, a young boy that did not manage to confess his love to his bride, a mother who would never sing a song to her child. Death, pain, and suffering. This what is brought to us by Russia in our house. This is the way the war is in present Mariupol. Today, this is the war in Ukraine. The war in Ukraine is not something far-fetched or in the surrealistic world. No, this is the war that goes in the heart of Europe. It's close by to every one of you, and you have to understand that Ukraine has taken the first blow. Our country became a shield for millions of Europeans. Our families became the shield for European families. The fight of Ukraine against Russia is the fight of ideologies and values. It's the fight of life against death. It's
It's the fight against fascism of 21st century for democratic future of many generations to come. Today we see and feel the support of European countries. It is important to understand that the price of this support, the consequence of this support, are many lives saved, not only in Mariupol, but throughout Ukraine. Many saved lives, thousands of saved lives. I am so grateful to everybody who supports us today in our fight for our joint future of us and European countries. The victory of Ukraine, which will be assured, and it will not be, unfortunately, the end of the history of resistance. The next stage is the rebuilding of Ukrainian cities, which are ruined to the ashes by Russian missiles. Life will win over death. Ukraine will win, and we will start a huge process of rebuilding. And I'm sure now and after our victory, the support of European countries will be key to us. We are pleading to us. We are addressing the whole European community to unite in the name of peace and development, in the name of rebuilding Ukraine, and in my case, for the sake of Mariupol. What do I suggest? We need very important expert help of European experts who can participate in rebuilding of Ukrainian cities. In my view, there should be a team of experts that, together with our specialists, will start to rebuild from ashes of our infrastructure, considering all the principles of modern European urbanism. So with common efforts, we should build the new strategy of rebuilding Mariupol, the document which will be full of real projects. And we really appeal to you to use financial instruments to help us. We have to create a fund of rebuilding of our heroic city of Mariupol that will be comprised by experts from both Ukraine and Europe, and that will be the place where all the efforts will be joined for the future of our city. I am addressing European cities. Let's join our efforts to rebuild Mariupol and other cities of Ukraine. In every ruined city and village, there could be a twin city or village found in Europe, which will help to rebuild, which will help to bring our cities back to the peaceful life. Today there is an understanding and there is a real support from Gdansk that we feel. This is our twin city, and it is ready to start rebuilding Mariupol together with us. We are so grateful to our friends and partners, especially to the mayor, Alexandra Yurkevich. Russia today has consolidated the whole world community against Russia, against death. And Ukraine is consolidating the world for the development, for the future, in which there is no place for imperialistic, archaic views. We have to unite for the sake of life, for the sake of peace. Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine, glory to our heroes, the defenders of Mariupol, glory to our country. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Andriy Sadovi, the Mayor of Lviv. Dear Mayor, your city is providing shelter to more than 50,000 displaced people coming from all over your country, from all over Ukraine. You have been called to manage a new city, to listen to this call. The floor is yours, Mayor.
Добрий день, шановні пані та панове. Для мене велика честь мати можливість сьогодні виступити перед вами. І на початок я хочу подякувати всім вам за розуміння, за допомогу і за солідарність. Ми всі розуміємо, що це є особлива війна, що сьогодні українці воюють за вільний світ, воюють за демократію, воюють за право бути вільним народом і жити в вільному світі. Президент Зеленський неодноразово виступав і наголошував, яка допомога потрібна Україні. Це і мілітарна допомога, це і гуманітарна допомога. Як ви знаєте, сьогодні близько 6,5 мільйонів українців покинули свої міста, покинули свої помешкання, і вони сьогодні волають про допомогу. Сьогодні Львів прийняв 200 тисяч переселенців. Це є жінки, це є діти, це є старші.
Old people, pensioners, children, women who were trying to find shelter in Lviv away from missiles and bombing. We have rebuilt 500 schools, theaters, and also gyms. We are now building the temporary mobile homes because we understand that this war is still going on and will going on. We have to win in this war. Therefore, your long-term support is of key principle, key for us. We also in dire need of the economic support so that Ukraine would not ask for funds so that we could start to rebuild our economy now, so the enterprises which can work will work today. At the moment, we have seen quite a number of enterprises being moved to Lviv from the Kharkiv region, from the Luhansk region, and we are giving them assistance as much as we can. So we really need the support in the shape of relevant programs from the European Union to support the Ukrainian business so that our economy could survive. The whole world is supporting the Ukrainian army and is inspired by their bravery, but also the Ukrainian communities and Ukrainian mayors show their courage as well. As you know, 196 communities at the moment are under occupation in Ukraine, and they're blocked. And over 8 mayors are now captured and are the prisoners, and of course they are tortured as well. Today, Kherson has seen a significant meeting, and the Russian occupational soldiers indeed tried to disperse, and the people are not afraid of that. They are indeed, the people are coming to the meetings with the flag. So if we are saying that we are supporting Ukraine, we have to block everything to do with Russia, the international cultural initiatives, because this is the ideological war. This is the war of tyranny against democracy. It's very important for us to understand that when we think about the future, we have to understand the role of communities and hromadas. Why are we doing that? Why are we winning now? We are working indeed and fighting because indeed the sergeants are making the decisions, and we can compare it with our Hromadas, or with indeed our local authorities, where the decentralized small Hromadas are indeed making their own decisions. We are talking about 1,475 Hromadas in Ukraine which are seeking new partners in Europe. And that is my plea for you, my request for you. Let's have a new push, a new wave. We can look at the model of cooperation with the Swedish cities, and perhaps each of our Hromadas, our towns, could have 5-10 partners in Europe, so that we could think how together how we could help the Ukrainian small cities and towns. It's a massive task, but we will manage. We will fight. We will fight for every meter of our land, so that we could manage to win, so that never again Russian aggressor would create problems not just for Ukrainians, not for other European cities. That is our mission. We don't know what to expect, what is waiting for us in the future, but we have got faith. We have got faith that we will win. Never give up. And that will be not just our victory, it will be a victory of the democratic world, of all of us. Only together, only united, never give up, only victory. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Ivan Fedorov, the Mayor of Melitopol. Dear Mayor, you and some of your colleagues were kidnapped by the Russian army. From the very first moment, we all called for your immediate release. And together, we have to keep the attention of the international community on the fate of your fellow colleagues. And you represent a real defender of the values and in the principles that we believe in. You represent, and you are, a real defender of democracy and of Europe. We pay great respect to you and all of your colleagues. The floor is yours, Mayor. Mayor Fedorov, you have the floor.
President, dear colleagues, thank you for invite. Thank you that possible to speak today with you, and of course, greatest thank you to help in my release. I'm a mayor of a not very big city that's situated in the southeast of Ukraine. The population more than 300,000 of citizens in our region. And 24th of February to our city, as to all our country, comes the second way of war with Russian Federation. Why I tell the second way? Because war starts in 2014.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. It is 8:17 here on the East Coast, and you are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to a live event coming into our newsroom from Brussels, Belgium. This is live at the European Union headquarters, where we are listening in to mayors from Kyiv and Mariupol virtually at the European Committee of Regions as they hold discussions on Ukraine, again with video participation from the mayor of Kyiv, also the mayor of Mariupol, and the mayor of Melitopol. We also are keeping a live look at the White House as President Biden is set to give the eulogy at the first female Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright's funeral later today. We'll be bringing you those remarks live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Also, earlier this morning, a really exciting event here in Florida. The SpaceX successfully launching NASA's Crew 4 to the International Space Station from the Kennedy Space Center here. We'll play you that launch in full a little bit later on in the show. But I do want to cut into this press conference with a bit of breaking news that is coming into our newsroom right now live as we speak. We do want to bring to you this. And I do want to bring this volume down to make sure that you guys can hear me correctly. This is a statement that was just released by the White House confirming a report that we can now bring to you live. A statement from President Joe Biden on the release of Trevor Reed. For those of you that are not familiar with the situation, Russia and the United States today carried out a dramatic prisoner exchange, trading a Marine veteran jailed in Moscow for a convicted Russian drug trafficker that was serving a long prison sentence here in the United States. As part of this exchange, Russia have officially released Trevor Reed, a former Marine from Texas, who was arrested in the summer of 2019 after Russian authorities said he assaulted an officer while being driven by police to a police station following a night of heavy drinking. Reed was later sentenced to 9 years in prison by Russian authorities, though his family always maintained his innocence, and the U.S. government has described him as unjustly detained. Well, we can report to you now, live, raw, and unfiltered, that President Joe Biden has confirmed his release. We do want to scroll through this statement here. As you can see, it is coming in live from the White House website, and we'll read it aloud here. Today, we welcome home Trevor Reed and celebrate his return to the family that missed him dearly. Trevor, a former U.S. Marine, is free from Russian detention. I heard in the voices of Trevor's parents how much they've worried about his health and missed his presence. And I was delighted to be able to share with them the good news about Trevor's freedom. I'm grateful for the tireless and dedicated work of the Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, Roger Carstens, U.S. Ambassador to the Russian Federation, John Sullivan, and many others across our government to ensure that Trevor came home safely. The negotiations that allowed us to bring Trevor home required difficult decisions that I do not take lightly. His safe return is a testament to the priority my administration places on bringing home Americans held hostage and wrongfully detained abroad. We won't stop until Paul Whelan and others join Trevor in the loving arms of a family and friends. So this is a bit of breaking news coming into our newsroom. Trevor Reed has been released as part of a prisoner swap, and this is confirmed by the White House themselves this morning. We do want to bring you back out live to our triple box view and send you back to Brussels, Belgium to listen in live to this EU meeting. Let's listen in.
Had very strong answer. First of all, they said me that they want to save Russian language. But it is a very stupid reason, because in the south and east of Ukraine, 95% of Ukrainian citizens speak on Russian, and we have no such problem. Second reason, they said that they want to make us free from Nazism. I asked them, I'm 33 years old, and I can't find anyone Nazist in Ukraine. Who is it? But they answered that you don't know, but many Nazists. But now I know who who is Nazist in Ukraine, how it think Russian soldiers. Nazist, it's all Ukrainian patriots, all of us, who love our country, who love our cities, who love our streets. But patriots, it's good. Nazism, it's not good, but we have no Nazism in Ukraine. And third reason, they said that we, as legally elected representatives, beat our veterans of the day of victory, 9th of May. It's very stupid too, because I asked them, please show me the video, and they can't do it. But now, situation more better, because when Putin understood that we don't want to give him support, he can't take support from our legally elected representatives, our civilian citizens. Now he starts to make genocide. And now we can't deliver humanitarian aid to our cities. Now we can't deliver pharmacy to our cities. Now we can't evacuate civilian citizens who want to leave occupied cities. But most important thing, he started to fully destroy our cities. For example, city of my colleague, Vadim Boychenko, Mariupol, and many other cities. But in Ukraine, all of us know the reason why Putin came to Ukraine. Because in European development. That's why now Putin comes with war to Ukraine. And of course, I want to ask you support. Now more than 50 our you to be a leader, to make a huge PR company of it, because it's very important for those our colleagues who now on a prison. And of course, I want to ask you assist us to rebuild our cities. Now more than 1,000 cities was liberated from Russian soldiers in Kievsky, Chernigovsky, Sumsky, Zhytomyrsky region. And now many our citizens on your cities, but all of them want to come back to our Ukrainian cities. But we must prepare these cities to comfort life of our citizens. Of course, I want to say thank you for your support. Thank you for your trust to Ukraine. And thank you that you united with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to give the floor now to Ms. Tetiana Yegorova, the chair of the...
Thank you very much. Dear Chairman, dear colleagues, it is a great honor for me to be here today, to be sitting in this hall. It's very important for us to see your support the support of the Committee of the Regions. And indeed, the President Zelensky is conducting the regional congress in Ukraine. I will participate in it as well. And indeed, the resolutions to support Ukraine, which you'll adopt today, will be key for us. I would like to talk about our mayors. You have listened to them. You have to understand that our people, our nation, are very proud of our mayors, are very proud of our president, Volodymyr Zelensky. Not a single mayor has left his city, his town, his position. They're all doing everything so that our people could live in the cities and towns which are not occupied. Putin thought that Ukraine could be divided into east and west, that he could bite off the territory, but he was mistaken. This invasion united Ukrainians. We are united more than ever, and we believe in our victory, the victory over the Russian aggression. It won't be just the victory of Ukraine, it will be the victory of the world. We can see that the whole world is united around Ukraine. And he thought it wasn't possible, but it happened only thanks to you, dear colleagues, dear partners. It is thanks to your support that our citizens can believe in our victory. Thank you for supporting our presidents, our regional councils, our heads of hromadas, our mayors. We understand it's a massive pressure for you. It's a massive pressure when you receive our refugees, when you give them support. But I can assure you that once we get the victory, our citizens will go back because they're temporarily displaced. And you can see the results with Irpin, with Bucha, with Ostomel, which are the places of genocide. People were returning, were coming back en masse. At the moment, we are indeed facing the historical element of our Ukrainian nation. Life will prevail. And of course, the good will fight and prevail over evil. We can do it together with you, only with you. Our armed forces, our president are defending our nation, our women, our children. Many of our women have joined the armed forces so that everybody could see that we all together can fight for our independence. Ukrainian citizens have chosen the European path. The children from the very early age are learning about Europe, about freedom. We want our country to be well-developed and European. We don't want the so-called liberators of Russia to give us their view of the world. Thank you so much for your support and for your resolutions which you'll adopt today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. I would like now to ask our staff to play us the videos on the testimonials that we had on the ground, the productions of the Committee of Regions.
Меня при взрыве отбросило из зала в спальню, коляска не перевернулась, вылетели все стекла, посеклась мебель, но я и птичка моя остались живы.
Я не думала, что я в свои 18 лет окажусь в такой ситуации, и я надеюсь, что это закончится поскорее, и я вернусь к себе домой, главное, чтобы было куда возвращаться. Поки що в Дрогобичі спокійно, але коли лунає тривога, то вже серце не на місці, тому що знаєш, що твою країну просто знищують. Я надіюсь, що мій дом залишиться цілим.
we went to Poland to bring some sleeping bags, some sleeping mattress, and some backpacks for refugees.
We have a van that we can fit 6 people in, and we're prioritizing people who have like kids with disabilities.
We try to give them the necessary medical help as much as we can in a primary level, and if we have something that is very serious, we have to immediately send them to the hospital.
Uchodźcy najbardziej potrzebują osoby, która podejdzie do nich i powie im, że już są bezpieczni, że wszystko będzie dobrze, że dostaną wszystkiego, czego potrzebują, że ktoś im pomoże dalej i że nie są w tym wszystkim sami.
I to jest bardzo mocna pomoc, naprawdę. Naprawdę wy stali nam jak braty.
Welcome to our shelter for refugees.
Today things have changed. Europe has learned from its mistakes. My dear colleagues, the help has been significant. Help is coming from all over Europe. From most of the 240 regions and the 90,000 municipalities of Europe today, help is coming here, in Ukraine, in border regions like the ones in Poland. And this is European solidarity. Thank you. We will now move to the second part of our debate. I would kindly ask Commissioner Ferreira to join us here on the podium. Dear Commissioner, dear Elisa, welcome back to the European Committee of the Regions. And first of all, I want to thank you for your relentless work and for being with us in this important debate. We have listened to mayors, governors, civil servants, volunteers from Poland, Romania, Hungary and Slovakia during our visit 2 weeks ago in the border areas in the Polish region of Podkarpacie, and we heard them talk to us about the need for available EU funding that would have limited impact on their capacity to provide shelter, schooling, medical care, education, social and psychological support, unless there is drastic simplification measures to make it easier and faster to access these funds. Second, since regional and local authorities would be eligible for funding under 5 different EU programs, the use of EU funds is far too complex and bureaucratic. It is absurd to expect fund managers to cope with 5 different regulations and liaise with 5 different European Commission's offices alongside with national governments, departments to receive funding in time. They need more a single access point and increased technical assistance.
Just past the 8:30 hour here on the East Coast, and if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to a European Union meeting in the EU headquarters in Brussels, Belgium. This is the European Committee of the Regions holding a discussion on Ukraine with virtual participation from various mayors who are currently on the ground in Ukraine, including but not limited to the mayor of Kyiv, the mayor of Mariupol, and also the mayor of Melitopol. We were listening in live, raw, and unfiltered, but if you are just joining us, we do want to get you up to speed on all of the breaking news that we are monitoring this morning. We can report that earlier today, SpaceX successfully launched NASA's Crew 4 to the International Space Station from Kennedy Space Center. We do have that full launch for you that will play a little bit later on in the show, so definitely stick around for that. We can also report that, of course, today is day 63 of the war in Ukraine, and Russia has cut gas supply to Poland and Bulgaria. The European Union is slamming that as gas blackmail. We are listening into a European Union meeting live now. We can also report that later on today, President Biden is going to speak at the funeral for the first ever female Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright. That funeral is set to begin at 11 Eastern. We'll be there live, as we always are, for top events, not only stateside, but worldwide. We do want to cut in here, though, to bring you a piece of breaking news that has just reached our desk. We did break this just moments ago, but if you are just joining us, we want to be sure that you also are aware of the latest news coming in to our newsroom. We can report that Russia has released U.S. Marine Trevor Reed as part of a prisoner swap. Now, this is, once again, like I said, breaking news, but Russia and the United States carried out a dramatic prisoner exchange on Wednesday, trading a Marine, and that Marine is on your screen right now, Trevor Reed, in exchange for a Russian drug trafficker serving a long prison sentence here in the United States. This was, once again, a part of an exchange, and Trevor Reed, for those of you not familiar with his situation, he is a former Marine from Texas who was arrested in the summer of 2019 after Russian authorities said he assaulted an officer while being driven by police to a police station following a night of heavy drinking. Reed was later sentenced to 9 years in prison by Russian officials, though his family always maintained his innocence, and the U.S. government has described him as unjustly detained. Now, we can report some good news for not only Trevor himself, but for his family, that he has officially been released here. We do want to pull up the entire statement from the White House, not only confirming this prisoner exchange, but confirming the details. Always great to hear from the President of the United States himself. And I do want to pull up this statement for you here. Once again, we are live on the White House website here, and President Biden says, quote, "Today we welcome home Trevor Reed and celebrate his return to the family that missed him dearly. Trevor, a former U.S. Marine, is free from Russian detention. I heard in the voice of Trevor's parents how much they've worried about his health and missed his presence, as I was delighted to be able to share with them the good news about Trevor's freedom. I'm grateful for the tireless and dedicated work of Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, Roger Carstens, U.S. Ambassador to the Russian Federation, John Sullivan, and many others across our government to ensure that Trevor came home safely. The negotiations that allowed us to bring Trevor home required difficult decisions that I do not take lightly. His safe return is a testament to the priority my administration places on bringing home Americans held hostage and wrongfully detained abroad. We won't stop until Paul Whelan and others join Trevor in the loving arms of family and friends." And we do want to once again pull up Trevor's photo here on your screens and welcome him home. Once again, breaking news. Russia has released U.S. Marine Trevor as part of a prisoner swap. This is information we are just learning in our Live Now from Fox desk. But as promised, we do always monitor all of the live events coming into our newsroom, and we do want to send you back out to Brussels, Belgium, and listen in to this meeting where we have heard some really compelling storytelling and really compelling insight from mayors on the ground in Ukraine. They are now going to begin this debate, so let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here.
To the tune of some 23 billion euros. And now we are mobilizing support for refugees and for those supporting them. CARE, we called it CARE, as the previous instrument was CRE, but CARE stands for Cohesion's Action for Refugees in Europe, was the first proposed on the 8th of March, with additional elements added over the following weeks to keep pace with events on the ground. The package was adopted with the support that I keep thanking from the European Parliament, from the Council, and with the positive engagement of the Committee of the Regions and the Economic and Social Committee, but on the 9th and 14th of April, so Member States can already make use of all the elements that are included. Of course, I'm referring to CARE, and CARE adds to other instruments of support. Each of them is different from the other and covers a specific area, like the macro-financial assistance, the Asylum and Migration Fund, the Temporary Protection Directive, which is not a fund, it's the legal status of Europe for the first time having activated this directive to create conditions of legal certainty for the refugees that are treated in all member states as citizens of Europe for 1 year, and it can be postponed, or prolonged, prolonged, not postponed. And also the European Peace Facility that also for the first time was activated to support a specific problem in Europe. And we are not yet discussing rebuilding. That will be another area for the future. So going back to CARE, CARE gives Member States the flexibility to use remaining funds under the 2014-2020 cohesion programmes, and we are talking about an execution rate on average at about 63% of the total funding that can be executed until 2023, as you know, as well as unprogrammed funding under REACT-EU. And REACT-EU, as you know, is 50 billion. So there is a part of REACT-EU that is still not programmed. You may ask, why the 2014-2020 programs and REACT-EU and not the 2021 programs? The answer is quite easy. In the interest of speed, because under the 2014-2020 programs and REACT-EU, funding is immediately available. It is there. And the structures to manage it are in place. So we can use this money to serve refugees and those receiving them without delay. In what concerns the 2021-27 partnership programs, as you know, they are still being negotiated, with the exception of Greece, that already in the summer had the agreement done. Of course, we have a set of programs in the final phase of negotiation, but the truth is that the money is not immediately operational. We are maximising the impact on the ground by taking 3 key measures to mobilise support quickly and effectively. First, all investments under this facility, this reprogramming, this emergency reprogramming, under CARE are retroactively eligible right back to the 24th of February, so the date of the Russian invasion. Second, we have changed legislation, and we have extended the possibility of 100% co-financing to the current accounting year until the 30th of June of this year. So until then, you can finance 100% of whatever costs you have to incur with the accommodation of the refugees. This will alleviate the burden on public budgets, of course. Thirdly, and to allow for immediate liquidity, pre-financing under REACT-EU has been increased, so the advance of money increased for all member states from the already high rate of pre-financing of 11% to 15%. But for the 9 frontline member states, those that have a direct border with Ukraine, or for those member states that have an inflow of Ukrainian people above 1% of their own population, these frontline member states and these overloaded countries with refugees, they can immediately receive 45% of the REACT-EU investments for 2021. So this is an anticipation. This unprecedented pre-financing should release around, according to our calculations, up to 3.5 billion euros for the euro, and this is just the pre-financing, in additional liquidity. In my visit to Poland, I stressed that this support must reach the ones that on the ground are acting. So this must reach the regions, the cities, the NGOs, the families who are bearing the burden of the work. We have also taken 3 key measures to simplify operations. First, either fund, the European Regional Fund or the Social Fund, can be used immediately for the greatest needs, regardless of the type of operations and without the need to have the bureaucracy to transfer funds from Regional Fund or Social Fund. So, in a nutshell, the European Regional Fund can immediately support operations of the type of the European Social Fund and vice versa. Second, and in this dimension, we are trying already to give an answer or a partial answer to the request of the Committee of the Regions as expressed by President Tzitzikostas. We have already set up a dedicated website which serves as a one-stop shop in which together Regio, employment and home funds get together. And with this platform, we are trying, in fact, to create one-stop shop, answering questions from local authorities and providing guidance on the best possible approach to tackle this new challenge. As also you just mentioned, but you had mentioned it before during our meeting in the Polish-Ukrainian border. As always, also my services stand ready to assist you in any way you can, but we have already made this move. Third, we have proposed, because for certain of these potential beneficiaries, these local people, they cannot issue all the papers and bureaucracy and the invoices that usually we request for the funds. What we have created is a simple reimbursement on the basis of a unit cost, starting from the date of arrival of a refugee, of an Ukrainian person, be it a child or an adult or an elderly person in the Union, and this is so you just have to show that the person was there and for how long it was there. And you can ask for a reimbursement of 40 euros per week. So it depends on for how long, and this can be added up to the other instruments that I just mentioned. This will make it faster and easier to provide refugees with basic essential items, as well as to reimburse families and people that are really doing this work. In addition, through the neighbourhood instrument, we are currently supporting over 260 projects, so these cross-border projects involving Ukrainian beneficiaries, such as municipalities, rescue and border authorities, hospitals, social centres, small and medium companies and schools. So we have immediately suspended, after the invasion, the Interreg, all these Interreg investments in Russia and in Belarus. And we plan to do everything to channel further support to Ukraine through our 1,000 existing partnerships between regional and local authorities and Ukrainian border regions. So here again, this is something that is relevant, I think, for a lot of the regions of Europe and municipalities that are close to the border. Dear colleagues, this is what we are doing so far, but in the longer term it is clear that we must do more. Cohesion policy has been once again, I think, an inadequate first responder, and we are constantly monitoring the situation to assess the best way to support the evolving needs of our regions and of our local authorities. This is yet another situation without precedent. After the COVID pandemic, we are facing an all-out war in the European continent. We are also seeing the largest ever refugee crisis. Close to 3 million people, I think more than that, left their homes, but more than 3 million people are fleeing the war and entering the EU in the past 2 months. They are now among us and need to be temporarily or more permanently integrated. Cohesion policy will assist and is assisting these efforts. But we also know that the true strength of the policy lies in long-term transformation, of which the regional and local actors are champions. So, as we finalise the new cohesion programmes, let us factor in the war in Ukraine. Let us set up the long-term structures to welcome refugees, and let us take this as a timely reminder of a broader point, that in a changing world, we must look out for the regions of Europe. Changes and crises have a territorial impact.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. It is 5 minutes until the 9 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, and we were just listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to a meeting live in Brussels, Belgium, the European Committee discussing the latest on the ground in Ukraine. Unfortunately, we did momentarily lose that feed. We'll work on getting it back for you. We're going to start.
Your country, like mine, has a long experience in providing shelter to refugees and migrants, as we have been and as we still are on Europe's front line. And once again, we need to make clear that migration is not an issue that the bordering member states and cities should be facing alone. It is a European issue to be tackled united by sharing the burden, as this it is the only way to efficiently manage it. And if we go back to the previous migration crisis, I have to admit, and we have to admit, that we felt very lonely. Europe was not there by the side of the cities, the regions, and the countries in the borderline. But today things have changed. Europe is learning from its mistakes. And this is the strength of the European Union. And this is exactly what European solidarity is about. So it's a great honor and pleasure to welcome you here, Mayor Gualtieri, and I really think that collaborating together has brought very important results for Rome, but also for the European Committee of the Regions. So welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Apostolos. Thank you, Mr. President, dear friend Elisa, dear colleagues and friends, dear chairwoman of the Kharkiv region and the other mayor that has touched our hearts with your words. Let me thank you for having organized this very important session on Ukraine, which is a concrete example of what you mentioned as, diplomacy and work that local authorities, cities, region can do, complementing what the EU institution and member state are doing and giving a very added and extra value. First of all, of course, I would like to express the strongest condemnation of Russia's brutal, unacceptable military aggression against Ukraine, Rome and its citizens, as we all stand with Ukraine and its people. Our heart is full of grief in front of the unspeakable suffering the war is causing to the Ukrainian people, in front of the violence and destruction it is bringing to its cities, towns, villages.
9 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we do want to welcome you into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to a meeting currently occurring in Brussels, Belgium. This is a meeting that we just heard live from various mayors in Ukraine, including the mayor of Kyiv, the mayor of Mariupol, and also the mayor of Melitopol. The European Committee of the Regions holds discussions on Ukraine with virtual participation from those mayors on the ground in Kyiv. We also, though, want to get you up to date on all of the top stories that we are monitoring this morning. If you are just joining us now that it's 9 a.m. Here on the East Coast, we are getting breaking news into our newsroom, and that is where our coverage will begin. Trevor Reed has been released in a prisoner swap. The White House has confirmed this morning. Russia has released a former U.S. Marine in exchange for a convicted Russian drug trafficker. This is the latest news into our newsroom this morning. Russia released Trevor Reed, a former Marine from Texas, who was arrested in the summer of 2019 after Russian authorities said he assaulted an officer while being driven by police to a police station following a night of heavy drinking. Reed was later sentenced to 9 years in prison by Russian officials, though his family has maintained his innocence, and the U.S. government has described him as someone who was unjustly detained. In exchange for Trevor Reed, the United States agreed to return a Russian pilot serving a 20-year federal prison sentence in Connecticut for conspiracy, that is, to smuggle cocaine into the United States after he was arrested back in 2010 and extradited to the United States. We do want to read for you in full the president released the press statement released, that is, by President Joe Biden this morning, and I'll remove this lower from your screen so all of you at home can read along with me. Today, we welcome home Trevor Reed and celebrate his return to the family that missed him dearly. Trevor, a former U.S. Marine, is free from Russian detention. I heard in his voice of Trevor, in the voice of Trevor's parents, how much they've worried about his health and missed his presence. And I was delighted to be able to share with them the good news about Trevor's freedom. I'm grateful for the tireless and dedicated work of Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs Roger Carstens, U.S. Ambassador to the Russian Federation John Sullivan, and many others across our government to ensure that Trevor came home safely. The negotiations that allowed us to bring Trevor home required difficult decisions that I do not take lightly. His safe return is a testament to the priority my administration places on bringing home Americans held hostage and wrongfully detained abroad. We won't stop until Paul Whelan and others join Trevor in the loving arms of family and friends. So once again, this is a statement coming into our newsroom directly from the White House. President Joe Biden confirming the news that Trevor Reed has been released. He is now on U.S. soil, reunited with his family as part of a prison swap this morning. We also want to bring you images from an event earlier this morning that occurred
0. Ignition.
Right here in Florida. SpaceX has successfully launched Crew 4. And don't worry, I am going to play out the full launch for you because I know many of you tuning in absolutely love to see this type of footage. So worry not, you will be able to hear this entire launch in just a moment. But we do want to give you the details so you know what you're enjoying. Beginning a 16-hour trip to the International Space Station is what the astronauts on this mission are going to be enjoying, that is. SpaceX Falcon 9 sent a brand new Crew Dragon capsule and its 4 crew members up to the International Space Station, where they would be conducting new scientific research and discovering materials in science, health technologies, and plant science to prepare for human exploration beyond low Earth orbit. Truly an out-of-this-world site for an out-of-this-world mission. As promised, I do want to play this launch for you in full. It's about 10 minutes, so let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered to the events this morning.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. And liftoff. Go Falcon. Let freedom ring. Godspeed, Crew 4.
Vehicle is pitching downrange. Copy 1 Alpha. Stage 1 propulsion is nominal. Stage 1, throttle down. Vehicle is supersonic. Max Q. Stage 1, throttle up. Copy, 1 Bravo.
And there you have it, the scenes of the SpaceX launch that occurred just earlier this morning. We always love to see a successful launch, especially when you take into account the pretty impressive mission that these astronauts are on. They will now embark on their 16-hour journey to the International Space Station. We're gonna head back down to Earth, but we're still gonna stay worldwide, just not into space we go. We do want to report to you today that we are expecting to hear from President Joe Biden. He is going to speak later on this morning at the funeral of Madeleine Albright. Of course, she was the first female Secretary of State. Former President Bill Clinton, who made Albright the first female Secretary of State. He is also expected to attend the services, and he will also speak along with 2 other female state secretaries, Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice. Albright served as Secretary of State from 1997 to 2001 in Bill Clinton's second-term cabinet. The funeral will take place at the Washington National Cathedral, and we will bring those remarks for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We do also want to keep you up to speed on the latest news when it comes to the situation on the ground in Ukraine. And here we are monitoring day 63 of this invasion, and we can report today that Russia has cut off both Poland and Bulgaria from gas supply. Now, this is being condemned by the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who said Wednesday morning that Russia announces it would cut off gas supplies to Bulgaria and Poland, and she called this unjustified and unacceptable. She continued by saying, and it shows once again the unreliability of Russia as a gas supplier. She went on to call this a sort of blackmail in her statement. And all of this comes just a day after Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met in Germany with foreign minister leaders and defense ministers from over 40 countries. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more on this meeting and also on Antony Blinken's testimony from Washington. Let's take a listen.
That Russia's brutal invasion continues to inflict, Ukraine was and will continue to be a free and independent country.
That was Secretary of State Antony Blinken's message to senators during a hearing on Capitol Hill Tuesday, just back from his secret trip to the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv.
We've seen no sign to date that President Putin is serious about meaningful negotiations.
In a meeting with the United Nations Secretary General, Russian President Vladimir Putin blamed Ukraine for a breakdown in negotiations.
However negotiations take place, they are being held in an online format. I hope this will lead us to some positive result.
Blinken said the U.S. will continue to aid Ukraine and encourage other allies to do so as well.
We need aircraft to defend our sky, but we can do nothing with this. Anyway, we are happy to get anything.
But not all think enough is being done to stop Putin's army.
We need to bear in mind that the goal here is for the Ukrainians to win.
In Congress, it's expected the White House will ask for more funding to help Ukraine, but its swift passage is less certain now, with immigration and additional COVID funding on senators' plates.
I expect both sides to work in the same bipartisan way we did the first time to get a Ukraine supplemental done.
President Biden's nomination for ambassador to Ukraine, Bridget Brink, has officially been sent to the Senate. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Thank you to Lauren for that report. This is the latest video making its way into our newsroom today. A fire broke out in a 12-story apartment block in Kharkiv after it was struck by Russian shelling just 2 days ago, officials and local news said. This footage was released showing the fire blazing in this district of Kharkiv. And there you see residents looking in just complete awe and shock before it was extinguished by firefighters. According to the State Emergency Service, the building was struck shortly after 1 p.m. And the fire engulfed the entire 3rd and 4th floors of this, once again, apartment building. We do want to continue to check in with our reporters who are covering this story from all angles. Russia makes some small gains in eastern Ukraine as the United States asks world leaders to donate more weapons to the fight. Our Fox News correspondent Matt Finn has more from Lviv, Ukraine. Let's listen in.
Russian forces taken the Ukrainian city of Crimea after days of street-to-street fighting as the eastern offensive intensifies. Heavy fighting and shelling is now being reported throughout the Donbas region as the U.S. delivers more military aid. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin working on beefing up that process. He's hosting defense officials from 40 countries at a special summit in Germany aimed at providing more weapons to help stop the Russians, with Austin asking participants to come to, quote, a common and transparent understanding of Ukraine's security requirements.
We're going to keep moving heaven and earth so that we can meet them.
The secretary made headlines Monday when he said he'd like to see a weaker Russia that cannot threaten other neighboring countries. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov responding on Tuesday, claiming Washington is fighting Moscow in a proxy war, and once again raising the possibility of a nuclear confrontation.
NATO is essentially engaged in a war with Russia through a proxy and arms this proxy. The danger is serious, it's real, it shouldn't be underestimated.
The Pentagon pushing back on those comments, accusing Russia of raising tensions at a time when de-escalation is needed.
This is about Russia's unprovoked war inside Ukraine. It's irresponsible for a nuclear power like Russia to be talking about even the potential of escalating this into the nuclear realm.
And the UN Secretary General is in Moscow, expected to meet with Vladimir Putin before heading here to Ukraine later in the week. In Lviv, Matt Finn, Fox News.
And thank you to Matt for that report. Here is video of a high-stakes meeting yesterday between President of Russia Vladimir Putin and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who traveled to Moscow on Tuesday to meet face-to-face with Putin. Here you are seeing that iconic, very long table that we have seen in various videos. This is where Vladimir Putin meets with high-level officials. There's roughly 100 feet between these two individuals, these two world leaders, when they do sit on either side of this table, reportedly. This video was released by the Kremlin, and it shows Guterres and Putin meeting over a long table at the Kremlin in Moscow. A Guterres spokesperson later said that Putin had, quote, agreed in principle to the involvement of the United Nations and the International Committee for the Red Cross in the evacuation of civilians from that steel plant in Mariupol that we have been speaking about for quite some time now. In that previous piece, you referenced, we heard Matt Finn, that is, reference a high-stakes meeting that Defense Secretary Austin had in Germany. There have been various high-stakes meetings, and here we're seeing a video of yet another one between Vladimir Putin and the UN Secretary General. Well, we do want to play those remarks from Defense Secretary Austin after that meeting in full for you, because this is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We play you press conferences and statements in full so that you are 100% aware of every word that is spoken inside of these events. Let's listen in.
And you're us today. President Zelensky made that clear
Unfortunately, it does appear that there's something wrong with this clip here. We'll work on getting that back for you because it's very important for everyone to hear these types of press conferences in full so that you are hearing a 360-degree angle of the latest that is happening on the ground and the latest news that comes out of these press conferences and these high-stakes meetings. Now, we do have an exclusive sit-down interview that Secretary Austin did with our very own Jennifer Griffin from Fox News. Let's take a listen to this.
Secretary Blinken, there were Russian missiles that struck the rail lines, 5 spots along the rail line. You traveled out by rail. Were they targeting the U.S. delegation?
The railway writ large is a target that you'd expect for them to go after, but hard to say, and I doubt that they had specific knowledge of where we were at any one point in time.
Russia's Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said that the potential for a nuclear war is real. Do you consider this hyperbole, or is this a threat? Saber rattling and rhetoric like that is just unhelpful. Hard to say what's motivating Mr. Lavrov, but again, I think that kind of talk should be avoided. How would you respond if Russia used a tactical nuclear weapon? I don't want to speculate on any kind of response that we would make. What my job, Jen, is to offer the president a range of options for anything that happens, and I feel confident that I can do that no matter what happens. Yesterday, you said the goal is to weaken Russia at the end of this conflict. Why not say defeat Russia? We're not in a fight with Russia. Ukraine is in a current struggle with Russia, and what Ukraine desperately wants is to make sure that it can protect its sovereign territory. And we want to make sure that we're helping Ukraine do that. Was there anything you could have done to deter Putin? The Ukrainians had the types of things that they needed. They were successful in stopping the advance of the Russians in a number of places around the country and defeating the Russians in the north around Kyiv. Are you worried that this might turn into a proxy war between the U.S. and Russia? No, it's not. This is clearly Ukraine's fight, and Ukraine's neighbors and allies and partners are stepping up to make sure that they have what they need in order to be successful. How important is the next few weeks in the fight on the ground in Ukraine? It's absolutely important. Every day is important in a fight like this. But you don't believe that this will end in a nuclear war? I do not. Everyone that's in this neighborhood that's a part of the international community is going to do everything that's necessary to make sure that that doesn't happen.
And that was the latest update from Secretary Austin. We here on Live Now from Fox, we head out live to any live event or situation that is happening live, raw, and unfiltered. And we are getting in this video into our newsroom of a situation currently happening in Hollywood Hills. A tree has collapsed on top of an apartment building. This is actually coming in courtesy of our owned and operated station out in LA, KTTV. And this is a large tree that has fallen onto a building. It also has fallen on top of 3 vehicles, knocking down power lines. You can imagine quite the mess that this situation is causing out in LA. We are live there courtesy of our KTTV chopper. And there you see it, that very large tree collapsing and falling on top of not only the cars, but that apartment building. We do not have an update on any casualties, what this current situation is. We'll work on getting you an update from officials, but we did want to take you out live right now to this situation happening in Los Angeles. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll work on getting you more details on this and all of the top Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, 9:23 here on the East Coast. And we do want to thank you for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now. We are monitoring a slew of live events and also some breaking news coming into our newsroom and some pretty compelling images that we want to take you out live to right now. This is a situation on the ground in Los Angeles as we can report that a large tree has fallen on top of 3 cars and an apartment building this morning. This is happening in the Hollywood Hills, California area. We are working to get you the latest information from officials on the ground. We do not have a report on casualties, on injuries, but we can report that what we are seeing here is a very large tree that has unfortunately fallen not only on top of cars, but on top of that apartment building there. This is a situation very close to a highway. When the helicopter does pull out and give you a larger scale image, you'll be able to see just how close this is to a major roadway. And there you see officials working on the power lines that were damaged as a result of this situation. We're going to work on getting you more details here. And as soon as we do, we'll bring you back out live, raw, and unfiltered. We also are getting in a feed into our newsroom from authorities saying a man was shot across from Nationals Park on Wednesday by a person they say fled the scene in a black SUV. This is DC police giving us the latest update on that. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
No, I mean, not at this point. I don't think there's anything that could have been done. I mean, obviously, if you have a person who, whatever she was dealing with at that point, decide that she's going to shoot neighbors and that kind of thing. I mean, our police officers responded to the scene and dealt with the situation, when we arrived on Crittenden Street. The prior scene, the one at the work site, 2900 block of 14th Street, I believe it was, erratic behavior at work. Not exactly sure what contributed to that. Obviously, we have more work to do in that case, and that matter is under investigation.
And my last question is, we've had 2 murders and then this shooting in probably less than 24 hours. Just, we seem to be going through a pretty tough time.
Yeah, I mean, I've been very public about that. We are going through a very tough time, but I believe in this city. I believe in the people in this city, and I know that we can do better than what we're doing. When we talk about the incidents from last night, one of those, the stabbing death that we had last night, I was inside of a location. We have some information that we're working with, and I'm hopeful that we'll get to the bottom of that very soon. The other incident that occurred on the Astor Place, that was inside of another location. Again, I've been talking about this very publicly. I think when we look at the last 2 years, just kind of, where's the humanity for our fellow human beings? The reasons why people are being shot, the reasons why people are being stabbed, it's just a level of ridiculously that I have not seen in a very long time. And that's very disturbing to me as a law enforcement official. It's very disturbing to me as a father, very disturbing to me as a DC resident, right? Those things are very disturbing to me. And we're seeing these things, really all across the country. But I know that this city can do better than what we are doing as a whole. And I believe in the people in this city, and I believe that things will get better. Thank you.
And that was the tail end of an update from DC Police. We're going to work on getting you the full story here. But authorities say a man was shot across from Nationals Park. That was the police chief that just gave us an update. And all of this coming after a very deadly night in Washington, D.C., in the nation's capital. Authorities investigating after a woman and a man were killed in the district overnight in separate incidents. Police say a man was found shot in the doorway of an apartment building, and then also that a woman was also found dead after being stabbed in the hallway of a separate apartment building. So police in the nation's capital dealing with an uptick in violence. incidents. We did just get an update there from DC Police on a separate incident, so we'll work on getting you the details on all of these top stories that we are monitoring in around the country. Let's take a live now look at Washington, D.C. This time, the perspective of the White House. We are expecting President Joe Biden to speak later on this morning. He is going to give the eulogy at former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright's funeral. And so we will be bringing you those remarks live, raw, and unfiltered here on the show. We also want to head out live right now to the opening bell on Wall Street. We are just 2 minutes shy of stocks opening today, and we can bump up this volume a little bit to hear the commotion. Many of you know that the bell opens each and every day at 9:30 to signal that markets are trading. And it's been a big couple of days for the stock market, for the U.S. economy. The April sell-off continued on Wall Street yesterday. Investors digesting earnings report from leading companies and weighing concerns about inflation, in addition to the spread of COVID-19 in China. All of these things having an effect on the stock market, of course. And the big one, Elon Musk striking a deal to buy Twitter for $44 billion. This obviously having an impact not only on Twitter stock, on Tesla stock, and on the stock market as a whole. There you are seeing the cheers begin because the bell is about to open in just about 30 seconds. Mega cap stocks were among the biggest decliners yesterday, dragging the NASDAQ further into bear market territory. The NASDAQ is on track for its worst month since October of 2008. The Dow also tumbled yesterday, down 809 points. The S&P 500 lost 121 points, and the NASDAQ was off 514 points. So this is definitely a situation that we are going to be monitoring very closely, and now stocks are trading. We do want to bring back this stock market board here, and stocks are up within 20 seconds of the market's opening, up 180, 90 points and climbing. You know that this is a very fluid situation, so we'll keep an eye on the markets and all of the stories that come in correlation with the stock market. We are expecting more earnings reports from very big companies, including Twitter. We are expecting Twitter's first quarter report to come out tomorrow, so I'm sure we'll be covering that with our Fox Business team, as we always do. We're going to step away for a Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. Just past the 9:30 mark here on the East Coast, which means that markets are open, and we do want to keep a very close eye on their status after a big tumble yesterday. Markets are up. The Dow up 140 some odd points there, and this is going to be a big story today after they did tumble yesterday. The Dow closed down 809 points. The S&P lost 121 points. The NASDAQ was off 514 points, but they are up today. So as the markets continue to trade, we'll be sure to keep you all updated on the latest coming out of that. We also want to keep you updated on the latest when it comes to other top stories that we are keeping a very close eye on here on Live Now from Fox. Here's a live look at the White House. Just a reminder that at 11 a.m. Eastern time, we will be live at former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright's funeral. President Joe Biden is set to give the eulogy, and so we will bring you those remarks right here on Live Now from Fox. But keeping with our trend and our thought process on the economy, of course, reaction is continuing to pour in as Elon Musk announces his deal to buy Twitter, the world's richest man promising to prioritize free speech on the social media platform. Fox Business Network's Kelly O'Grady, she has the latest on this from Washington. Let's take a listen.
The deal is done. Elon Musk is set to buy Twitter for a price tag of $44 billion. And he says big changes are on the way, pledging to revamp the social media platform in the name of free speech. Musk saying he would be reluctant to censor content or permanently ban accounts.
I've heard lots of platforms say they want to be a free speech platform, and yet that means a lot of different things. It's just not possible to have a site where they allow everything that users submit to be published.
The Tesla CEO announcing his plans to develop new Twitter features, defeat spam bots, and authenticate all humans. His critics are branding his ownership as dangerous, threatening legal action, wealth taxes, and regulation.
The president has long been concerned about the power of large social media platforms, the power they have over our everyday lives, has long argued that tech platforms must be held accountable for the harms they cause.
Musk's supporters, though, cheering on his efforts, saying it creates a more even playing field.
The left doesn't want you to speak. If you don't agree with them, you're not allowed to talk. And if you try, they're going to attack you. They're going to try to cancel you. That all changes today with Elon Musk now owning Twitter.
Twitter co-founder Jack Dorsey tweeting his support of Musk, saying, quote, his goal of creating a platform that is maximally trusted and broadly inclusive is the right one. The social media giant now has roughly 6 months until Musk takes over. In Los Angeles, Kelly O'Grady, Fox Business.
And thank you to Kelly for that report. We also want to let you all know that Vice President Kamala Harris has tested positive for COVID-19. Her office issuing a statement just yesterday after she tested positive with both a rapid and a PCR test. We can report that they did go on to say that Harris has, quote, exhibited no symptoms and plans to isolate and work from her residence. Our Fox News correspondent Doug Lazader has more from Washington this morning.
Well, these rising cases are just adding to the debate here on Capitol Hill over COVID funding and restrictions at the border. Vice President Kamala Harris has COVID, but is said to be asymptomatic. Still, add her to the growing list of administration officials who have come down with the disease, including White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, who has had it twice. Attorney General Merrick Garland tested positive, so did the Commerce Secretary. Is it just a matter of time, then, before the president himself comes down with COVID?
I wouldn't say it's just a matter of time, but of course it is possible that the president, like any other American, could get COVID.
The CDC estimates that 60% of us have now had COVID, and cases have been rising in recent weeks. CNN reporting that Dr. Anthony Fauci has now backed out of attending this weekend's White House Correspondents' Dinner because of the risk.
COVID funding is a must-have.
On Capitol Hill, Democrats are anxious to secure more COVID response funding, but there is a big sticking point. Republicans and some Democrats are alarmed at White House plans to end the Title 42 pandemic restrictions at the border, which would likely create a new surge of illegal immigration. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas is set to testify on Capitol Hill today and tomorrow, and he will face heat from both parties.
I want him to tell me the plan. I want to know how we're not going to have a ton of folks who have got security risks coming over the border.
But in the meantime, a federal judge is expected to block the administration from lifting those border restrictions as the legal challenges continue. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And thank you to Doug for that report. From the latest in business to the latest when it comes to COVID-19 to the latest press conferences and the live events that we are going to be expecting today. We are back in court with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard as this $50 million defamation trial continues into week 3. We are expecting to hear more witnesses on the stand, and our very own LiveNOW from Fox's Daytona Everett broke down what happened yesterday as a look ahead to what we can expect today. Let's listen in.
I want to bring in legal analyst Nicole DeBoard. Nicole, this might not look good for the legal team of Amber Heard here because she is saying a lot. She's coming up against a lot for Johnny Depp in accusing him of a lot of the abuse that she's endured. And now with this psychologist going on the stand and saying this, what does this do for her case?
I think it's incredibly damaging for Heard's case because borderline personality disorder comes with a variety of complications. Most experts would testify that one of those complications could be delusions and essentially lying, therefore, about the things that they've experienced. They will also oftentimes testify that someone with borderline personality disorder has the tendency to become angry, have violent mood swings, and potentially become physically violent. So this is incredibly damaging testimony for Amber Heard's team.
So we're taking a look at Shannon Curry. She's a psychologist that was hired by Johnny Depp's legal team. And all those things you just outlined, Nicole, are things that Johnny Depp has been saying that during his testimony, he said she was actually the aggressor.
Exactly, and that would be consistent with the type of thing that we heard from this expert on the stand. And this diagnosis, again, bolsters Johnny Depp's side and really damages Heard's side in just a sweeping blow, in my opinion.
And I thought one of the interesting quotes from Curry today, she said that personality disorder seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. You'll remember testimony in the past from Johnny Depp saying that she had a fear of abandonment. Is that a correct analysis of personality disorder? I know you're not a psychologist, but you've dealt with cases of domestic abuse in the past, of sexual abuse.
We have seen experts in our practice testify about this very topic on many occasions, and it is not surprising at all to hear this expert talk about the fact that a person who has been diagnosed, or in her opinion diagnosed, with borderline personality disorder would be the one who initiates violence. And, you know, it may be for all kinds of reasons, but it is definitely something that I have heard experts testify about people with this diagnosis.
Do you think it's possible that Amber Heard's legal team kind of takes the same strategy and brings on their own psychologists, their own experts to kind of counteract what has been said on the stand against her?
I think they're definitely going to need to. I think that they did all they could to try to discredit this expert and make her seem not believable based on the way that she prepared for her testimony. But really, there was nothing wrong with the way that she prepared for her testimony. They're going to need to bring their own experts in to try to discredit that testimony with a new expert to say that they have a different opinion. So I think they're going to have to do something.
Obviously, Curry was hired on by Johnny Depp's legal team, which I have questions about how that selection process goes, because now Amber Heard's team saying, is it even right? Are you able to make an assessment that is not biased because you were seen going to dinner with Johnny Depp's team ahead of the trial? What does that selection process typically look like when bringing on experts such as this forensic psychologist?
So both sides are going to be looking for experts who are qualified, who have the necessary training and background to do the examination and ultimately render an opinion in their case. And so it's not abnormal at all for a qualified, competent, zealous legal team to do what they can to interview experts, to find someone who is competent to give the kinds of interviews necessary like they did in this case. I don't have any problem with them meeting with this expert to ask her questions in advance about her qualifications and testimony. That would be something that good lawyers would do to prepare for trial.
Well, there was one person who took the stand. We were just hearing from a Los Angeles police officer, Melissa Saines. She went to one of the penthouses that Depp owned back in May of 2016. This was just days before Amber Heard filed for that divorce and actually showed up to the courthouse seeking a restraining order against Depp. She says that she had a mark on her face. She had injuries. Well, the officer testifying that she didn't see any injuries at this time, just another mark against Amber Heard on this day of testimony here. What were your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. And you have an officer who was called out to the scene, and her own independent observations do not support that there was any kind of violence in the home on that day. She didn't see any injuries, and she didn't believe that a crime had been committed, and she left.
They're even going as far, I guess, Depp's team going as far as to say that Amber Heard faked her injury. Is that, I mean, those are pretty extreme words.
They're absolutely extreme words, but they're supported now by this officer's testimony and, quite frankly, the testimony of the expert that we also heard who gives this diagnosis of borderline personality disorder, because one of the complications, again, is delusional symptoms, that she could have delusions.
Right. And I guess I'm just curious, you know, with all of these witnesses, all these people taking the stand, what do you believe the strategy from Amber Heard's side is going to be? What do we have to look forward to? Because we're going to hear directly from her, of course, but we'll also have their own experts to testify.
I think you're exactly right. I think that we can expect to hear their own experts say that they do not agree that she has borderline personality disorder. And in fact, I think that we'll likely hear some attacks on Johnny Depp through the experts that we hear from Heard's side. So they're going to have to do what they can to repair the damage, and extensive damage to their legal case has been done. And after they do what they can to repair that damage, they're going to go on to try to strike their own blows against Depp's case.
All right, Nicole DeBoard, any last thoughts on this case moving here through the rest of the week?
You know, I believe days ago that we would likely see redundant testimony, but as this case has unfolded, each witness we've heard has offered something new and important to this case. So I really can't wait to see what the next witnesses have to offer in this matter.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, we'll be watching alongside you. Thank you so much for being with us here on the show. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me.
I want to bring in...
All right, thank you to our Daytona Everett for speaking with that expert as we continue to follow all of the latest news happening inside of that courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia. We do know that we are expected to get the feed as that trial continues here at around 10 a.m. Eastern time. So in just a couple of minutes, we're actually working to get it into our desk as we speak, because that is who we are and what we do here at Live Now from Fox. When we get a front row look inside of major stories, major trials, just like the Depp versus Heard trial, we can bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on our show. We also do want to take you front row to Washington, D.C. right now. This is a look inside of the National Cathedral. In just a little more than an hour, it is slated to begin at 11 a.m. Eastern time. A funeral for former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who was the first female to ever serve in that role, is going to be held this morning inside right here at the Washington National Cathedral. She died of cancer at the age of 84 back in March, and she served as the 64th Secretary of State from 1997 to 2001 under President Bill Clinton. The former President Clinton is expected to speak there, and again, we are going to hear from President Biden as well as other comrades that she had, and even her her own children. She did have 3 daughters. So we are monitoring that feed for you as well. We've also got stocks officially trading out in New York City up to start your Wednesday morning. We've seen a lot of wild swings there with the stock exchange, especially after the multi-billion-dollar deal between Elon Musk and Twitter. He is officially looking to buy the social media giant. We've seen a lot of reaction pouring in on Twitter as well as in other realms of the world about that deal. So we'll continue to follow that story for you as well. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to continue on with some more top stories. It was a major one that we have been following for a little bit now. New developments in the Rust movie set shooting that claimed the life of a cinematographer and also injured a director. We are getting an in-depth look at when Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger, allegedly, and we're going to give you the nuts and bolts of what happened with that as well. And then at the very top of the 10 o'clock hour, we'll run you through all of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, April 27th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from our Orlando studios, continuing to bring you all of the major top stories, breaking news, and live events that we are now getting into our desk. We are slowly approaching the top of the 10 o'clock Eastern time hour. And before we get into a major top story that we've been following, the latest developments in the Rust movie set shooting, I quickly want to walk you through what we've got going on here. So this is a Live Now look inside of the Washington National Cathedral, and at 11 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to get the funeral service underway for the former first female Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright. She passed away at the age of 84 last month. We are going to get a eulogy from President Biden, as well as hear from other top officials that she worked alongside with, including former President Bill Clinton, who initially gave her that role back in the 90s. And we're also going to hear from her own children. So be sure to stick around and tune in at 11 a.m. Eastern time. We will have full coverage from inside of this funeral service happening there in Washington, D.C. And at 10:20 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to be touching base live with Fox's Doug Luzader to kind of give you a look at what we can expect from today, as well as a look back at her life and legacy. We've certainly had tributes pouring in ever since we lost her back in March. We've also got a look right now at stocks trading this morning. morning. The Dow Jones up to start your Wednesday. Like I mentioned before the break, we've seen a lot of wild swings. It had dropped nearly 800 points on Monday. It also started low yesterday. So this is a good start to our hump day here. And we want to keep monitoring this for you on Live Now from Fox as we get it. We also do want to let you know, and if you were tuning in a little bit earlier into our show, we had been bringing you this live event out of Brussels, Belgium, and we're going to head out here right now. This is a European Union Commission meeting, and earlier we did hear from several mayors in major cities in Ukraine talking about the devastation that their towns have seen since the Russian invasion into Ukraine happened, and we've had some new developments this morning when it comes to some recent moves by Russia. So at the top of the hour, we will get you that information for you here on Live Now from Fox. But as promised, I do want to shift our focus here to some developments in another story that we followed very closely here on Live Now from Fox. It was only a couple of days ago that the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office released this video, this body cam video, as well as multiple photos and documents related to the fatal 2021 shooting on the set of the film Rust. So Fox News correspondent Nate Foy has more on what the evidence shows, the production company behind the film, what they are seeing as far as a $137,000 lawsuit by New Mexico health and safety regulators. So let's get that information for you here on Live Now from Fox.
You were in the room when the lady, when someone was
holding the gun, yeah.
Okay.
Newly released photos and videos give a closer look into what happened on the set of the movie Rust in the moments before and after the deadly October shooting.
Where's the props guy? Where's the props guy at?
Video shows actor Alec Baldwin rehearsing what would become a deadly scene. Baldwin is seen on video practicing his gun draw, that gun going on to fire a live round, killing cinematographer Helena Hutchins and wounding director Joel Souza.
We've done this for 2 weeks and we did it the right way every day.
Body cam footage shows the frantic moments after the shooting as first responders attempt to save Hutchins' life. In Baldwin's first interview with police, he says he has no idea how a live round got into the gun and that he was handed the weapon by the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Police saying previously, Assistant Director David Halls, not Reed, handed Baldwin the gun. All the rounds that are in there were either dummy rounds, no flash, cold rounds, or rounds with a flash. In the rehearsal, there should have been nothing. It should have been a cold gun with no rounds inside or dummy rounds, cosmetic rounds, no flash. I take the gun out slowly, I cock the pistol, bang, it goes up, she hits the ground, she goes down. Baldwin has claimed the gun went off without him pulling the trigger. Police offering no comment with the release of the files, only saying the investigation is ongoing. No word on if or when any criminal charges may be brought in this case. Reporting in New York, Nate Foy, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Nate Hoy for that report. Meanwhile, to go a little more in depth into this footage, these pictures, these documents that were released, our very own Andrew Kraft actually spoke with a firearms expert, kind of diving into the mechanics of Alec Baldwin allegedly pulling that trigger, claiming the life of a cinematographer and injuring a director, I should say, on set. So let's give you that segment here on Live Now from Fox. It was a really in-depth conversation and has a lot of good information as we continue to follow this story.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Earlier yesterday, we saw these new videos released from the New Mexico sheriff in Santa Fe, the fatal film set shooting of cinematographer Helena Hutchins by the actor Alec Baldwin. Well, the New Mexico sheriff investigating that described complacency, disorganization, and neglected safety measures in the making of the low-budget movie Rust. Santa Fe County Sheriff Adon Mendoza said today he's waiting on a forensic analysis of the weapon, projectile, fingerprints, and more from the FBI and state medical examiners before turning the 6-month-old case over to prosecutors to decide whether criminal charges will be filed. But these new videos offering yet more glimpses into what exactly went on the film set, and also shedding light on whether or not Alec Baldwin might be held culpable. Joining me now to discuss this even further, Stephen Gutowski, founding editor of The Reload, who's been really following this story ever since it happened. You joined us the night that this story broke, that the world got news of this, and there have been so many pieces to go through ever since that, back in October. Stephen, though, when we see these new videos, what strikes out to you?
Well, to me, the most important video in this collection that was released by the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office was the one of Alec Baldwin actually rehearsing the scene where Helena Hutchins was later fatally shot. And in that video, it shows him with his finger on the trigger of that revolver and manipulating the hammer, which can easily result in a round being fired.
Yeah, and I think you are referencing the video in question here from the film set. We can just kind of watch this as we talk over it, because one of my questions, and we've heard from Alec Baldwin since this all took place, either via his attorneys or himself, and I want to get your opinion on, with what Alec Baldwin has said publicly to what these new videos suggest actually took place. Are they reconcilable, or are there some discrepancies?
Well, the only thing that I would note before I get into that is that I talked to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department, Sheriff's Office today, and they said that this video that we're watching now does not include the actual moment where the round was fired. So that there's some possibility that something different happened at that exact moment. Because obviously Alec Baldwin has claimed that his finger that he never pulled the trigger of the gun. However, if you watch this video, you will see that when he draws this gun, and this is the same scene that they were rehearsing when the fatal shot occurred, you'll see that his finger is clearly depressing the trigger. Now, he may not have considered himself to be pulling the trigger, I guess, in a sort of semantic sense, but on a single action revolver like the one he's using in this scene, just having your finger holding that trigger down as you manipulate the hammer, if you pull it back and release it, that hammer won't catch on anything because the trigger's depressed, and it'll fire a round if there's a round inside of the gun, which clearly there was another area of negligence that is still unexplained for how the round got into the gun and was live, but you'll see here in a second as he pulls the gun from the holster that his finger is very clearly inside of the trigger guard and on that trigger. And there it is, you can see it very clearly. And when he does it again, the second time here, he actually will not only have his finger on the trigger, but you'll see him briefly pull that hammer back on the gun, which, again, if you pull that hammer back far enough with your finger depressing the trigger, it'll fire a round off. There you go. You could see how he pulled the trigger, or he's got his finger on the trigger, and he pulled the hammer back and released it with a round in the chamber underneath that hammer. That's going to result in, detonation of that round.
Yeah, and Stephen, you were kind of going to do somewhat of a demonstration for us. I know it was dark in that rehearsal video. For our viewers, though, as we just walked them through what you were essentially saying, give us a sense of what that exactly means and why, if there is a live round in the weapon, that it could go off based on how Baldwin was manipulating the weapon.
Yeah, so this is a single action revolver. It's the same style of gun that Baldwin was using on set that you could see in that video. And I have, cleared the gun, make sure it's unloaded physically and visually, and there's no one behind my camera as well. But you could see that Baldwin was holding the gun with his finger on this trigger. And then you can see him, from the angle that the video is taken of Baldwin, you have to look closely, but essentially he's pulling back this hammer and then releasing it. And as you can see there, if my finger's on that trigger, and I don't have to be putting all that much weight on it, and I pull this hammer back, it's going to release. And if there were a round in this gun, it would fire because of that.
And Stephen, that was video from one of the takes, one of the rehearsals from that specific scene. Now, when Alec Baldwin was being interviewed by ABC's George Stephanopoulos, he claimed to George Stephanopoulos that he did not have his finger on the gun when the shooting occurred. So either, he is misremembering this or not being truthful, or the rehearsal showed something different from the actual take that fired the fatal bullet.
Yeah, I believe the exact words he used, if I remember correctly, was that he never pulled the trigger. He may have said that he never had his finger on the trigger as well, but I thought he said never pulled it. Now, pulling the trigger and having your finger on the trigger may be slightly, different things in his mind. But the reality is, with a gun like this, if you're touching that trigger when you're pulling back that hammer, it doesn't take a lot of force. It doesn't require you to, strongly pull that trigger for it to go off. And there certainly is the possibility, as I said earlier, that during the actual fatal shot, that he did something different than what we saw on that video. But clearly, I think the most likely thing is that the trigger was depressed when he pulled that hammer back. He talked about pulling the hammer back for effect for the shot. Unless the gun itself had some sort of severe damage to the internal parts, the sears on the firearm, it would not fire without that trigger being depressed in the way that Alec Baldwin had described.
Yeah, and of course, the culpability question comes into play as well on whether or not charges will be filed on whether, who is at fault here? Is Alec Baldwin at fault here, or is the person who mishandled the weapon with a live round in the weapon, are they at fault? We know from a civil standpoint and a regulatory standpoint, the New Mexico State Office of OSHA has already fined the production, the maximum fine that it could, almost $137,000. And so that is still all playing out. But from the weapons standpoint, from how the gun was handled and this new material, this new video that we have gotten, just your final thoughts, Stephen, because we really hadn't seen much from the very, very immediate aftermath on set when police, when EMS were there. So this is going to be helping investigators, no doubt.
Certainly. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's not just Alec Baldwin's fault that this had happened. This is multiple levels of negligence for something like this to occur on a movie set. There should not have been live rounds on that set at all, certainly. And then everyone who touched that gun along the way honestly has a responsibility to ensure that it really is unloaded. And I think complacency got the better of everyone involved, in addition to perhaps rushing on a low budget movie that was trying to, finish filming as soon as possible to save some money. There were obviously, as you just mentioned, a lot of other safety concerns on that set. But clearly, if you are not diligent in the way that you handle firearms, it can result in somebody's death. And it did in this case, and it's terrible.
It is so tragic, and it's a story we'll be following here on Live Now from Fox. As always, Stephen Gutowski, we appreciate your insight into all of these matters. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
All right, a huge thank you to our very own Andrew Kraft for that in-depth segment regarding the body cam footage that was released by Santa Fe police in the Alec Baldwin Rust movie set shooting. So as we continue to get more developments in that investigation, we will certainly bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are officially a little past the top of the 10 o'clock Eastern time hour if you're just tuning into our stream. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday, April 27th. It's been quite a busy one, and it's going to get even busier. And I'm going to walk you through some live events that we've got going on here in just a moment. But first, I'm going to take you to the main one that we've got coming in. It looks like we're having a little bit of wonky feed issues here. That could just be a system error, but there we go. It's clearing up just a little bit. So we're taking you live inside right now of the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. Now, that is because a funeral for former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who was the first female to ever serve that role, is going to be held this morning inside right here on Live Now from Fox. It's set to begin at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, President Biden is going to be leading this eulogy, but we are expected to hear from others, and we're going to see a lot of top lawmakers and comrades of Albright in attendance, and you can see they're already entering the cathedral, looking to take their seats. So to go a little more in depth of what we can see here in just less than an hour, I do want you to stay in Washington, D.C. We are going to welcome in Fox's Doug Lazater, who has been following this story since we first lost her at 84 years old due to cancer last month. Doug, thank you so much for joining us here this morning. Certainly a memorial service that everyone will be watching, as such a prominent woman in U.S. history. Like I just mentioned, we do know that President Biden is going to be leading this service, but who else are we expected to hear from and even see today?
Yeah, she lived a very large life, and this is going to be quite a send-off today. As you mentioned, President Biden will be there to pay tribute, as will President Clinton. President Clinton was, of course, the one who initially appointed her, nominated her to be Secretary of State back in 1997. Former Secretary of State and former First Lady Hillary Clinton will also be there. She would eventually kind of follow in Albright's footsteps. But it's going to be quite an event. I mean, she was kind of a fixture around Washington, and there are a lot of folks that, saw her as a big trailblazer. So we're going to see a lot of folks kind of from the foreign policy realm, former State Department folks that will be attending this funeral today. And, she was a large figure in her day and still loomed large even after she left office.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of want to go into, Doug, because, she was appointed by, like you said, former President Bill Clinton as the first female Secretary of State back in 1997. And at the time, she was then known as the highest ranking woman in the U.S. in history of the U.S. government. So obviously, women have come such a long way because of her efforts. And can you really put into context just how much she really accomplished during that role and throughout her career?
Well, you look at that era, and when she was, nominated and then became a Secretary of State in '97. Prior to that, she served as the UN ambassador, and prior to that, she was with the State Department. So she had a career in foreign policy. She was well regarded around here. That's kind of the era where I really first began paying attention to news quite a bit, and I remember her presence at that time. And the world was changing then. The Soviet Union had recently collapsed. She was kind of part of kind of carefully establishing what would ultimately be a new world order of sorts. She had an interesting background. She was actually born in Czechoslovakia. So even though, as you mentioned, she was the highest ranking woman to ever, she reached the highest rank ever for a woman at the time within the U.S. government. But there was a ceiling for her because she was not born in the United States. So she could not, for instance, go on and become president, although later in her life there was talk about her possibly running for president of Czechoslovakia. It was an idea that she dismissed, but others were kind of putting it forward. But she was an interesting figure for any number of reasons, not the least of which her pin collection. She always wore a brooch, and they always carried some kind of symbolism. They were always kind of pertinent to the moment, and she would send sometimes not so subtle messages with her choice of jewelry, and that was certainly carefully followed. And her pin collection now, I believe, it resides at the Smithsonian.
Yeah, and Doug, I also want to talk about the fact that she didn't stop after taking that very prominent role in history. I understand that she was also an author, and she was also a professor at Georgetown University. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, she remained an esteemed figure in foreign policy circles, and she's certainly been a fixture around here in Washington, and those are among the reasons why we're going to see such a huge turnout for this event today, from the president on down. And there are a lot of folks that trace their careers back to Madeleine Albright, serving again not just as Secretary of State, but as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and the State Department prior to that.
And, you know, Doug, we do have some feeds coming inside from the cathedral already. Also important to mention here for our viewers who may not know, I actually didn't even really know this myself. She actually served, she had a really long relationship with the cathedral. All three of her daughters attended school out there and graduated from the National Cathedral School. So this is really kind of just a full circle moment when it comes to, you know, honoring her life.
Well, we've certainly seen, you know, public figures have you know, big funerals at the Washington National Cathedral, which is, you know, quite an institution in and of itself, and it will be the scene of this send-off today. Obviously, very high security today, and also concern to some degree about the, you know, the spread of the coronavirus, you know, because of the spread that we've seen thus far, not just around the country, but specifically here in Washington and specifically within the administration as well. So there will be some protocols observed, no doubt, to ensure that this doesn't become a super spreader event. But nevertheless, this is going to be a very well-attended event, a send-off for Madeleine Albright today.
Absolutely. Well, we really appreciate you joining us here to talk a little bit more about her life and legacy and what we can expect today. So, Doug, thank you so much, and we'll be chatting with you again soon. Have a great day.
You too.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, taking you once again out to a look we have inside of the Washington National Cathedral. As Doug mentioned, Madeleine Albright really just paving the way for so many women, not only in politics, but just in general. And, you know, we do know that we are going to hear from her three daughters today, in addition from other prominent figures, including obviously President Joe Biden. We're also expected to hear from former President Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, as well as Condoleezza Rice. They are scheduled to speak here today. So we do know other senior officials expected include House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senator Mitch McConnell, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, and, you know, she's going to, her name will live on. I actually do have a different vantage point right now. I do believe that the current Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, is entering right now. He is returning from his trip to Europe. He did just head out to Ukraine along with Secretary of Defense Austin to meet with President Zelensky in Kyiv and talk about military aid to the Ukrainian military. So again, if you want to stick around, certainly we will be streaming this funeral service for you here. Lots of prominent eulogies taking place inside of the Washington National Cathedral to honor the life of the first female Secretary of State in the United States, Madeleine Albright, at her funeral service. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to be live inside of a courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia. We officially have the Depp first heard defamation trial, the multi-million-dollar defamation trial between Pirates of the Caribbean actor Johnny Depp against his wife, his ex-wife, I should say, Amber Heard, happening out there in Virginia, right down the road from Washington, D.C. So stay with us. We'll have that for you when we come back. Good morning, everybody. You are watching Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday, April 27th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We have got a busy morning ahead here, and afternoon, I should say. But I do want to let you know what we've got going on here before we take you out live to a courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia, where Johnny Depp is back inside of the multi-million-dollar defamation trial against his ex-wife, Amber Heard. We are going to head out live right now to Washington, D.C. first, though. That is because in less than 45 minutes at this point, we are going to bring you live inside of the National Cathedral as a funeral service for former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who was the first female to ever serve in that role, will be held this morning here on Live Now from Fox. It is set to begin at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, Albright died of cancer at the age of 84 last month, and she served as the 64th Secretary of State from 1997 to 2001 under President Bill Clinton, after serving as the U.S. ambassador to the UN from 1993 to 1997. Now, President Biden will give a eulogy at the funeral, and we are expected to hear from both former President Clinton, who is the one who gave her that role of the first female Secretary of State in U.S. history. We're also going to hear from former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice. They are scheduled to speak, as well as Albright's 3 daughters. So her family obviously in attendance as well. Now, she actually, to give you a little history background here, she's had a long connection with Washington National Cathedral and its schools. Her daughter attended, her daughters all attended schools out here. And, you know, we were touching base with Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater before that quick commercial break, and he said that this is a huge church and a place of worship where we do see a lot of, you know, prominent figures, prominent lawmakers have funeral services when we lose them. So other senior officials you're expected to see here include House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senator Mitch McConnell, Republican Minority Leader, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. He is back in the United States after returning from Germany. General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the CIA director, and Jake Sullivan, the national security advisor. Many of today's key national security figures counted Miss Albright as mentors in their life. She was a huge prominent figure when it came to you know, being out there in Washington, D.C. So be sure to stick around with us at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. The service is expected to get underway. But in the meantime, I do want to head out live to another event, trial, I should say, that we've been covering since the very beginning. We are back out in Fairfax County, Virginia, where Johnny Depp is no longer taking the stand. It does look like we are getting some virtual testimony here, but this is the trial in which Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million after she published an opinion piece in the Washington Post years ago accusing him of being an abuser. So we're going to continue listening into this trial here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll also keep some shots up of other events we're monitoring for you here, so you just know how live and worldwide we actually are today.
Hey, Aaron, good morning.
I said, yes, that is correct. At that time, we pressed enter and the call went off my screen, meaning it was completed.
Did you ever have anything come up on your screen again relating to this incident that evening?
Not that I recall.
All right. At the time that you closed out this incident on your screen at 9:22 on 5/21/2016, did you know that this call involved Johnny Depp?
No.
Did you, at the time that you closed this out on your screen, did you recognize Amber Heard?
No, I had no idea who she was.
And is it fair to say that you considered these people to be, quote, just citizens, end of quote?
That's correct.
Did you have any communications at all with Officer Gatlin or his patrol partner the night of May 21st, 2016?
No, not that I recall.
So the next thing we're going to go to is the CAD summary, which is at page 12 of exhibit number 3. And this is a CAD summary report, and it also has the name DFAR report at the top, and it's for 5/21/2016, and says specifically Officers Haddon and Officer Sines. Do you see that?
Yes.
Typically, when you would arrive for your shift, was there a period of time that you would do things maybe at the precinct or whatever before you get into your vehicle and log on and go forward?
Yes.
All right. What typically would you do back in 2016?
I would change, put on my uniform, and then I would have a roll call where we'd be given our assignments, and then we would stand in line and check out our equipment and check out our car, and then we have to go put our equipment in the car, and then wash the car, vacuum the car, gas the car, and then go and find out if there's any radio calls pending.
Okay. And so how long would it typically take for you to do all those things, from putting your uniform on through the time you start checking for radio calls?
I'm not sure. Approximately an hour.
All right. How many people, how many police officers, patrol officers were part of that roll call?
I don't know the exact number. I would say approximately 30.
Okay. And when you said you had to stand in line to check out your equipment, was it all 30 of those patrol officers that would get in line and check out their equipment?
Yes, and supervisors.
Okay. And what equipment were you checking out that night?
A shotgun, a less lethal shotgun, mics for our cameras inside the car, pouches for our mics, batteries for our radios, keys for the cars, taser. I think that's about it right now.
Do you have a recollection of there being cameras inside your car back on May 21, 2016?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, when you arrived at the penthouse, you saw that there was a female holding and embracing Ms. Heard, correct?
I believe it was when I was leaving the location, when we were getting ready to leave.
Okay. Now, you believed that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was being emotional, crying, was refusing that she was hurt, and she didn't know initially whether she wanted to file a report or not, and then she didn't want to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said that Officer Sines told you later that Ms. Heard called the number on the business card. Do you recall when Officer Sines told you that Ms. Heard called the number on the card?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall approximately how much time you spent at the penthouse speaking with either the male or with Ms. Heard, or looking at the premises that night?
I don't recall right now.
Do you recall roughly whether it was 15 minutes, a half hour, hour?
I don't recall.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 17. I'll just scroll down so you can see that. Hold on. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
I believe that's Ms. Heard.
All right. Is this the same person you saw on the night of May 21st, 2016, when you arrived sometime after 9:04 p.m.? And do you recall seeing the red marks that are reflected on this exhibit number 17 on Ms. Heard?
No, I was never this close to be able to examine her face.
You were never close enough to Ms. Heard to be able to examine her face? Is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. If you had seen this mark close enough to be able to see it, would you have believed you had an obligation to prepare a report?
No, because I don't know what this is from.
Would you agree it's a red mark on her face?
Yeah, from what I saw was red from her crying. There was no red marks from any other thing. It was consistent with her crying.
Does this look like a red mark that's from crying? Officer Haddon, in reviewing this picture, does it appear that there's an injury on Ms. Heard's face in this picture?
No.
You would say that doesn't evidence an injury?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't see an injury.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 18. And do you recognize this carpeting?
No.
Officer Haddon, what do you see in this picture?
I see stripes with some type of stains on to be a possible flooring.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of seeing stains on the flooring outside of Ms. Heard's penthouse that night of May 21st, 2016?
At this point, not that I recall.
And when you say at this point, not that you can recall, what do you mean by that?
It's 5 years ago. I don't remember.
Officer Haddon, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Haddon exhibit number 19. Do you recognize the business card?
Yes.
And tell me what you can recall of that.
Well, that's my handwriting, and those are our LAPD business cards.
All right. The next thing on there is refuse report. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Was it your understanding that Ms. Heard did not want to press charges?
She spoke with my partner, and that's what my partner advised me.
Okay. Were you ever in the room when Ms. Heard either, quote, refused report or refused to press charges?
I believe we offered her one final chance before we gave her the business card if she needed medical treatment or a report, and she declined at that time, and that's when we issued this business card.
And what did you mean by report?
An official investigative report.
Is that the victim's choice to write, whether you write an official investigative report?
Yes. A citizen can ask for a report for anything, essentially, with LAPD.
But do you have an obligation as an LAPD patrol officer to write a report if you see injuries or property damage?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
And when you say if there's evidence of a crime, would injuries and property damage constitute evidence of a crime?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
Okay. Is there something different about what you're saying than what I'm asking? Well, I'm trying to understand when I say if you see evidence of injuries and property damage, is that evidence of a crime in your mind?
Yes, if the person didn't do it themselves. I mean, I can damage my own property and it's not a crime.
Okay. Did you have any reason to believe that Amber Heard created any injuries to herself or to the property at the time you were there on May 21st, 2016?
No, because I don't recall seeing any damaged property or her obtaining any injuries or having visible injuries that I saw.
Now, it says advised can call at later time if changes mind. What, if any, discussion did you have with Officer Symes about what that meant?
Well, that goes with what I said earlier was a citizen can make a report about anything at any time. It's called an investigative report or just an incident report. So if she wanted to report, then she would call us back and we'll take a report.
But at that point, you have already written into your system that the victim advised verbal dispute only, correct?
Correct.
And you did not write a report or take pictures or create any kind of record, did you, of anything that transpired there?
Just the business part.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Haddon, to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 24. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Miss Heard?
Well, do you recognize her as Ms. Heard?
No, I had no idea who she was.
Do you recognize the person in this picture on Haddon exhibit number 24 as the person who was the subject of your and Officer Sines reporting to the Eastern Columbia building that evening?
Correct.
All right, so let's go to exhibit number 24. And what do you see in this picture with respect to whether there is any injury depicted on Ms. Heard?
I see a female white, fair skin with pink cheek.
I'm sorry, with a what?
Pink cheek and pink eyes.
All right. Do you recognize that as a potential injury on her face?
Knowing what our investigation revealed, no, it's that pink's consistent with Brian.
What do you mean by what your investigation revealed?
That it was a verbal dispute. And she refused that she had any injury.
And just so we're clear again, you were never in the presence of Ms. Heard when she at any time said it was only a verbal dispute, correct?
Correct.
Now, would you as a police...
Yes, sir.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. It is Wednesday, April 27th, and if you are just tuning into our stream, we've got several live feeds coming into our desk. It is officially a little past 10:30 a.m. Eastern time here. So what do we've got going on right now? Well, currently, to the left-hand side of your screen, you can see we are listening in as the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial, the defamation trial continues in Fairfax County, Virginia. Testimony first coming today virtually from a Los Angeles police officer named Tyler Haddon. He was one of the officers who responded to an alleged domestic violence incident between Heard and Johnny Depp back in 2016. So you can hear the attorneys there kind of helping him recount those events, what he did when he first got on scene, what his comrades and his colleagues did, because he was not alone at the time of the response to that situation, talking about what he remembers, what he saw. So this has been a trial that we've taken you inside of here for weeks now. And if we do move on to other events, which we will in just a little bit here, we do have Madeleine Albright's funeral set to begin at around 11 a.m. Eastern time. Be sure to tune into our Live Now from Fox YouTube channel. We've got the full trial streaming all throughout the day, live, raw, and unfiltered, because that is who we are and what we do. But as we are past the top of the 10:30 a.m. mark, I do want to take you through some of what we've got going on right now. So we are going to head out to the Washington National Cathedral. You could see Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin alongside General McKenzie there. We've got lots and lots of top U.S. officials inside right now and making their way to the pews there to honor the life and legacy of Madeleine Albright. She was America's first female Secretary of State who passed away at the age of 84 due to cancer just last month. Now, President Joe Biden is going to give a eulogy at the funeral. We're also expected to hear from a former President Bill Clinton, who did appoint her as the first female Secretary of State, I should say, back in 1993. 1997. She had that role from 1997 to 2001 under Clinton. That was after serving as the U.S. ambassador to the UN from 1993 to 1997. She had so many roles, it's hard to keep up with. Secretary Albright actually had a long connection with Washington National Cathedral and its schools. Her daughters attended school here, and they will be present today. We are expected to hear from them as well. As you can see, we've got a lot of top officials in attendance, like I just mentioned. You are seeing General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff. We're going to have the CIA director, Jake Sullivan, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Republican Minority Leader Senator Mitch McConnell, and then right here just moments ago you saw Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin back in the United States after he did head to Europe, first to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv, and then he went to Germany to continue discussing how we can continue to support the military out there as the Russian invasion has officially entered day 63. Meanwhile, we've also got some live events coming into our desk this morning. We do have House Democrats speaking live here in Washington, D.C. as well on Capitol Hill. So this is something that we're monitoring for you on Live Now from Fox. We've also got Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas testifying there in Washington, D.C. as well. We can take you out here right now. And it does look like we just lost that. No, we did not. Here we go. So we do have Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas testifying on Capitol Hill regarding the 2023 fiscal budget. So again, lots going on here on Live Now from Fox, but be sure to tune in at 11 a.m. Eastern Time because we will be taking you inside of Washington National Cathedral to honor the life and legacy of the first female Secretary of State in U.S. history, Madeleine Albright. Taking you through some other top stories that we are continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. This is something that we first broke to you a little more than an hour ago and are continuing to follow for you here. Speaking of Secretary of State, we've got our current Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, officially posting on Twitter after news first broke this morning of Russia releasing U.S. Marine Trevor Reed as part of a prisoner swap. So what do we have going on here? Well, we do know that the U.S. and Russia carried out a prisoner swap today, exchanging Trevor Reed, who is a Marine veteran jailed in Moscow, for a Russian drug trafficker who had been serving time in America. Now, we do have a full picture of Trevor Reed that we can show you here on Live Now from Fox. Again, he's a former Marine from Texas who was arrested in the summer of 2019 after Russian authorities said he assaulted an officer while being driven by police to a police station following a night of heavy drinking. He was later sentenced to 9 years in prison, though throughout the entire time, his family maintained his innocence, and the U.S. government had described him as unjustly detained. Now, Russia's foreign ministry said that he was released after lengthy negotiation processes happening in exchange for Russian national Konstantin, who had been jailed for more than a decade in the U.S. on drug smuggling charges. We also did have the White House releasing a statement for you here that we can show you on Live Now from Fox, saying that today we welcome home Trevor Reed and celebrate his return to the family that missed him dearly. Trevor, a former U.S. Marine, is free from Russian detention. I heard in the voices of his parents how much they've worried about his health and missed his presence, and I was delighted to be able to share with them the good news about Trevor's freedom. I'm grateful for the tireless and dedicated work of Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs Roger Carstens, U.S. Ambassador to the Russian Federation John Sullivan, and many others across our government to ensure that Trevor came home safely. The negotiations that allowed us to bring Trevor home require difficult decisions that I do not take lightly. His safe return is a testament to the priority my administration places on bringing home Americans held hostage and wrongfully detained abroad. We won't stop until Paul Whelan and others join Trevor in the loving arms of family and friends. So there you have it, a statement there from President Joe Biden on the return of Trevor Reed. That happened earlier today, and it was news that we first broke to you a little bit earlier on Live Now from Fox. Joe Biden soon heading into Washington National Cathedral here. This is another live look we have from inside as lawmakers start to gather for the funeral service for the first female Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, now happening here in just under 20 minutes. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with some more top stories, and we'll most likely be bringing you back inside of the courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia, as an LAPD officer who responded to an alleged domestic dispute between actor Johnny Depp and his ex-wife Amber Heard is testifying virtually before attorneys. So stay with us. All that Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox. It is Wednesday, April 27th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here live from Orlando, Florida. But we have been all over the world and even in space today. It's been quite a busy morning and will continue to get even busier as we've got several live feeds coming into our desk at this very moment. If you're just tuning into our stream, I do want to head out live right now to the Washington National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. Because a funeral for former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who was the first female to ever serve in that role, that's going to be held in just about 15 minutes right here in front of you on Live Now from Fox, set to begin at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, tragically, Albright died of cancer at the age of 84 back in March, and she served as the 64th Secretary of State from 1997 to 2001 under President Bill Clinton, after serving as the U.S. ambassador to the UN from 1993 to 1997. Now, former President Clinton will be in attendance and is expected to speak, but obviously President Joe Biden will be giving a eulogy, and then we will hear from those other speakers. We also plan to hear from former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, as well as Condoleezza Rice, our current Secretary of State Antony Blinken, also in attendance, and then obviously Madeleine Albright's family as well. We do know that we're expected to hear from her 3 daughters. Now, other senior officials expected, and some of who we've already seen here as they've started to trickle in into the pews and into this service that's going to get started here in just a couple of minutes. You should see House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Republican Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. We already just saw moments ago Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. He is back in the United States after heading out to Ukraine and Germany to meet with our NATO partners, as well as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to talk about the continued military aid and support that they want to show in the wake of this war as the invasion officially enters day 63. We are also going to see William Burns, the CIA director, Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, and many of today's key national security figures counted Ms. Albright as a mentor. She had such a role when it came to, making a mark in U.S. history, and she continued on even after she was done holding some of these prominent roles. She was a chairwoman of the National Democratic Institute for International Affairs in Washington from 2001 all the way up until her death last month. She also taught at Georgetown University, and she was a prolific author, penning 7 New York Times bestsellers. So as you can see, this cathedral is starting to get a little bit more packed each time we take you here. And be sure to stick with us, because in just about a little more than 10 minutes, we are going to stay live inside for her funeral service. Lots of major U.S. officials, top lawmakers expected to speak, as well as Madeleine Albright's family. We're also continuing to bring you inside of the courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia, as the Johnny Depp Pirates of the Caribbean actor, his trial, the defamation trial against his ex-wife Amber Heard, him suing her for $50 million after she published an opinion piece in the Washington Post years ago, painting him as an abuser. That is continuing here in Fairfax this morning. As you can see, somebody testifying virtually. Actually on the stand right now is a Los Angeles PD officer. His name is Tyler Haddon. You can see that he is testifying there from California in an office. But he was actually one of the officers who responded to an alleged domestic violence incident between Heard and Johnny Depp back in 2016. So attorneys were kind of pressing him as to what the response was like at the time of the incident, what he remembers about the relationship, about that specific 911 call. So if we move on to other events, which we are going to in just a moment here, we do want to let you know that on our YouTube page, we are going to be streaming this trial in its entirety here on Live Now from Fox throughout the day. Do want to take you back out to Washington, D.C. just for a moment here, because as you can see, we've got former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama arriving to Madeleine Albright's funeral. Back in 2012, former President Barack Obama actually awarded Madeleine Albright with the Medal of Freedom. You can see he is being greeted by several top U.S. security officials, including Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. So we also do have Al Gore there right in front of us. So we can, again, just show you how many major U.S. officials and lawmakers are in attendance to pay their respects and honor the life and legacy of America's first female Secretary of State. We have several different vantage points coming to you here. This is a little bit of a wider view. But again, you've got former President Barack Obama, Senator Al Gore, and other major officials there. We just saw Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin back in the United States after making that trip to Europe in the wake of the Russian invasion into Ukraine. So we are going to be streaming this for you here on Live Now from Fox when it begins. In the meantime, as mentioned, Madeleine Albright did not stop after holding such prominent roles out there in Washington, D.C. She was also a professor at Georgetown University. Now, our very own Andrew Kraft actually was able to speak with the dean, the current dean, Joel Hellman. He's the dean of the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University, and he actually worked with Madeleine Albright forever. So as we get closer and closer to the official start of this service, I do want to play for you his interview segment to give you a little more look inside of what it was like working with such a prominent figure in history. She paved the way for so many women, whether it was in politics or not. So let's bring you that segment here on Live Now from Fox.
Spoke with Joel Hellman. He's the dean of the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. And I asked him about Madeleine Albright's life. He knew her very well. She was a professor at Georgetown since the late 80s. And I just want to read out some of the statement that President Biden put out today. He says, quote, "When I think of Madeleine, I will always remember her fervent faith that America is the indispensable nation." He went on to say, Madeleine was always a force for goodness, grace, and decency, and for freedom. We're getting so many statements in from prominent officials and dignitaries. Former President Obama said, "One of my favorite stories, at a naturalization ceremony, an Ethiopian man came up to Madeleine and said, 'Only in America could a refugee from Africa meet the Secretary of State,' to which she replied in kind, 'Only in America could a refugee from Central Europe become Secretary of State.'" Here's my conversation with Dean Hellman today about the incredible life of Madeleine Albright.
Look, first and foremost, she was an American icon in all senses of that term. She came to America as an immigrant. She shattered glass ceilings and any other barrier in her way. And she became a fervent advocate for the ideals of America, especially democracy and human rights. That motivated her, and she lived those values. She taught those values, and she exercised those values wherever she was.
And, you know, she was a child of Czech refugees in the 1930s. She was born in Prague. She knew the distinct threat, though, firsthand of what creeping totalitarianism looks like. And
other barrier in her way. And she became a fervent advocate for the ideals of America, especially democracy and human rights. That motivated her, and she lived those values. She taught those values, and she exercised those values wherever she was.
And, you know, she was a child of Czech refugees in the 1930s. She was born in Prague. She knew the distinct threat, though, firsthand of what creeping totalitarianism looks like, and that's so prescient today. How did that factor into her?
It was not only shaped her life story, but also shaped her policy, her teaching, and her engagement.
Yeah, and of course, you know, they really don't make kind of the likes of her anymore. I'm talking in the diplomatic field, in international relations, in kind of world politics. And she was the first woman in all of that, in a very male-dominated world. How much did that mean, especially to her in her kind of post-diplomatic life? Because that is quite something.
Of course, she was the very first woman to be ambassador to the United Nations. She was the very first woman to be Secretary of State. She taught here at Georgetown University in a virtually all-male international affairs department when she first got here. So wherever she went, she set standards, she broke precedent. And I think that was part of her personality. And one of the reasons why I think she was so successful doing it is because she had such an incredible warmth and good nature that she disarmed anyone who underestimated her. And in fact, I like to say that she had a war chest of zingers that she could pull up at any time, and anyone tried to put her down. She managed with grace, with wit, with charm, a true diplomat's toolkit to deal with any obstacle that she faced.
Yeah, and just give our viewers a sense of, you know, what was she like, you know, in person? Was she, you know, congenial?
Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox. We are slowly approaching the 11 a.m. Eastern time mark, and we are heading out live inside as any moment now. The funeral service for former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, the first female to ever hold the position, is expected to get underway inside of the National Cathedral. We have seen so many top U.S. security officials, former presidents, and just so many U.S. lawmakers in attendance, slowly trickling their ways into their seats. Some of them including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, former President Clinton, former President Barack Obama, and of course current President Joe Biden is expected to make some remarks, make a eulogy. And actually we do have several different vantage points coming in. As you could see, former President Clinton, former President Obama, Michelle Obama, former First Lady, and also former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton in attendance as well. Now, we are going to be streaming this for you throughout the service here on Live Now from Fox, in addition to some top security officials as well as U.S. lawmakers. We are expected to hear from Madeleine Albright's family. She did have 3 daughters who are in attendance. She actually has a long connection with the National Cathedral. Her daughters went to school here, and, you know, even after her prominent role of Secretary of State, after everything that she did out there in Washington, D.C., she did not stop. She was an author. She was a professor at Georgetown University. So definitely quite a resume, to say the least, when it comes to the life and legacy of Madeleine Albright. So we are going to continue sitting on some of these images. This service is expected to get underway here in just minutes. You are watching Live Now from Fox.
Welcome, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as we are going to be taking in some of the images and sounds coming from the funeral there to honor the former Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright, where it is being held in Washington at the Washington National Cathedral. 1,400 people are expected to be in attendance, and we will be hearing from President Bill Clinton, as well as other speakers, Hillary Clinton, all in the mix there as well, to honor Albright, who died back in March from cancer at the age of 84. Is expected to be remembered by her friends and family, several current and former U.S. government officials, American presidents, secretaries of state, foreign leaders, and diplomats, as well as several Democratic and Republican members in Congress. Albright was a central figure in former President Bill Clinton's administration, first serving as his U.S. ambassador to the United Nations before he picked her in his second term to be the first female Secretary of State. In office, she championed the expansion of NATO, pushed for the alliance to intervene in the Balkans to stop genocide and ethnic cleansing, sought to reduce the spread of nuclear weapons, and promoted human rights and democracy across the globe there. We got several tributes also coming from President Biden today. Albright's daughters will be speaking as well. Episcopal clergy are expected to officiate the service. Several current and former federal officials are included in the lineup of readers, including Wendy Sherman, a U.S. Deputy Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, a former Secretary of State and a former student of Albright's father, and Susan Wright, Susan Rice, who leads the White House Domestic Policy Council there. So we will have it all for you right here on Live Now from Fox when it does get going. Of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Since we'll have limited breaks during the funeral service, let's take one right here while we have the opportunity. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Live now from Fox as we take you back out to the Washington Cathedral right here as we continue to wait here for the former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright funeral there, where we have several dignitaries. Of course, we'll have President Bill Clinton, we'll have President Biden speaking, as well as Hillary Clinton. So there will be a lot of people here honoring Albright, who died back in March from cancer at the age of 84, is expected to be remembered by her friends and family, several current and former U.S. government officials, American presidents, secretaries of state as well there. So we'll keep an eye on this. As soon as it gets going, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to go out to a hearing on Homeland Security budget as well as the border crisis update. Let's listen.
When we were able to build a parole program where the parole determinations, according to law, were made on an individualized case-by-case basis, but we were paroled more than 73,000 Afghan nationals within a matter of weeks. We intend to and are designing our program and actually underway in its implementation to meet the urgency of the moment with respect to the needs of Ukrainians who fled their war-torn country. And so we are prioritizing that. I cannot overstate the challenge, because please remember that the agency that is on point for that, U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services within the Department of Homeland Security, has not had adequate funding for more than 7 years. It was entirely dismantled, and we're in the process of rebuilding it. What the workforce of that agency has done, a characteristic of the workforce throughout the Department of Homeland Security, is truly extraordinary.
But those same USCIS employees are being surged to the southern border to now process those people. So you're exacerbating the situation with USCIS. So my question, my two questions on Ukraine still. Those that are under the parole situation in Uniting for Ukraine, what benefits are those individuals in my district? What other than being able to work through, a work authorization, are they going to receive other benefits? Can you tell me that?
Congressman, let me, if I can, just address very briefly the statement that you made after my first response. We're not only dealing with a broken immigration system, we're dealing with a broken immigration system that was dismantled in its entirety in the prior administration. And so we're rebuilding it. With respect to the Ukrainians, those individuals who are granted parole are able to apply for work.
Watching live now from Fox. Everybody wanted to listen in just a little bit there off the top on this hearing. We'll have much more of it a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to go out to my colleague, Andrew Kraft, who filed this report here as remembering and honoring Madeleine Albright there, dying at the age of 84, while we do wait for the funeral.
I spoke with Joel Hellman. He's the dean of the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. And I asked him about Madeleine Albright's life. He knew her very well. She was a professor at Georgetown since the late 80s. And I just want to read out some of the statement that President Biden put out today. He says, quote, "When I think of Madeleine, I will always remember her fervent faith that America is the indispensable nation." He went on to say, Madeleine was always a force for goodness, grace, and decency, and for freedom. We're getting so many statements in from prominent officials and dignitaries. Former President Obama said, "One of my favorite stories, at a naturalization ceremony, an Ethiopian man came up to Madeleine and said, 'Only in America could a refugee from Africa meet the Secretary of State,' to which she replied in kind, 'Only in America could a refugee from Central Europe become Secretary of State.'" Here's my conversation with Dean Hellman today about the incredible life of Madeleine Albright.
Look, first and foremost, she was an American icon in all senses of that term. She came to America as an immigrant. She shattered glass ceilings and any other barrier in her way. And she became a fervent advocate for the ideals of America, especially democracy and human rights. That motivated her, and she lived those values. She taught those values, and she exercised those values wherever she was.
And, you know, she was a child of Czech refugees in the 1930s. She was born in Prague. She knew the distinct threat, though, firsthand of what creeping totalitarianism looks like, and that's so prescient today. How did that factor into her work?
Oh, it was her life's work. And in fact, just weeks before she died, knowing of her illness, she still took time to pen an extraordinary op-ed piece for the Washington Post in which she warned that so many of the values that she spent her life protecting were at risk now because of Russia's impending invasion of Ukraine. As I said, this is what motivated her. This is what it was not only shaped her life story, but also shaped her policy, her teaching, and her engagement.
Yeah, and of course, you know, they really don't make kind of the likes of her anymore. I'm talking in the diplomatic field, in international relations, in kind of world politics. And she was the first woman in all of that, in a very male-dominated world. How much did that mean, especially to her in her kind of post-diplomatic life? Because that is quite something.
Of course, she was the very first woman to be ambassador to the United Nations. She was the very first woman to be Secretary of State. She taught here at Georgetown University in a virtually all-male international affairs department when she first got here. So wherever she went, she set standards. She broke precedent. And I think that was part of her personality. And one of the reasons why I think she was so successful doing it is because she had such an incredible warmth and good nature that she disarmed anyone who underestimated her. And in fact, I like to say that she had a war chest of zingers that she could pull up at any time, and anyone tried to put her down. She managed with grace, with wit, with charm, a true diplomat's toolkit to deal with any obstacle that she faced.
Yeah, and just give our viewers a sense of, you know, what was she like, you know, in person? Was she, you know, congenial but kind of forceful and stern?
She was just a constant presence, especially in Washington, D.C., out and about as well. But, if recount some of your anecdotes that you worked with her for so long.
So, look, first and foremost, she saw herself as a teacher and a professor. So as much as she achieved in her life as Secretary of State, as Ambassador to the United Nations, breaking all these glass ceilings, she always said, I see myself as a professor. I see myself as a teacher. And no matter what she was doing around the world, she always showed up for her classes. She would travel long distances and get on planes and connections to always make sure she got into the classroom. And she inspired thousands, literally thousands of students, many of whom became influential in their own countries in the United States and served the world. So she had this warmth, this generosity of spirit, this desire to give back to the world, laced with this remarkable sense of humor and this remarkable perspective on the world, which I think charmed everyone who came close to her.
What would she say, especially with Russia's war into Ukraine right now? Because sometimes, we've been seeing on full display, the futility of diplomacy. Diplomacy only goes so far in the face of hard power on Vladimir Putin's part, but also just the coalescing of NATO, of the United States, of the West, to which she was such a proponent of. What do you think she would make of it as we go even deeper into this conflict?
Well, of course, she first of all understood the risks to democracy and human rights and the value of those, core principles of the United States that drew her to this country and that she defended all her life. So she understood how precious they were. She understood that diplomacy was the most important way of trying to maintain those values, but she was also not afraid to use force when she thought that those values were being fundamentally undermined and fundamentally weakened by opponents. She was deeply, deeply concerned, of course, about Russia's behavior in Eastern Europe, which she spent her whole life studying and engaging in. She, of course, always chose the diplomatic angle first and tried to use every tool of diplomacy. But she understood that the toolkit for foreign policy includes diplomacy as well as other tools that are needed to fight for democracy and human rights, and she was willing to use them.
And during her tenure as Secretary of State, we tend to think, and we kind of memory hole what the post-World War II order is like as relatively peaceful. But in the late 90s, it was quite active. It was quite turbulent, in Haiti, in the Balkans, in Bosnia, and so many, in Rwanda specifically. She had a lot on her plate. So how did she handle all of it? Because these were huge crises during President Clinton's second term.
Oh, absolutely. Look, this was, she managed an extraordinary transition from the post-Cold War world, a shift, a radical sort of shift in the way we understood the world order. As the Soviet bloc fell apart, as the Soviet Union fell apart, as the wall collapsed, there was still an enormous amount of churning, an enormous amount of conflict around the world. And I think she approached each one with the same skills she brought to every endeavor that she always faced, which is she believed first and foremost that protecting democracy was and should always be the fundamental goal of the United States, because that's the bedrock of American power. She understood that values are really critical to essentially America's role in the world. And I think every crisis that she ever confronted, she looked at it from the lens. How do we do the best that we can to preserve democracy and human rights? What are the tools that I can bring to those? And I want to say one last thing. She taught a course which was famous here at Georgetown University, which simulated crises. And one of the things she delighted in most was during this crisis simulation to constantly throw in some surprise. The president of the country that you're working on just died. There's been an invasion from another foreign country. There's been a natural disaster, because she understood that life is full of contingencies and you only have a set of tools that you can manage to deal with those contingencies.
Yeah, and Dean Hellman, this I think did come to a lot of surprise to many people who have followed her career, who know her personally, might not have known that she was sick as of late with this cancer diagnosis. We, of course, saw her and heard from her at Colin Powell's funeral late last year as well. So I think this came as somewhat of a shock to many people in the country.
Well, of course, it was a shock to lose her. She was, of course, very private about her own personal situation. I can tell you, she was scheduled to teach a course this spring semester, which she taught for 40 years. And as I said, virtually never missed a class. And the hardest decision that she had to make, which she told me about, was to not teach that class because she was starting to face the implications of her illness. And it was only until the very last couple of days before the semester was going to start that she finally said, I can't do it. And it was for her a tragedy. The notion that she couldn't be in the classroom where she felt most at home and most impactful said so much about who she was. But I'm very pleased to report that she was well until and active and engaged and herself even a few weeks ago when she was commenting on what was going on in Russia and Ukraine.
That's right. And, you know, she was a prolific educator, prolific author as well. But just lastly, and I know this is somewhat superficial to some, but not to Madeleine Albright, the huge collection of brooches that she would wear. We can't forget to mention that because it was such a part of her identity, of her outward kind of posture to world leaders that she was meeting. There was a lot of significance there, so much so that she published a book with photographs and stories about all of them. That's kind of what I'll remember about her. What will you remember about her?
Well, look, that's a wonderful example of who she was as an individual. She used humor and she used the personal touch to deal with all of the challenges that she faced in her life, the personal challenges that she faced in reaching the heights that she reached as a woman, the policy challenges that she faced in front of global crises, the diplomatic challenges that she faced in dealing with Putin and dealing with world leaders, many of whom she had fundamental disagreements with. But she always started every encounter with a bit of humor, a bit of personal warmth. And the brooch was a wonderful way of, no matter where she was, having a conversation, a human conversation over something that everyone could smile about. And then she got tough. And I think that was said a lot about her and sort of summed up her personality in so many ways.
All right, and we'll leave it at that. Dean Hellman, we appreciate your time and for reflecting back on an incredible life of Madeleine Albright's today. And we're sorry for your loss.
Thank you. America will deeply miss her.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break before this funeral does begin. You see President Biden sitting with President Obama right there, and next to them, President Bill Clinton. You're watching live now from Fox, everybody. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. as the funeral is set to begin for the former Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright. Of course, we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, not showing you sound bites, not showing you just snippets, but whole events right here on Live Now from Fox. As this funeral begins, let's listen right here.
I am resurrection and I am life, says the Lord. Whoever has faith in me shall have life, even though she die. And everyone who has life and has committed herself to me in faith shall not die forever. As for me, I know that my Redeemer lives, and at the last he shall stand upon the earth. After my awaking, he will raise me up, and in my body I shall see God. I myself shall see, and my eyes behold him who is my friend and not a stranger. For none of us has life in herself, and none becomes her own master when she dies. For if we have life, we are alive in the Lord, and if we die in the Lord. So then, whether we live or die, we are the Lord's possession. Happy from now on are those who die in the Lord, for they rest from their labors.
Good morning. My name is Randy Hollerith, and I'm the Dean of Washington National Cathedral.
and on behalf of Mary Ann Buddy, the Episcopal Bishop of the Diocese of Washington, and the entire cathedral community, welcome. Welcome to this house of prayer for all people. It is an honor to host this service for Madeleine Albright. To Anne and Alice and Katie and the entire Albright family, our hearts are all those across our country and around the world who grieve the loss of this great American. Secretary Albright was a wonderful friend to this cathedral. Twice over, she served as a member of the chapter, the cathedral's governing board. She was a parent and a grandparent of students in the schools here on the Close, and she was loved and admired by all who knew her. We say goodbye today to a remarkable human being. Madeleine was a leader, mentor, trailblazer, reconciler, and patriot. She was a person of deep faith who always held firm to the highest ideals of her faith and her country. She has died, but she has not been lost. Madeleine lives now in God, and she leaves all of us a legacy that will serve as a blessing for many, many years to come. Having fought the good fight and kept the faith, grant her, we beseech thee, dear God, the crown of life that fadeth not away. Amen.
Freedom endures against all odds in the face of every aggressor, because there are always those who will fight for that freedom. And in the 20th and 21st century, freedom had no greater champion than Madeleine Albright. Anne, Alice, Katie, your mom was a force of nature. With her goodness and grace, her humanity, and her intellect, she turned the tide of history. David, Daniel, Jack, Jake, Ben, and Ellie, you're too young to remember this, but when the Iron Curtain fell and the Berlin Wall came down, our world faced one of those inflection points, once-in-a-generation moment of upheaval, but opportunity as well. People and nations around the world were deciding the future they wanted to make for themselves. And your grandmother, as a Madam Ambassador and as the first female Secretary of State in American history, made sure those nations and those people knew exactly where the United States of America stood and what we stood for. You know, and all through it, her beloved sister Kathy and her brother John can attest, she never forgot where she came from or who she was. President Obama, President Secretary Clinton, Vice President Al Gore, members of Congress, cabinet members, past and present. Today, we honor a truly proud American who made all of us prouder to be Americans. I also want to welcome the distinguished guests and dignitaries who've traveled from around the world to celebrate a daughter of the Czech Republic who knew what it meant to endure war and flee persecution. With her friend, Václav Havel, when he died, I remember when Madeleine eulogized him, she used these words, and I quote, "He cast light into places of deepest darkness and reminded us constantly of our obligations to one another." These words apply equally to Madeleine. When I got word that Madeleine had passed, I was in midair on my way to Europe to meet with our NATO allies in Brussels to help try to continue to keep the strong alliances together. Our organization and the international response to Russia's brutal and unjustifiable war against Ukraine. It was not lost on me that Madeleine was a big part of the reason NATO was still strong and galvanized as it is today. And a few days later, I traveled to Poland and spoke about all that was at stake in our world and for democracy and freedom, which is under assault from forces of autocracy and oppression. Many are tired of hearing me say, I think we're at another inflection point in world history, where there is literally a severe confrontation between autocrats and democratic nations. President Clinton, Bill, it was not lost on me that you spoke at the same Warsaw Castle that I was about to speak at 25 years earlier. In my case, it was evening. The interior of the castle, that beautiful courtyard, holds about 500-600 people. And mostly Poles and Ukrainians were present when I spoke. And I'm sure many in the audience spoke English, though likely not their first language. But when I mentioned the name, they were respectful of what I was saying. But when I mentioned the name of Madeleine Albright, there was a deafening cheer. They all stopped everything and started to cheer. It was spontaneous. It was real. For her name is still synonymous with America as a force for good in the world. Madeleine never minced words or wasted time when she saw something needed fixing or someone who needed helping. She just got to work. And as a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee from the time I was a kid, God, they were the good old days. I was the chairman or the ranking member for a good part of that time. And in the 90s, I can attest that Madeleine, with the significant help of the President of the United States, kept the committee really busy. And our work to halt genocide in the Balkans, support new democracies in Eastern and Central Europe, to develop Plan Colombia, and all those undertakings, Madeleine was an incomparable ally and advisor beyond the President to me and to others in the committee. She always had a knack for explaining to the American people why it mattered to them that people everywhere in the world were struggling to breathe free. And Madeleine didn't stop when she left government. For decades, she was a nexus with the foreign policy community, always, and I mean always, on top of the latest developments, always speaking out for democracy, and always the first to sound the alarm about fascism. Presidents and leaders around the world continue to solicit her advice, including me. When I asked her last year to chair the Defense Policy Board, she built businesses. She pumped out New York Times bestsellers that were both highly prescient and deeply salient, and constantly bestsellers. I think I've read them all. You know, and she mentored generations of rising foreign policy experts, the quote, foreign policy establishment. You know, and the thing that I noted that was deliberate and remarkable about her, not unlike Secretary Clinton, was that she made sure that young women knew they belonged at every single table having to do with national security, without exception. Today, across our government and around the world, Madeleine's protégés are legion. Many are here today, each carrying with them a spark lit by her passion and her brilliance. I think part of the reason why Madeleine was such a successful diplomat was that she understood something I've always believed, and my boss, President Obama, when I was vice president, used to kid me because I repeat so often. Because I believed she understood something I've always believed, that all politics, especially international politics, is personal. And all ultimately is personal. She could go toe-to-toe with the toughest dictators, then turn around and literally teach a fellow ambassador how to do the Macarena on the floor of the UN Security Council. You all think I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. She thought it was too difficult to teach me how to dance, though. She was right. No matter where she was, she understood people. She cared about people. And all of that was grounded in an education gained by watching her father, Joseph Corbel, and her mentor as well. She learned diplomacy at the dinner table, and throughout her life, nothing mattered to Madeleine more than the family. Nothing. Madeleine had the same role that I do and others here do. No matter what's happening in my day, as President Obama can tell you, or who I'm meeting with, if one of my children calls, I take the call. She was the same way. Ann, Alice, Katie, and your grandchildren, each of you is literally a tribute to her enormous capacity to love. I know it's hard, but I promise you, she's always with you, in your mind, in your heart, and part of your soul. And I promise you, you're going to have a tough decision. You're going to be asking yourself, what would she want me to do? Not a joke. Remember, I said it. That's going to happen. And Kathy and John, the connection the three of you maintained through your lives was always an anchor to Madeleine through all the ups and downs of life. What a gift. What a gift. What a family. You know, from that first transatlantic crossing on the SS America to landing in nations around the world in that big blue and white plane emblazoned with the words United States of America, Madeleine understood her story was America's story. Her story was America's story. She loved to speak about America as the indispensable nation. To her, the phrase was never a statement of arrogance. It was about gratitude for all this country made possible for her. It was a testament to her belief in the endless possibilities that only America could help unlock around the world, and her true understanding of what America power could achieve when it was united with and motivated by enduring American values. That's why there was nothing she loved more than swearing in new citizens to this great nation of ours. She'd light up, reminding them that she once stood where they stood. Having gained the blessings of liberty, she wanted nothing more than to share them around the globe. To Madeleine, from my perspective, there was no higher mission, no greater honor than to serve this great experiment of freedom known as the United States of America. May her memory continue to be a blessing to our nation. And may we remember her words and her deeds. May she always be a light to all those in the darkest places, a reminder of our obligation to one another. May God bless Madeleine Albright.
Ann, Alice, Katie, to all the spouses, the grandchildren, Sister Kathy and Brother John, thank you for giving Hillary and me the chance to say a few words. Mr. President, President and Mrs. Obama, Vice President Gore, all the members of Congress and the diplomatic corps and cabinets past and present, and especially to all of you who had the distinct honor and I hope the joy of working with Madeleine Albright. Our last conversation was 2 weeks before she passed away. And we always spent the first few minutes telling stories that we swore were true and joking with each other. And then I said, tell me how you're feeling. She said, look, I got a little problem here, but I've got a perfectly good doctor. I'm doing exactly what he tells me to do. So I'm getting good care, and whatever happens will be the best outcome I can get. Let's don't waste any time on that. The only thing that really matters is what kind of world we're going to leave to our grandchildren. I'll never forget that conversation as long as I live. It was so perfectly Madeleine. Yeah, I'd like to live to be 90, 95, 100. But the thing that really matters is what's going to happen to our grandchildren's generation. Are we going to lose our freedom? Are we going to lose our democracy? Have we decided, after all, that all that matters are our differences in this fleeting life instead of what we have in common? And so Madeleine made a decision that with her last breath, she would go out with her boots on. In this case, supporting President Biden and all of America's efforts to help Ukraine. What kind of world are we going to leave to our grandchildren? That question's kind of up in the air, but not because of Madeleine Albright. I was honored to be part of her life for more than 30 years. I was thrilled when Chelsea got to meet her, and what an influence she had on Chelsea and lots of other young women. I was amazed by the friendship she formed with Hillary and grateful for that. But I met her a long time ago. She was working in the Dukakis campaign, and I'm a graduate of Georgetown where she taught, so I knew her by reputation, and I knew she'd been voted the best teacher by the students twice. But when I finally met her, I realized that she was even better than advertised. She was smart, tough-minded, talented. She had a great sense of humor and a clear grasp of the post-Cold War world we were moving into. And so when I was elected, I asked Madeleine to manage the transition for the National Security Council, which wound up filled with incredibly gifted, balanced people, and we had more problems than we could say grace over, and we needed every one of them. And as I watched her more, I decided to ask her to be the ambassador to the United Nations, because her life story was about to become the story of the last part of the 20th century in much of the world, and because she could be the voice of America at its best. And after 4 years in which she continued to defy expectations and sometimes raise eyebrows, now I have to say this, she would never forgive me if I didn't mention this at her funeral. When the Cubans shot down the Brothers to the Rescue planes in violation of international law, they had a conversation which Madeleine got a copy of on their radios between the planes about how they had shown their cojones by shooting down a totally defenseless couple of planes that were dropping pro-democracy leaflets in Cuba. And parenthetically, then almost certainly outside Cuban airspace when they were shot down, but it was illegal to do it in airspace. So Madeleine says, that's not cojones, that's cowardice. And all of a sudden, it was on the lips of everybody in South Florida. And she was being criticized. Some people said it's so undiplomatic, it's unladylike in South America, it's all this, on this, on that. And I called her and I said, I'm just jealous. It's the best line delivered by anybody in this administration since I've been here. And keep on going. And it was great. We spent a happy day together. 2 years ago in Kosovo, 20 years after the conflict there, freed them of a genuine threat of genocide. We walked hand in hand through Pristina on a sunny, sunny June day. Down the street, there were about 250,000 people there. It's a lot of people in a small country like that. And we came to the subject of our stroll, which was a beautiful bust of Madeleine in a shrub-surrounded, tall stand that was their tribute to her for being there for them. We see that legacy honored. All the things she did with Kosovo, with Bosnia, we see it in so many ways. Today, we have the President, the Prime Minister, and the former President of Kosovo here. We have the Foreign Minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It took us until the slaughter of Srebrenica, but finally we got enough people together to do what's now being done in a different way to try to save Ukraine. From the day she entered the UN till the day she left, she tried to stick up for people who were left out and left behind, and in spite of all of its imperfections, and we all know them, I'm very grateful that the peace is held in Bosnia for now more than 26 years. We see her legacy honored here by the presence of the Vice President of Colombia, where Madeleine believed being a good neighbor was dealing with a country that was the oldest democracy in South America, where a third of the land was then under control of the narco-traffickers with Plan Colombia. And just a few years later, the 50th anniversary of the Inter-American Development Bank was held in Medellin, formerly the drug capital of the world. She believed in that. She believed in the integrity of all the former republics of the Soviet Union. And I believe the president of Georgia is here today, and I'm very grateful for that. I'm grateful that she was an aggressive voice supporting Vice President Gore when we were trying to sound the alarm on climate change. And we didn't always win, in case you didn't notice. For example, when Al flew to Japan to get the Kyoto Accord, the first ever international agreement on climate change, the Senate voted against it 98-0 before he got off the airplane home. But Madeleine thought it was the right thing to do, and she kept banging the drum. And I think time has proved her out. The Secretary of State's job, as I came to learn firsthand, is a traveling job. I was fortunate to travel many miles with her. When I first heard that she'd passed away, the very first thing I did, I was home in New York, was to go into the kitchen and look at these two beautiful paintings from Haiti that Madeleine gave Hillary and me, because she knew how much we cared about what happened there. And there are just so many things that I remember. I remember that in addition to Colombia, she was always interested in Argentina, not only because they were a very strong ally of the United States, but because when I went on the state visit there and she went with me, I went into, with Hillary, we went into a dance hall in downtown Buenos Aires, and there was Madeleine dancing a mean tango. The rest of us were looking for lessons. She was looking for the dance floor. She was always about a half a step ahead on a lot of these things that matter a lot. I'm saying this all because she was a really fully developed woman. I mean, her life was sort of a microcosm of the late 20th century in Europe and the United States. Her family was run out of their home first by Hitler and then by Stalin. She came to America still not knowing the true story of her family and what they had done to survive. After she was Secretary of State, she finally learned that she was actually raised Jewish and had 3 of her 4 grandparents die in the Holocaust. But somehow in the middle of all that, we gave a distinguished Czech diplomat and his family a chance to come to America as refugees. And their daughter wound up becoming ambassador to the UN and Secretary of State, and doing lots of other good things. She made us laugh, she made us cry, some of us she made mad. But she had a full, hopeful life because she knew what she believed in, she knew what she was for, she knew what she was against. And she wanted other people to feel the same way and then to talk about it instead of kill each other over it. That's basically her simple political philosophy. Today, we see in Ukraine all too tragically what Madeleine always knew, that the advance of freedom is neither inevitable or permanent, and that in politics, where the lure of power is strong and the temptation to abuse it is often irresistible, there are no permanent victories or defeats. Her book on fascism was one of many she wrote. I personally love the one she wrote comparing the relationship of religion and politics in different countries. She just was curious. I want you to remember that. She was a great Secretary of State. She did 20 other things I could mention. But the most important thing is God gave her a fine mind, a wealth of experience for anybody who was willing to pay attention to it. And she made the most of it, not just for herself, but for other people. She loved this country more than you will ever know. And one of my proudest sad moments was when we went together to Václav Havel's funeral. And I believe that his wife Dagmar and high officials of the Czech government are here today too. Madeleine spoke for the United States. And we were in the National Cathedral. It was freezing cold. And Madeleine got up and started mourning and paying tribute to her friend in their native tongue. The impact on the audience was electric. She spoke about 5 languages, I think, 4 more than I do anyway. Some would say 5, but anyway, the impact was electric. And I kept thinking, this is what America is about. That a hardworking immigrant family could come here and it could come to this. So I ask you, Madeleine said once that we can't just be actors. We have to be authors of our own history. She was a great author. But will people read, remember, follow? This is what she would want me to say today. I had a good life. I was happy. I was so blessed in my family and my work and friends. But freedom and democracy and the rule of law are not permanently enshrined just because we've survived 200 plus years. Now, think about the world you want for your grandchildren and work for it. We love you, Madeleine. We miss you. But I pray to God we never stop hearing you. Just sit on our shoulder and nag us to death till we do the right thing. God bless you. Thank you.
President Biden, President and Mrs. Obama, President Clinton, Vice President Gore, Secretaries of State, members of the Cabinet, members of Congress, and friends from literally around the world, gathered on this glorious day in this magnificent cathedral to celebrate the extraordinary life and service of Madeleine Albright. To Madeleine's beloved family, her brother John and sister Kathy, her daughters Anne, Alice, and Katie, her sons-in-law, her 6 grandchildren, thank you for sharing her with us all of these years. Madeleine and I bonded over many things, but in recent years, we bonded over the joy of being grandmothers. Nothing like talking about all of you, or, as Bill has said, made her more determined to help build a better, freer, safer world. That mission, which animated her entire life, never wavered. In her last memoir, she shared the urgency that she always felt. She wrote, "There is no shortage of worthwhile work to be done, and no surplus of seasons in which to do it." That is the wisdom of a woman who learned too early in life that life is fragile, freedom can't be taken for granted, democracy must be defended, peace must be won, and there is no time to waste doing any of that. It is the resolve of the refugee who fled tyranny twice before the age of 11. And it is the determination of a diplomat who knew war and worked to end it. I was privileged to know Madeleine through many seasons of our lives, and she was always in a hurry to do good. We first met in the 1980s at a benefit for the Children's Defense Fund here in Washington. She introduced herself as a fellow Wellesley College graduate, and the seeds of our friendship were sown. We called each other 59 and 69. She was 10 years ahead of me in college, but in some ways, it might have been a different century altogether. The commencement speaker, when she graduated from Wellesley, a former Secretary of Defense, told the class of 1959 that their main responsibility was to get married and raise interesting children. Now, Madeleine did that, of course, but instead of resting on her maternal laurels, or even resting while her newborn twins were in the neonatal intensive care unit, she decided, presciently, it was time to learn Russian at the local college. Later, as a professor herself, she inspired her students to share her spirit of urgency and action. Silence may be golden, she told them, but it won't win many arguments. You have to interrupt. This came in handy when Bill named her ambassador to the United Nations in 1993 and then Secretary of State in 1996. Now, it's been said that I urged my husband to nominate her as our first female Secretary of State. Unlike much that's said, this story is true. And I was thrilled when he agreed. When dictators dragged their feet or ambassadors filibustered, Madeleine never hesitated to speak up. And just in case they didn't get the message, she would put on a snail pin to signal her impatience. A dozen times a day, she would ask her team, "What's next?" turning her boundless energy and intellect to yet another crucial global challenge. She was irrepressible, wickedly funny, very stylish, and always ready for a laugh. She brought the same energy to her friendships as she did to her diplomacy. Yes, it's true. She did teach the foreign minister of Botswana the Macarena at a UN Security Council meeting and snuck off early from an official event to do the tango in Buenos Aires. She was even invited to compete on Dancing with the Stars after she tore up the dance floor at Chelsea's wedding in the arms, I would add, of a much younger, very handsome man. She guest starred on TV shows like Gilmore Girls and Madam Secretary. In fact, she and Colin Powell of blessed memory and Madeleine and I were on that series, which we all three loved and actually watched. And Madeleine was always making a point to the scriptwriter, that would not have happened. And finally, Colin said to her, "Madeleine, it's fiction, it's a story." She said, "I know, but I want them to get it right." She took me on a memorable walking tour of her beloved Prague in the midst of a driving rainstorm, which left us both laughing so hard we hardly noticed. And we spent a memorable evening together at the home of President and Mrs. Havel, just the four of us having dinner, and I got to listen to them talk about what it meant for their beloved country to be free. She met regularly with a group of former foreign ministers who were known as Madeleine and her exes. And yes, I just want to make it clear, she really could leg press 400 pounds. When that first came out, there were doubters. Anyone who knew Madeleine didn't, but not everyone had that great pleasure. And so she made it very clear by going to her gym as soon as the article came out to do it again so that people would know, yes, she did. And she mentored the next generation of women leaders through Vital Voices, an organization that she and I helped to start back in the late 90s, and the Albright Institute at her beloved Wellesley College. She relished her annual journey north to Wellesley outside of Boston each winter to meet with the Institute's fellows. They came from all corners of the globe to hear from experts, to think critically about our biggest challenges, and to prepare for central roles in solving them. And very often she would call me when she returned with just such enthusiasm in her voice about the young women that she had just spent time with and what they were going to do in the future. She led the American delegation to the historical UN Conference on Women in Beijing in 1995, and she urged me to push the envelope on women's rights in the speech I delivered there. She also came with us the next day, about 45 minutes outside of Beijing, to where the non-governmental organizations and the activists had been sent, and where we, in the midst of a driving rain, another driving rain with me and Madeleine, waded through the mud, trying to avoid the security from the Chinese government, who were not happy that Madeleine and I were there, in order to speak to those women who would go home across the world to spread the message that women's rights are human rights. She never blinked. She just pulled herself up to her full height, which I never believed was 5 feet, but however high it was, she took every inch, and every part of her spine was as straight as a steel bar, and just looked at the security people and said, "Get out of our way, we're going to our meeting." She didn't just help other women. She spent her entire life counseling and cajoling, inspiring and lifting up so many of us who are here today. So, the angels better be wearing their best pins and putting on their dancing shoes, because if, as Madeleine believed, there's a special place in hell for women who don't support other women, they haven't seen anyone like her yet. And yes, on top of all that, she continued to issue blunt warnings about the dangers posed by authoritarianism and fascism with undeniable moral clarity. Until the end, she was still in a hurry to do good. As Bill said during the last phone call 2 weeks before she died, she talked about the importance of what President Biden is doing to rally the world against Putin's horrific invasion of Ukraine and the urgent work of defending democracy at home and around the world. She knew better than most, and she warned us in her book on fascism that yes, it can happen here, and time and courage are of the essence. The Bible tells us that to everything there is a season and a time and purpose under heaven, a time to weep and a time to laugh. If Madeleine were here with us today, she would also remind us this must be a season of action. And yes, once again, we must heed the wisdom of her life and the cause of her public service. Stand up to dictators and demagogues, from the battlefields of Ukraine to the halls of our own capital. Defend democracy at home just as vigorously as we do abroad. Live up to the ideals of the country that welcomed an 11-year-old refugee sailing into New York Harbor on a ship called SS America and made her Secretary of State. Let us honor Madeleine's life and legacy by being the indispensable nation she loved and served. And let us live as she did, in a hurry to do the most good we can with every season under heaven. Godspeed, 59. God bless you, dear Madeleine. We will never, ever forget you.
And some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox.
In thanking you for joining in this ceremony of celebration and remembrance. Most of you knew Madeleine Albright as a colleague in government or business, a teacher, or a champion of democracy and human rights. To the world, these were the many hats she wore. But to our family, she also wore others. That of devoted sister, aunt, Grandma Maddie, and for the three of us, the best mom ever. Of course, even great moms have quirks. When we were little, my sisters and I often awoke to the odd maternal cry of "Up and Atom," said the molecule. Usually, Mom had risen hours earlier to work on her PhD dissertation, fix our breakfasts, and organize our backpacks. When we were at summer camp, she constantly sent us notes about whatever was on her mind: the state of the garden, plumbing issues, or whether we thought it would be okay for her to take a job on Capitol Hill. Her handwriting was distinctive and indecipherable. Her M's all looked like W's, and so the signature on our library cards identified our mother as Madeleine Albright. Now, some people, in the lingo of our Czech grandmother, like to play it by the ears. Not Mom. She loved schedules and knowing the order of her day. She had boundless energy and was always planning for what came next. She described herself as an optimist who worries a lot, and we can all attest to her worries. She was incredibly protective. But no matter how much she took on, no matter how much of the world was on her plate, we always knew that when we needed her, she would take our calls, say, "Here I am," and come quick. Of course, we worried about her too, especially after she became UN ambassador
and militants cursed and threw rocks at her in the Balkans. The resulting t-shirt, "I got stoned with Madeleine Albright," made us smile, but the reality did not. And from then on, we insisted that she tell us in advance where she was going, who she'd be with, or otherwise we declared, "You'll be grounded." As we got older, Mom never tried to steer us in one direction or another. She just urged us to forge ahead to be whatever we wanted to be. For my sisters, that meant working globally and locally to help children and communities thrive. For me, that meant being a public defender and family lawyer. One night, when I was with a client at the Montgomery County Jail and had to call my mother to cancel our dinner date, she thought I was in jail and almost had a heart attack. After I became a judge, she drove to Rockville to, quote, "watch me in action." Effective courts, she said, were essential to a strong democracy. Mom's example meant much to me and my sisters. She said that if we, or any other young women, wanted to compete successfully with men, we had to make sure our ideas were heard. And that meant being willing to interrupt. Yes, interrupt. But when you do, make sure you have your thoughts in order and your facts straight. This is a lesson that Mom imparted not only to us, but to generations of students at her beloved Georgetown. During a teaching career that spanned almost 40 years, she never lost her enthusiasm. Often when I asked her what she'd be doing over the weekend, she responded, "Getting ready for Monday's class." When I replied, "But don't you already know everything you need to know?" she said, "There's always more to learn." Mom was devoted to her students and particularly looked forward to the now famous role play that showed students the realities of decision making. She taught through to the end of this past year when her health was already starting to fail. Going to the hospital, she took with her a large binder of student papers. I can still see her propped up in bed, reading and grading. We often get asked, what kind of mother was she? She was the kind who usually called every day and sometimes twice. My time was 6:35 p.m. How are the boys? How is work? When is your next trip? Are you going running tonight? Don't forget it's dark out. She was also the kind of mother that took family celebrations very seriously and would never miss a birthday, a graduation, a wedding, or an anniversary, and often called days in advance to start planning. She surprised everyone at Greg's and my wedding, which happened to be on Halloween, by outfitting the entire wedding party with elaborate feathered masks. Mom sparked an interest in all things international, especially for me. We grew up devouring Czech dumplings and singing Czech Christmas carols. When Anne and I were 12 and Katie was 6, she and Dad took us on our first trip across the Atlantic to visit Switzerland and France. She loved speaking French, one of the 5 languages that she spoke fluently, and urged us to learn as well. For her, this was a question of respect and a lesson about understanding perspectives beyond our own. As I started to work in international finance and development, Mom was my best source of guidance. Before my trips, I often called her with questions about the countries I was about to visit, which UN conventions were relevant, what she knew about the political environment, and of course, where I could pick up an extra pair of red heels should I need them. She was always happy to give advice if I asked, though sometimes it came with the worried tone of a mother who knew too much about the security situation in some of the places where I was headed. Mom had friends everywhere, and there's hardly a place where I have landed where I have not been asked some version of, "Is Madeleine your mother? How is she?" And then always followed by, "We just love her." Mom took a particular interest whenever I let her know that I was visiting refugees or working to help girls get a better chance for an education. Often her voice would grow a bit deeper, the conversation slower, and I could tell that she was reminded of being an 11-year-old immigrant girl who survived the Blitz, moved around repeatedly, left her homeland, and arrived in the United States in 1948 with her sister, brother, and parents, seeking refuge and wanting a better and safer future. Even though she became one of the world's top diplomats, Mom never forgot where she came from and how precarious her circumstances were when she first arrived in the United States. This explained why Mom never took anything for granted and was always grateful for everything. She described herself as a grateful American and took enormous pride in representing the U.S. abroad. Now, when I look at my watch, I know that 6:35 p.m. will never be the same for me. And I will be forever grateful, Mom, for everything you've given me. I miss you so much, Mom, and everything about you, and will forever.
I'm the youngest and tried my very best to take advantage of that by pushing the rules and boundaries. It didn't work. But Mom also had rules for herself. As Anne mentioned, and President Biden, she would always pick up the phone when we called. But I still remember this one day she didn't. I was in elementary school, and Mom had recently started her professional career with her first job on Capitol Hill. When I called her office, I was told, "Your mother can't come to the phone right now because she's on the floor with Senator Muskie." I had no clue what that meant. As Mom tells the story, that night I ran up to her and I asked, "What were you two doing on the floor?" She then aptly explained to her young daughter how the legislative business of our country is conducted on the Senate floor. Of course, everyone in our family has a favorite memory, and many of Mom. Permit me to share a few more, and I invite you to imagine them with us. Picture Mom sitting on the sofa with her feet up, glasses perched on her nose, knitting. Knitting everything from little clothes for our dolls to colorful, cozy woolen socks. Think of her helping us to maneuver a little red wagon filled with Girl Scout cookies in the spring or campaign leaflets in the fall along the crowded sidewalks and cobbled streets of our neighborhood. With every step,
an unspoken lesson in hard work, giving back, and civic participation. Imagine Mom swooping down the Colorado ski slopes while wrapped in a purple parka and fuzzy hat. Or, more accurately, snow plowing back and forth so cautiously that we teased her of inventing a whole new sport, uphill skiing. But skiing, as in life, she always let us zoom ahead and beamed at our daring. Think of her at a commencement ceremony, indeed my own, from that very pulpit, decked out in her academic robes, urging young people to help one another, take risks, laugh often, and never leave a friend behind. Or in her dark blue suit, preparing for her historic confirmation hearing as America's first female Secretary of State. And what is she doing in the waiting room? Brushing her hair and giving us each a tic-tac. Picture Mom, cheeks a bright pink, as President Obama clasps the Medal of Freedom around her neck, after which she shares with us the pride she felt in her own parents and the delight that her grandchildren, her grandies, could witness the day. Envision her leading our family along the magical streets of Prague, gleefully recounting the legends about trolls and water pixies, and then guiding us through the sorrowful exhibits of Terezin, where more than 24 of our ancestors were imprisoned during the war because of their Jewish faith. None survived. With Mom, the joys and the tears were never entirely separated. Imagine hands that, like hers, were both soft and strong, hands that exchanged greetings with numberless heads of state, refugees, and fighters for freedom, hands that congratulated graduates and new citizens, hands that tickled our toes when we were young, took our temperatures when we were sick, held our babies when newly born, and hands that often joined together in prayer that people everywhere might live in peace. Finally, see in your mind's eye a King James Bible, dog-eared and worn, found by a window she loved days after she passed, with a handwritten note, nearly indecipherable. It read, Micah 6:8, and the words, "What does the Lord require of you but to do justly, love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God?" I believe that this is truly how Mom tried to live every day of her life and tried to teach us to do the same. Dying was never on Mom's schedule. A hole has opened in our hearts that we lack the power to close. But the memory of her love and the resilience of her example will remain with us and with many of you until the end of our days. For that, Mom, and for so much more, thank you. We love you.
Beautiful messages there from the daughters of Madeleine Albright. They're talking about the mom, the diplomat, the leader, and an American patriot. You're watching Live Now for a 2-minute break, and we have other top stories to get to from around the country. Where the Minnesota Department of Human Rights is speaking after releasing the findings from its investigation into the city of Minneapolis and the police department there. Let's listen.
The requirement that the city implement a policy banning all chokeholds and neck restraints without exception. Another example is that at the time the court order was entered, at least 65 completed police misconduct cases were sitting on the police chief's desk awaiting review. At least 4 of those were over 200 days old. After the temporary court order was implemented, the police chief quickly moved on this backlog, and final discipline decisions are public on MPD's website for the first time. As part of the temporary court order, the city and MPD were required to make these changes directly into their policies. This ensures that they stay in effect even after this investigation ends. What has taken other cities years to implement, we did in the first week of this investigation. And that was just the first week. It's been nearly 2 years, so let me talk about what we've been doing since then and the investigation itself. The team of investigators conducted a comprehensive investigation that looked at the city of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Police Department over the past 10 years. You'll see here ride-alongs and interviews with many MPD officers occurring in every precinct, in person, all during the height of COVID. We owe the rank and file of the MPD a lot of gratitude for their forthcoming and honest feedback. We heard recurring themes about the need for tools, resources, and strong leadership that is essential for success. You'll see here that the team of investigators watched approximately 700 hours of body-worn camera footage. They observed 87 hours of academy training, and they reviewed 480,000 pages of city and MPD documents, such as training materials, policies, assessments, emails, social media, and discipline records. I specifically want to hold space for the over 2,200 community members who we interviewed or provided reports to our agency about their experiences, as well as the 15 listening sessions, including many hosted by organizations and neighborhood associations across Minneapolis. I want to thank every community member who shared their experience with investigators throughout this investigation. The Minnesota Department of Human Rights also worked with nationally recognized policing experts to complete this investigation. This included policing practice experts at 21CP, many of whom formerly served as police chiefs across the country. We also worked with a renowned policing statistician and professor of criminology, Greg Ridgway, at the University of Pennsylvania, where he is chair of the Department of Criminology. This investigation would not have been possible without a team of lawyers and staff from Kirkland & Ellis, which provided a tremendous amount of pro bono support. This included support from Lisa Madigan, the former Illinois Attorney General, currently a partner at Kirkland & Ellis. I really want to thank everyone who supported this investigation to make sure that we got it right. So what are the findings? After completing this extensive investigation, the Minnesota Department of Human Rights finds that the city and Minneapolis Police Department engaged in a pattern or practice of race discrimination in violation of the Minnesota Human Rights Act. Throughout this investigation, the Minnesota Department of Human Rights determined that this pattern of race-based policing is caused primarily by an organizational culture that can be described in three ways. First, flawed training, which emphasized a paramilitary approach to policing. Second, deficient accountability systems that are designed to not hold officers accountable for misconduct and therefore fail to hold officers accountable for misconduct. And lastly, former and current city and MPD leaders who have not collectively acted with the urgency, coordination, and intentionality necessary to address racial disparities in policing, to improve public safety, and increase community trust. I will come back to each of these with more detail later in the presentation. But let me move on now to discuss where we find this pattern or practice of race discrimination. We found a pattern of practice in race discrimination first in racial disparities, in how MPD officers use force and conduct traffic stops against people of color, particularly Black community members, compared to white community members in similar circumstances. We found a pattern of race discrimination and race-based policing in how MPD officers use covert social media to surveil or falsely engage with Black leaders, Black organizations, and government officials unrelated to criminal activity. We also see MPD's officers' consistent use of racist, misogynistic, and otherwise disrespectful language. Let's start by digging into this first one. Racial disparities in how MPD officers use force and conduct traffic stops against people of color, particularly Black community members. In the investigation, the Minnesota Department of Human Rights looks at when MPD officers use force. Now, every police department uses force, but officers should not use more severe force against Black people. In fact, it's discriminatory and unlawful to do so. And our findings show that in Minneapolis, MPD officers use more severe force against Black people than white people do in similar circumstances. And we specifically look at neck restraints and chemical irritants when we looked at use of force. And here we found MPD officers are more likely to use neck restraints against Black community members compared to white community members in similar circumstances. We also found that MPD officers are more likely to use chemical irritants against Black community members compared to white community members in similar circumstances. Next, we looked at traffic stops. And we analyzed traffic stops because they are one of the most common ways that MPD officers and community members interact. And if you were pulled over by an MPD officer from January of 2017 through 2020, then your stop is reflected in this data around traffic stops. Here we found that MPD officers are more likely to stop vehicles with people of color and Indigenous individuals, and they treat Black and white individuals differently once they have pulled someone over. So let's start by looking at the decision to make the stop itself. MPD's data shows that MPD officers are more likely to stop a car with people of color and Indigenous community members when their race is visible during daylight hours compared to when it is dark outside. Okay, so why is this important? Why does it matter that we look at daylight versus night? It matters because during daylight hours, it is more possible to see someone's race or ethnicity. So when an MPD officer has the potential to see the race of the people in the car because it's daylight, they are more likely to choose to stop a car that has a person of color or an indigenous community member in it compared to when it is dark outside and the race of the people in the vehicle is less visible. Now, importantly, this racial disparity in traffic stops exists across Minneapolis. It's not the result of traffic enforcement practices in a single precinct. So none of this can be explained or excused away by one precinct. Let's look next at what happens after an officer decides to stop a vehicle. Now, MPD's data shows that officers are more likely to stop Black community members for longer. They're more likely to search Black community members or their vehicles. They're more likely to cite Black community members, use force against Black community members, and arrest Black community members during a traffic stop. And this is when compared to white community members in similar circumstances. And that's important, that similar circumstances thing, and I'm gonna go back to that here in a second. But let me just note real quick that MPD's data does not contain sufficient information for a similar analysis for Latino, Asian, Indigenous, or other racial groups for this specific type of analysis. However, MPD does have data to analyze looking at Black individuals, and here you see this pattern of race-based policing occurring across the board. Again, we found these patterns throughout the city, so none of this can be explained or excused away by one precinct. So I mentioned similar circumstances, and so I want to take a minute here to talk about the methodology behind this analysis because it's important. How did we determine that race is the likely reason for this difference? Since Black individuals comprise approximately 19% of the Minneapolis population, anything over 19% of all searches conducted by MPD officers of Black individuals would be disproportionate, a proportionality analysis. Here you see that analysis. From January 1, 2017 to May 24, 2020, MPD's data shows that 78% of all searches conducted by MPD officers were searches of Black individuals or their vehicles in MPD's 5 precincts across Minneapolis. Now, despite the substantial disproportionality of searches that you see here, some city MPD leaders and some MPD officers will say that this disproportionality is due to factors other than race. As an example, someone may explain that MPD officers patrol parts of the city that have more crime, so geography is the primary reason for this disparity. So to consider this, we did additional analysis that looked at what happens when MPD officers and Black community members are in similar circumstances, and what happens when MPD officers and white community members are engaged in similar circumstances to see if they're treated the same or differently in those circumstances. This is really an apples to apples analysis. We're really looking at the same and similar circumstances to make sure that we can compare it. And what we see here, and so the way we accounted for this analysis and the way we did this is we controlled for and we accounted for factors. So we controlled for geographic location. We controlled for the year, the month, the day, even the time of day. So those cannot be the explanations, nor can they be the excuses for race disparities. This means that where there is a difference, race is the likely reason for this difference. And you see, when comparing Black and white community members in similar circumstances, MPD officers are almost 2 times as likely to search Black community members or their vehicles. Let's next move to use of covert social media. Now, law enforcement officers may have legitimate reasons to track social media activity. Police departments may specifically have a reason to use covert social media if there is a clear investigative purpose to advance public safety. However, a review of MPD's covert social media accounts from at least January 2010 through December 2020 demonstrates that MPD officers used covert or fake social media accounts to surveil and engage Black individuals, Black organizations, and elected officials unrelated to criminal activity. So there's no public safety objective. Okay, so what is a covert account? officer is using MPD's social media account. They are using a fake name, a fake picture, and are presenting as someone that is different than who they really are. So not an MPD police officer.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. That was the latest update there from Minneapolis Human Rights, really just detailing their latest report against the Minneapolis Police Department. When we come back here after our 2-minute break, what's going on at the border here as the surge continues? But what's it going to look like after Title 42 ends? 18,000 a day coming over, and maybe that is a low number. We'll get the latest update from Senate Republicans as they give an update on the border crisis that continues on. Remember, it's the Anti-Soundbite Show, where we continue to bring you top stories, headlines from all over the country. We don't just play out 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds of a soundbite. We like to try to show you the whole news conference or live event as it's happening in real time there. And that's one of the great features here of here on Live Now from Fox. We're not just constrained to one, maybe a particular story or a motive. We'll just play it out for you in full right here, and that's exactly what we are going to do here with the next one, taking you out to Washington as Senate Republicans really detailing the border crisis, giving the latest updates there as Title 42 looks to expire next month.
Everybody knows that crisis threatens to become a catastrophe. So last year, about 1 million people came into our country, mostly under the asylum system. So they came to the border unlawfully, allowed to come into the country. This year, we are on track to have a lot more. We don't have the final numbers yet, but probably it'll be between 1.5 and 2 million people. So it's already at crisis levels. And when you talk to the Border Patrol, they will tell you it's very difficult for them to deal with the current flow. We also know that along with people coming over our border in unprecedented numbers, we have an unprecedented amount of illegal drugs coming into the country, particularly the synthetic opioid called fentanyl. Those numbers are at historic levels and unfortunately are resulting in overdoses and overdose deaths in this country at historic levels. So in my home state of Ohio, as an example, we have a increasingly large number of people who are overdosing and dying from fentanyl. I was at a drug coalition meeting a few days ago in Ohio, and I asked whether the national statistics, which say that 2/3 of the people who overdose and die are dying from fentanyl, is accurate, and at least in the Toledo, Ohio area, they told me, no, it's more like 80 or 90%. This fentanyl is coming in primarily from the southern border. So it's an immigration issue, it's a humanitarian issue, it's a safety issue, and it's certainly an issue of illegal drugs with a devastating impact on our communities. We're here to talk about the possibility of it getting even worse, which is because the public health authority called Title 42 may well expire. The administration, as you know, has supported having it expire next month. The Border Patrol, again, have said in no uncertain terms to all of us, and I hope to many of you, that should that happen, they will lose operational control of the border. Right now, there are about 8,000 people a day coming through the border. They believe that if Title 42 is revoked, that number will increase dramatically. The Department of Homeland Security has told us privately that they think that's between 12,000 and 18,000 people a day. So this is just impossible for the Border Patrol to handle. The Title 42 issue, to set the stage here for my colleagues and their remarks, is in litigation. There's a judge in Louisiana who has said that the administration cannot simply revoke this, but they have not set a date as to what might be the appropriate time frame, if there is one. So there's a lot of uncertainty right now, certainly. But we have to presume that the administration may be successful here, and that means Title 42 would come to an end. Roughly half of the people who come to the border are turned away under Title 42. Roughly half. So the 1 million people a year is really 2 million people a year. About 1 million are turned back under Title 42. We also know that the Public Health Emergency and the National Emergencies Act are continuing in place indefinitely. So there seems to be a real disconnect between what's happening with regard to Title 42 on the one hand and the public health emergencies on the other hand. This is a situation that, again, is already a crisis, already something that we cannot handle with current resources. Yesterday, we had a conference call with the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, in which he laid out a potential plan should Title 42 be revoked. It sounds a lot like the plan currently in place, which is simply to expedite people coming through the process. No plan to put in place the kinds of things that were in place during the Trump administration to try to deal with the border crisis, including the Remain in Mexico policy, the expedited removals, the notion that with regard to asylum there would be more scrutiny earlier in the process, but instead just coming up with a way to provide more resources to move people through the system more quickly. So in effect to make it easier for people to get from the border into the interior of the country. So that was disappointing. I'm really glad, again, my colleagues are all here, and a lot of them have been down to the border, as I have, and heard directly from the Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection folks at the ports of entry to understand the severity of this crisis. I'd like for you to hear from them now. Senator Barrasso.
Well, we actually have a dangerous crisis of national security going on in the border, and it's going to get a lot worse under Joe Biden. From day number one, Joe Biden started rolling out the red carpet to illegal immigrants by signing so many executive orders specifically making it easier for illegal immigrants to come to the United States. The number of people that came into the United States illegally in the first 14 months of Joe Biden was more than came in under 4 years of President Trump. And we're talking about 2 million crossings last year. And if Title 42 goes along, we're talking about over 500,000 expected next month alone. And if the numbers alone aren't distressing enough, it's taking a look at who some of these people are in terms of criminals, drug dealers, gang members. And if you're on the terrorist watch list, this is a dream come true for you if you're trying to get into the United States illegally. Now, we have a number of Democrats who are now running away from the president. These are Democrats who are running for re-election, and they're running scared because they know the president's policies on immigration are so very unpopular. But President Biden has turned over the border and his policies on immigration to people who really don't believe there should even be a border. I mean, even the Vice President of the United States, when she was running for president, said she wanted to eliminate immigrations and customs enforcement. We know what we need to do to secure the border. Enforce the law. Finish the wall. Reestablish the Remain in Mexico policy. It works. Title 42 is about public health and public safety. And the president is talking out of both sides of his mouth on this. Because in one regard, he's saying he asked for $25 billion additional dollars for COVID, because COVID is such a crisis in the United States right now. And at the same time, on the other side of his mouth, he said, oh, COVID is done. We don't have to worry about it with regard to the border. We can make it a lot easier for illegal immigrants to come to this country. When we talked yesterday, a number of us in leadership on the conference call with the Secretary of Homeland Security, the plan he laid out was to allow illegal immigrants to come here faster and easier, not to keep them out. So for people who believe like I do, we have a dramatic and desperate crisis of national security at our southern border, I will tell you, if they eliminate Title 42, it's going to get a lot worse.
Well, thanks, Rob. We are a nation of laws. We're a nation of immigrants. But the one thing that we have to have in this country is respect for our laws. And this is the Biden border crisis. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. There has never been a more direct correlation between a set of policy decisions and consequences resulting from those decisions than what we've seen at the border. When they came to office, they got rid of they took 94 executive actions. They got rid of the tools that enable our Border Patrol to keep the border secure. And what have we seen? 2 million illegal crossings last year, 221,000 last month, the highest number in 22 years. And we're told that if Title 42 goes away, we're looking at 18,000 a day compared to 1,600 per day pre-pandemic. These are staggering numbers. And we're also told that by the Border Patrol that 9 out of 10 agents will be taken off the border and used to process migrants. Well, what does that do to all the other unsavory things that are happening at the border? Senator Portman mentioned a number of those, but the biggest killer today of people between the ages of 18 and 45 is fentanyl. And fentanyl is coming across the border because it's just essentially an open border. And so we've got the direct consequence of these Biden administration policies playing out in front of the American people on a daily basis. And what have they done? Well, they've stopped construction of the border wall, as Senator Barrasso pointed out. They have significantly curbed deportations. They have ended the Remain in Mexico policy. These are all policy decisions taken by executive action by an administration which is yet to visit the border. So the president and his border czar, the vice president, are directly responsible for what is happening at our southern border. And Title 42 makes it much, much worse. If they end that, if they repeal Title 42 as they are intending to do, it is going to intensify and make much worse a problem that is already of epic proportions in terms of the disaster that we're seeing there on a daily basis. So the Democrats in the Senate at least are coming to the realization, I think in the House as well, that this is a really bad idea. And they're conveying that, I think, to the administration. Hopefully the administration will listen, because if they move forward with this policy, it will be on top of a whole bunch of other bad policies that have contributed to a major crisis at our southern border. And Republicans in the Senate are going to insist on a vote. We want to vote. We want to put people on the record whether or not they support this really awful decision by this administration to backtrack yet again on a border policy that has at least had some success in controlling and keeping the number of illegal crossings somewhat under control. But it will explode. It will flat explode if they move forward. So we're going to do everything we can to stop that, and Republicans in the Senate are going to insist upon a vote on Title 42, and I sincerely hope that we'll have a lot of Democrats who will join us.
This is policy insanity. The Biden administration is getting the immigration policy that they designed. They stripped away all the restrictions for actually people crossing the border. They get this result. Now, with record high numbers of people illegally crossing the border, now they're saying, and we're going to drop Title 42 as well. So we get record high numbers now of illegal crossings, and they're going to say we're going to strip away the last piece that we hadn't taken away before to increase this number even higher. Now, I remind everyone that's here of the simple fact the 221,000 encounters, as they called them, from the last month is a record high number. What people are not talking about as well are the 66,000 what they call gotaways that also happened last month. That is, the Border Patrol were so active trying to round up and engage this group of 221,000, they could see in the distance and count people crossing the border. There were 66,000 that we had no contact with, that we literally watched them come across the border. Who's crossing the border and what's happening at this point? Well, it's people from 157 different countries just in the last 6 months that have crossed the border. None of these individuals have a criminal background check actually carried out on them from their home country. They're doing a criminal background check if they've committed a crime in the United States before, but we have no idea in the country they're coming from if there's a criminal background at all. And for the 66,000 gotaways that happened just last month, we have no criminal background check in this country or in their previous country. This is opening up our nation to additional crime. While the American people are literally saying, let's deal with the crime problem, the Biden administration is opening up the border more and having even more people cross the border with no check, with no evaluation of their previous history at all. This is why I say it is policy insanity what they're doing. The plan that we were given yesterday, this plan statement that came in from Alejandro Mayorkas, this plan that was supposed to define out for us is not a plan at all. It's basically how they're going to move people into the country faster. It notes things like currently they're releasing people into the country and giving them 8 years before there's a hearing. They're going to now just catch and release people the same at a faster pace, moving them into the country and say, now you've got to check in within a year. But there is no evaluation. There's no chase on those individuals if they don't check.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox as we continue to listen to Senate Republicans really bashing the Biden administration on their border policy. Let's continue to listen in here. On the other side of that break, Senator Ted Cruz will be speaking as well.
Because there's COVID in their detention facilities. So there's no COVID when you're crossing the border, but if you actually hold people in detention, then there's mass COVID, so we can't actually hold people in detention.
We know these numbers are going to go up. But we also have our friends in the media that would not normally be
rising to put on their opinion pages things that we agree with, maybe. Here we've got the Washington Post. A migrant surge is coming at the border, and Biden is not ready. That was in April of this year. And then we have NPR that says, what happens at the border once it is lifted, Title 42? In a word, influx. That's a mild word, I think, compared to what we think will happen and know will happen. It's going to be a catastrophe. And Senator Langford, Senator Portman, and Senator Thune, we were on this call yesterday with the Secretary Mayorkas. And when we talked afterwards, 6-point plan, as James was pointing out, it's only a way to manage the more and more numbers that are coming, and it isn't really managing. It's transportation, it's healthcare, it's moving people from actually the border into more central parts and then processing them there. What's that going to do? That's going to keep you all away from the processing centers of where all of this is really occurring. In my view, that's ducking the media, in my view, and ducking what the real numbers could and will be. So I'm the ranking member on the Appropriations Committee for Homeland Security. We've been very generous with Homeland Security. We've provided them already with a supplemental to help them deal with the surge. But this surge was here. When we see what's going to be the influx or catastrophe, as I would categorize it, that is another press on the appropriations and on the resources that we're going to be willing to look at and give to the Department of Homeland Security. So I think, and I specifically asked the Secretary that question, are you looking for another supplemental? And he very artfully answered sort of a maybe, I think would be a good way to characterize the way he answered that, very discouragingly. So I join with my colleagues, with my Democrat colleagues, with those in the media, with my folks at home are very concerned about this. Why would somebody in West Virginia be worried about this? Because we have the highest percentage of deaths from overdose per capita than any other state in the union. Fentanyl is killing our friends and neighbors, and it's all coming through the southern border. So the diversion of agents, and they're losing agents because the morale is terrible. Why would you want to be protecting our southern borders and be prideful of what you're doing in law enforcement every day when your president is just letting you get overrun? You can't disrupt the drug trade because you're so busy processing and doing all of the things that happens when 18,000 people come across the border every single day. So there's time, Mr. President, to rethink this. There's time for us to find a better way. And the plan needs to be deterrence, whether it's expedited removals, quick asylum adjudication to get that, the Remain in Mexico policy. We have some solutions here that worked under the Trump administration to keep these numbers down. It's time now to look seriously at these before this catastrophe descends upon us. Thank you. Yeah.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Rob. Right now, we've got a crisis at our southern border. It is chaos. It is endangering the safety and security of Americans. We are seeing hundreds of thousands of children being brought in by human traffickers, many of them subject to violent abuse, to sexual abuse. We're seeing criminals, violent criminals. We're seeing gang members. We're seeing people who are known terrorists coming in illegally. This chaos is the result of political decisions made by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And looking at the chaos at the southern border, only this administration would decide it's not bad enough that we have the highest rate of illegal immigration in 61 years, 2 million people last year. It's not bad enough. They want to make it worse by rescinding the use of Title 42 to protect against COVID-19 infections. It's interesting that on April 1st, the CDC issued a statement urging the end of Title 42, saying, quote, After considering current public health conditions and an increased availability of tools to fight COVID-19, such as highly effective vaccines and therapeutics, the CDC director has determined that an order suspending the right to introduce migrants into the United States is no longer necessary. 12 days later, on April 13th, the same CDC extended the order that everyone must wear masks on airplanes. So here's the Biden administration's reasoning. It's just fine, according to the CDC, for tens of thousands of illegal aliens to be released who may well have COVID-19, to surge into Texas communities where the hospitals are overrun, they are full, where the schools are full, where the jails are full. But American citizens, even those who have been vaccinated, even those who have had COVID, they must wear a mask. It is utterly arbitrary and hypocritical. Now, thankfully, both of those decisions, the decision to end the use of Title 42 and the arbitrary decision to require everyone to wear masks on planes, both of them, the federal courts have stopped. But the partisan hypocrisy is stunning. This is the CDC embracing open borders. And I will say partisan hypocrisy, Capitol Hill is certainly not immune from that particular failing. We're now seeing a bunch of Democrats, interestingly enough, all collected in states where they're on the ballot in November. And they've suddenly discovered the American people don't like it when you have 2 million illegal immigrants, when you're releasing vast numbers of people in chaos. And so suddenly you got Democrats who are releasing statements saying we should not end Title 42. The hypocrisy of that is last year I forced a vote on my amendment to codify the protections of Title 42, to stop the administration from ending Title 42, and every single Democrat voted no. Every one of the Democrats who's putting out press statements. So the press statements are actually very convenient because the corporate media will happily parrot that they oppose ending Title 42 while ignoring the fact that when they had a chance to actually do something about it, every single Democrat voted no. And by the way, many of us have been fighting to get another vote on Title 42. And Chuck Schumer is blocking the vote because he doesn't want to vote to put people on record. This is extreme, it's radical, it's dangerous, and it's unnecessary. The open border policies of this administration are a disaster, and I'll tell you, my prediction is in November, South Texas is turning bright red. South Texas has been a heavily Democrat region of our state for 100+ years. This November, I think we're going to elect Republican members of Congress. I think we've got a good shot at electing 2 or even 3 Hispanic women Republicans to represent South Texas, because I can tell you when I sit down at roundtables in South Texas, elected Democrats tell me if my party is the party of open borders, I can't support that. This is a disaster, and it is caused by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Well, this administration is either incompetent or they want this crisis. It has to be one or the other. Either they're incompetent or they want this crisis. I think we all realize that if we repeal Title 42, if we implement DHS's plan, we're going to double or triple the number of people coming across the border in the next few months. We've done over 90 town halls in Kansas now since being sworn in a little bit over a year ago. And I can assure everybody that their biggest concerns are inflation and the safety and security of their families. And their safety starts at this open southern border. I want to bring this issue home to Kansas. We're not a border state, in case you didn't have geography. We're in the heartland, the very middle of the country. And this is the front page of the Kansas City Star this Sunday. The front page of the Kansas City Star this Sunday, 2 young men in the prime of their life, high school-age boys that died from overdose of fentanyl. We all should realize that a teaspoon of fentanyl could kill 1,000 or 2,000 people. These young men, I don't know if they took half a tablet, if they took one tablet, but that would be plenty to make most people stop breathing. In the past 3 months, Kansas has had 2,500 drug overdoses. Last month, Wichita police officers on a routine traffic stop picked up somebody with 7,000 fentanyl pills. And again, each one of those pills could probably kill several people. We've apprehended, since Joe Biden was sworn in, over 6 tons of fentanyl seized at the border. I drive a Dodge Ram truck. I could back my truck up and fill that 10 or 12 times, and that's how much we've seized. And we could assume that multiples of that have got across the border. I think the only conclusion is, like I said, that this administration is either incompetent or they want this crisis. Thank you.
I think one of my Democratic colleagues had it right. The other day they said the administration's efforts to roll back Title 42, quote, shows a lack of understanding about the crisis at our border, unquote. Now, the White House says this issue's about public health concerns, about the pandemic, but the Biden administration only seems to be concerned about the pandemic when it supports their liberal agenda. Now, according to the administration, the pandemic continues on airplanes, where they continue to fight for a mask mandate. The pandemic continues in the halls of Congress, where the administration continues to lobby for billions of dollars in emergency relief funds. But on the border, they say the pandemic's over. Come on. Immigration officials have warned that letting Title 42 expire will make our border crisis 3 times worse. 3 times worse after a year where we had 2 million illegal border crossings. We know it needs to be done. The administration needs to stop playing games. They need to do what's right for the country. They need to enforce the law, and they need to do what a bipartisan majority of United States senators is now calling for. Keep Title 42 in place and secure the border.
So last week I was in Del Rio. I was in Eagle Pass, and went down to see our North Dakota Guardsmen. We have 125 Guardsmen down there, also in Uvalde. And they're the eyes and ears of the Border Patrol. So I was down there to support them and, again, call attention to the crisis that is going on at the border. Now, it's interesting. Last year I was down there with Cornyn and Cruz. We had 16 senators, and we were just to the east in the Rio Grande sector. Del Rio sector is immediately to the west. The Rio Grande sector has been the busiest sector. Now, remember, 220,000 illegal encounters by Border Patrol just in the last month, in March. Okay, 1.7 million last year, and that doesn't even count the gotaways. Okay, and what's going on is, at the time we were there, the Rio Grande sector was the busiest. Now that's becoming the Del Rio sector because they're migrating over there because they have many fewer Border Patrol officers in the Del Rio sector. So they move where there's the least resistance. Senator Portman, myself, we were in Mexico last year. We're in Central America. We're in South America. It's a demand pull situation because in Mexico and Central America and South America, they know if they come, they're getting in. So they're coming. And interestingly, last year when we were in the Rio Grande sector, they said people were coming from 50 different countries. 50 different countries last year. This year, just last week when I was in Del Rio, they said 100 different countries. So Customs and Border Protection gave us a briefing, and they said that's gone from 50 different countries, people illegally crossing the southern border, now from 100 different countries. Think about that. Yeah, the numbers are staggering. And remember, when you get those numbers from Homeland Security, and they talk about 220,000 encounters with people crossing the border illegally in the month of March, that doesn't count the gotaways, which can be maybe 40% more. And those are the folks that don't want to be encountered. Why? Because they have criminal records. They have drugs. They're human trafficking. That's what's going on. And if the administration lifts Public Order 42, it just gets worse. It just gets worse. When I was down there, we had 2 guardsmen from the North Dakota National Guard, Specialist Alvarado, Specialist Clem, who had just saved 5 migrants who were trying to cross at Del Rio. They were out there. They were, and the river's high. The current is strong. There were 5 migrants that probably would have drowned. They went out and they got them, and they saved them at great risk to themselves. And we know what that risk is because we saw what happened to a Texas National Guardsman here just this week. He drowned out there trying to save migrants crossing illegally who were trafficking drugs. That's a tragedy. That's a tragedy. Why is this administration not stopping that? Why is this administration not stopping that? And we know it can be done. The last administration, the Trump administration, did it. You enforce you keep Public Health Order 42 in place. You enforce the 3rd Safe Country Protocol and the Remain in Mexico Protocol, and you build the border wall. And we can secure that border. Congress needs to push for it. The courts need to push for it, and the public needs to push for it. We need to get the Biden administration to enforce the law and secure the border.
And as we continue listening in with some of our GOP leaders, do want to remind our viewers that we always keep track of the top stories happening across the country. We do still have a second stream going on our YouTube page for when the courtroom does resume their testimony today in the Johnny Depp trial. That is on our YouTube page on a second stream. Right now they're in a lunch break. I'm going to send some of our viewers off to a 2-minute break. Continue to listen in right here with our GOP leaders on Capitol Hill on the border crisis as Title 42 is coming to an end here soon.
Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. I'm also the ranking member on military construction and
buses. Eliminating Title 42, the consequences that we know that will bring, that, 1 million more people would cross the border in the first 6 weeks after Title 42 is eliminated, that's what we're looking at. It will make this issue that is already an unbelievable crisis, it will make it 3 times as bad as it is now. It is unreal that you've got an administration that is actually implementing this and defending it. Shelley said, why is West Virginia so concerned? Let me tell you why Mississippi is so concerned. Interstate 10 and Interstate 20 run right through Mississippi. This past week, a driver was pulled over, and, you know, these law enforcement agents have such a hard time, but a driver was pulled over and arrested, a Texas man, for transporting over 3 pounds of these fentanyl pills that we're talking about. 3 pounds of this little pill. And it was right there in Rankin County in Mississippi. It's destroying lives. It's destroying families. Our job is to protect Americans. Our job is to enforce American laws. So, you know, when it comes down to the Biden administration just simply using COVID as an excuse to push through these liberal policies, and it just doesn't matter what it's doing to the safety of Americans. It is unbelievable. We need to continue to have these press conferences. We know what's in front of us. Again, we're just asking President Biden to do his job to protect Americans and enforce the laws that have already been passed.
Cindy, thank you. Questions, comments? Yes.
Senator Portman, some of your Democratic colleagues aren't necessarily opposed to lifting Title 42, rather lifting it without a plan. Now that there has been a plan released by Secretary Mayorkas yesterday, are you worried that some of your colleagues across the aisle are going to switch over their sides? Have you had any conversations with them? What are you hearing?
No, it's a great question. I have not heard that, but I wouldn't be surprised. The problem is it's not really a plan. And, you know, we looked at it carefully yesterday. We had a briefing on it. And primarily what it does is it expedites the immigration process. As an example, instead of having processing at the border, there would be processing on the bus or other means of transportation going further into the interior to take pressure off the border. As an example, there would be more people hired to process people more quickly, but nothing with regard to slowing the flow. So it's not a plan that deals with this crisis, which is getting, of course, far worse if Title 42 is removed, in that about 50% of the people were turned away. So this line would have been up here if 42 had not been in place. And so I mean, that's the decision I guess my colleagues are going to have to make on the other side of the aisle. I think 11 members have said they have some concerns with revoking Title 42 at this point. The other point I would make is this is not about Title 42. Ultimately, that's going to go away. At some point, COVID will be behind us. We won't have a public health emergency. We'll be left with a policy that doesn't work. And we know it works because here, as you can see, we had effective control of the border by putting in place some sensible policies. The asylum policy changes that Senator Capito and others talked about is one thing we have to do that actually was not done during the last administration, that would even lower those numbers further, which is to say immediate adjudication. If somebody doesn't qualify, they'd be sent home. And that 85% of the people who are applying from Mexico or Central America or other places are in the end not being granted asylum, and yet they're in the United States for 6 to 8 years and embedded in the communities and so on. So we know it works, and that's the kind of policy we're looking for. Yep.
My question is for Senator Cruz. You mentioned that Leader Schumer was blocking a vote on having the Senate go on record with whether they support delaying or keeping Title 42 in place. What's the best legislative avenue at this point to keep it in place? I know that there's also bipartisan legislation from Senator Langford and Senator Sinema at this point.
Look, I would be happy with any vehicle that is moving. There was a couple of weeks ago before the recess, we were initially going to vote on their supplemental funding for so-called COVID relief, and many of us were conditioning that vote on voting on Title 42, and Schumer ultimately pulled it down. He supports the bill he wants to pass, but not at the price of actually having a vote on Title 42. And my point is, if you know, Democrats could have come to this press conference. There are no Democrat senators standing here. So I get that the ones up for re-election are putting out press statements claiming that they don't want to end it. But when they voted on it, every single one, 100% of them, voted against preserving Title 42.
Do Republicans concede that this is no longer
pandemic-related restrictions. But Title 42 was ostensibly put forward as a public health measure. So if you don't support mask mandates, right, and a host of others, then how do you justify continuing to support Title 42?
Look, mask mandates are the height of hypocrisy. And by the way, I will say on mask mandates, if you look on any airplane, people are voting with their faces. Vast majority of people on planes, the instant the mandate was repealed, pulled them off. I got to say, I'm actually pleasantly comforted, even in the Capitol Hill Press Corps, which I think is fair to say is not a right-wing organization. The large majority of reporters in this room made the choice and voted with your faces not to wear the mask. Listen, the crisis here ultimately is about the deliberate chaos and human suffering at the border. When we had the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years under Donald Trump, it wasn't Title 42 that was driving it. It was the Remain in Mexico agreement. It was enforcing the laws. The reason for this chaos is Joe Biden and Kamala Harris made the political decision not to enforce the laws, to release vast numbers of illegal aliens. And with Title 42, they want to release much more. You know, I was looking at one of the...
Title 42 was put in place because of COVID. So if you are against COVID era restrictions...
Look, I'm against an unsecured border. I'm against the chaos. One estimate is that if Title 42 is rescinded permanently, 170,000 more illegal aliens will come through our southern border. That's a massive number. We had 221,303 come across our southern border last month alone. And that's in a month. Yeah, that's not an annual year. That's a month. If Joe Biden follows through with rescinding Title 42, we will see the highest rate of illegal immigration in the history of the United States of America. That is their desired outcome. And on COVID, the utter hypocrisy of it. Look, when you say it's not about public health, let me encourage you, come down to South Texas, visit the hospitals in Laredo that are full, or in McAllen that are full. Visit the schools that are full. Come to the Biden cages. For 4 years, every Democrat and the corporate press talked about kids in cages, kids in cages. How many of y'all have done a story on the Biden cages? What you didn't report on is Barack Obama built those cages. The cages are more full today under Joe Biden than they ever have been. And the last time we went there with 19 senators, the rate of COVID positivity in the Biden cages was over 10%. So this is public health as well. But the Biden administration, the only group on planet Earth they don't care about having COVID is illegal immigrants who they want to release into this country.
So you're saying it's not about COVID then?
All right, Senator Cruz there making some more remarks as now they are answering some reporter questions. Do you want to let our viewers know we are on top of a number of different stories happening right here across our country. Just want to pop up a picture of what we're going to be headed to here next. We are waiting for a bail hearing. This is going to be happening in Wisconsin after a 10-year-old girl was found murdered. Again, this story coming to us just over the weekend, in the beginning of this week. Her family had reported her missing on Sunday night, and police found her bike along a wooded area, and soon after, her body was discovered by searchers who were looking that next morning. An arrest has been made of a juvenile. They are in custody, and they are set to have a bail hearing here very shortly at the top of the hour. So let's go ahead, take this time to step away for a 2-minute break, and we'll be back with more right here on Live Now from Fox when you return. Good morning, good afternoon to all of our viewers who are watching here with us worldwide on Live Now from Fox. Did want to let everyone know we are keeping a close eye on this camera. Coming to you out of a courtroom in Wisconsin where we are waiting for a bail hearing to take place after a juvenile has been brought into custody for the murder of a 10-year-old girl. Let's listen in live here.
All right, everyone. Before we begin this proceeding, I wanted to just remind everyone that the court has issued an order on decorum for today, and there are certain rules that are in effect for this hearing for everyone, all participants, all spectators, all media. This is a sensitive matter, and just to remind media, there should be no videography of any of the defendant at all in this matter in any of the gallery. We have to preserve not only the juvenile's rights, but also the rights of any victims that are present here today as well. There shall be no outbursts in this courtroom. We need to preserve decorum, and so please comply with the rules that have been posted and provided to you prior to this hearing. Attorney Newell, would you be able to call this matter? I would ask that the parties refer to the juvenile with the initials for us to proceed, and then give the appearances. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. This is State of Wisconsin versus CP-B. As yet doesn't have a case number. The state will be filing the criminal complaint as soon as I'm done, I guess, introducing the case. Wade Newell, District Attorney for Chippewa County, appearing on behalf of the state. The defendant is at JDC with his attorneys Kirby Harless and Carl Schmidt, all appearing via video.
All right, Attorney Harless, first of all, there has been a criminal complaint that has been filed or provided.
Actually, we'll be filing that now.
Please approach. And Attorney Harless, have you been able to receive a copy of that criminal complaint and discuss the charges and maximum penalties with your client?
We have, yes, Your Honor. We would waive any further reading. We would waive the time limits for a preliminary hearing, which we have discussed with our client, and we are requesting that it be set for a hearing next week. I believe there's still decisions to be made as to counsel moving forward, so I'd like to have it delayed for 1 week in order to have counsel permanently assigned and make a decision from scheduling from there.
All right. Attorney Newell, did you have any arguments on bond for this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. The state is requesting a $1 million cash bond with the condition that he have no contact with any juveniles and not possess any dangerous weapons. The state understands the state is asking for a very high cash bond for a defendant of 14 years of age, but given the statements that the defendant made to law enforcement that his intention was to rape and kill the victim from the get-go when he left the house with the victim going down the trail, the state believes that there is a need to protect the community and also a concern regarding the defendant fleeing given the severity of the punishment he is facing for all three of these charges. That gives him a very big incentive not to resolve the matter and to flee the area, but the protection of community also is necessary in this case, given his statements, once again, regarding his intentions and also his statements regarding the fact that when he did get off of the trail, punched the victim in the stomach, knocked her to the ground, essentially strangled her, hit her with a stick before strangling her to the point of death before he then sexually assaulted her. Based upon all that, the state believes that a $1 million cash bond is appropriate with the two conditions outlined.
All right, Attorney Harless or Attorney Schmidt, any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, to the cash amount. This is Attorney Schmidt. I'll be addressing the bond argument. We're asking the court to impose a $100,000 cash bond. We agree that cash is appropriate in this case. The charges are extremely serious. We do not feel that setting bond in excess of $100,000 is necessary or appropriate in this case. We do not believe that Mr. PB is a flight risk. He is 14 and an 8th grader. He cannot drive. He is not in a position to raise much money, frankly, at all on his own. He resides with his mother. He is a lifetime resident of Chippewa County. We believe that a $100,000 cash bond should be adequate to ensure that Mr. PB does not flee, that he has a realistic opportunity for some sort of pretrial release, as limited as I think that would be. I believe that in light of his age and that circumstance, that setting that bond any higher than $1,000 is far beyond what's necessary to serve the goals of bail. I think that all it would do would be essentially to index his taste at the details of these offenses. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right. The court has considered the arguments of counsel here today. This is a serious charge, and because of serious charges, there are serious consequences, which gives a greater incentive for individuals not to want to return to court when they are facing those charges. And so I also need to consider the threats to the community. The information that was disclosed by the district attorney shows that this was a serious threat to the community, and so the court is concerned that this could be a further threat if the individual was no longer in custody. The court will order a $1 million cash bond with the conditions that the defendant not contact any juveniles and have no dangerous weapons. Attorney Harless or Attorney Schmidt, I believe, or I'm not aware of whether or not the defendant has any siblings that I could accept this from that could be supervised. I would allow that to have supervised contact between any family members that are his siblings, as long as that contact is supervised. The time limits for the preliminary hearing have been waived. However, there is a request for a hearing next week to determine whether counsel would need to be updated for the defendant. I have some dates. At this time, I would like to go off the record to go through our calendars to make sure that there would be time that works for the parties. We are off the record. Attorney Harless, I have next Thursday, May 5th. I can do a time between 3 and 4:30. And Friday, May 6th, a time between 8:30 and 10 a.m. Do any of those times work for you for the defendant?
$3:30 on Thursday sounds like it would work well.
Attorney Newell, does that work for you?
3:30 on May 5th, yes, Your Honor.
All right. We are back on the record in this matter. We have set a return hearing in this matter for 3 p.m. on May 5th of 2022 to address the issues raised by counsel in this matter. I do need to comply with our constitutional amendment known as Marcy's Law as well. Are there any victims present who wish to speak in this matter?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor. One thing is, at the same time as filing the criminal complaint, the state has also filed the victim key. I would ask that that be filed confidentially and sealed, only available to the parties.
All right. I'm going to do a few things here. Were there any issues from any victims or victim representatives regarding the schedule of next week's hearing at all? All right, hearing none, I will order that the clerk file the criminal complaint that was recently given to the clerk here at this hearing, that criminal complaint be sealed and available to the parties. If for any reason that this is released to anyone that is not a party, that the clerk redact all references to the name of the defendant. However, in the caption of the criminal complaint, the clerk shall keep the initials of the defendant on it. All future filings in this case by all parties and all representatives of any party, including attorneys, shall use the defendant's initials going forward. Attorney Newell, were there any other items to address for today before we meet again next week?
When the court ordered the bond condition made the reference to any siblings that need to be excluded, was there a response to that?
I did not hear anything. Attorney Harless, was there a sibling of the defendant that we may want to add an exemption for under the bond that he may want to visit with supervision?
Yes, there are siblings. I'm sorry, I thought the order was just being made to allow for the supervised visitation with siblings.
Any objections on that, Attorney Newell?
No, Your Honor, as long as supervised means that there's another adult in the room and that he not be alone even with his siblings at all.
I agree. I think that should be supervised through any law enforcement or any professionals through the JDC if that's where he will be retained until further order. Attorney Harless, was there anything else, or Attorney Schmidt, anything from your side that you wanted to make for the record today?
Just a clarification on scheduling. It was my understanding that we were setting this for 3:30, and then when we went back on the record, the court indicated 3 o'clock. I just want to make sure I got my calendar right.
All right. 3:30 works, Attorney Newell?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's set it for 3:30 then on May 5th for the next appearance in this matter. And I would ask the state to set up video for that date as well if the defendant is still remaining at the JDC.
And because that is one of the required court appearance, or I guess no, it's just a status, so it's not required. Never mind, Your Honor. I guess we did not deal with today as the defendant had the right under the statute to appear in person. We didn't, I guess, address that up front. It may be good to address that now to make sure that the defendant is okay with this hearing having been done via video and not in person.
Under recent law, Attorney Harless and Attorney Schmidt, all proceedings and criminal proceedings are able to be conducted by video, including this one today. Was the defendant agreeable to having this matter conducted by video with him appearing from the JDC with counsel present with him rather than here in the courtroom?
Yes, he had no objections to that. He was fine with it being that way.
All right, then I will find that the defendant made a knowing, voluntary, and intelligent waiver of his right to be present for today for us to continue the hearing here today. Anything else today, Attorney Newell?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Attorney Harless or Attorney Schmidt, anything else?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I will ask the clerk's office to prepare the bond and send that down to the JDC for it to be signed, and then we will see everyone next week, May 5th at 3:30. All right, thank you all. I'm going to hang up.
All right, so there you have it. We listened in live, and once again, the attorneys for the 14-year-old asking for that bond to be set at $100,000 that was denied by the judge because of what had unfolded with this 10-year-old girl who was murdered. Again, it was her father who had called police Sunday night saying she was supposed to have arrived home after leaving her aunt's house. He had called police around 9 p.m. to report his daughter missing, and unfortunately it was the next morning in a wooded area that her body was discovered. You heard attorneys from the state there mention that they thought this 14-year-old had this planned in their mind when he left with the 10-year-old from one home, had tried to not only take sexual advantage of her, but also had then beaten her. So we will continue to follow this story right here for you on Live Now from Fox. That 14-year-old identified by their initials CPB, and when police had that person of interest, they did say that it is someone who knew Lily. So we, of course, going to be following the latest right here for you on Live Now from Fox with developments of this story. Let's go ahead and step away for a 2-minute break, and when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, going to continue to give you some more of these top stories happening all across the country. Stick around, more news to come right here in just minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You are taking a look at the video of Trevor Reed's parents outside of their home hanging up some flags as they are now going to be reunited with their son after he had been in Russian custody. So he has been returned in exchange for another person who's now back in Russia. But the parents are going to be speaking a little bit later here this evening. But they did, after they were putting up some flags outside of their home, they did decide to walk down the driveway and address the media. Of course, Live Now, always on top of if we're in one event and we can't shift away from it, we record on it so we can play it out in full for you here later. Let's go ahead and listen in as his parents make their way down their driveway. They did speak for a brief moment, and like I said, we are expecting a press conference with them later this afternoon. So you can look forward to that again right here on Live Now from Fox.
We're happy. It's a great day for us and for Trevor, and we're just looking forward to seeing him.
Have you been in contact with him today?
He called us from the plane.
For a few minutes this morning. So anyway, we're hoping to find out more information the closer he gets to the United States. So we don't know where he's going or anything yet. So
we have been told we won't see him today.
Yeah.
So
hopefully tomorrow.
I mean, as a mom, just what's going through your head right now?
Finally, after waiting all this time, I'm going to be able to hug my kid, you know, put my arms around him. You know, I had a little bit of a panic attack when he told me he was going to spend the whole summer in Russia. So 9 months, and then now it's been almost 1,000 days. So I'm just excited to see him. So.
Can you tell us about the flags you're hanging up and why you're hanging them up?
We do this when it's nicer weather. We usually have up our American flag and either the Texas flag or a POW flag, and then sometimes we put out our Marine Corps flag. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And you're expecting you're not going anywhere to DC or anything like that?
We may be leaving this evening, but we're not sure where we're going. So.
We're waiting for some people to come and give us the logistics of how the rest of the day is going to play out. So.
But we'll be here till at least late tonight.
Late tonight. We'll be here till midnight, I would imagine. Sure.
I'm just curious, have they said anything about, I know you're still waiting to figure out just the process of, debriefing, meeting with security or anything like that? Have they said anything?
The biggest issue is his health. If you've seen any of the videos today of him getting out of the FSB van to get into the FSB jet,
he looks terrible to us. I mean, as his parents, we know he does not look well. He's very thin.
He was walking strange, and it looked like they had to help him get up in the airplane.
Yeah, he didn't look good. So I understand there's some medical personnel on the plane with him, and they're checking him out. So that's our main concern right now. And the debriefing and all that stuff, that can come later. We just want to make sure that his health is good.
We anticipate him going to a military hospital. So.
Thank you. We'll talk formally later on.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
So there you have it. His parents saying that there's just a little bit more of that relief, even though they haven't been able to be there hugging Trevor himself. But he had been living in Russia in the summer of 2019 when he was arrested by Russian police, accused of assaulting a police officer. He's 30 years old, and he was now returned to the United States in exchange for a convicted Russian drug trafficker. So the parents are set to speak again and talk with the media later here this evening. It's going to be set for 6:30 p.m. Eastern time. That's going to be 3:30 in the afternoon for all of our viewers who are watching here with us on Live Now from Fox on the west side, on the west coast. So did want to just let our viewers know as well, we were just listening into that bond hearing in Wisconsin for the murder of that 10-year-old girl. Some gruesome details being released there as they had put some reasoning behind the state asking for that $1 million cash bond, saying that he had planned this attack on the 10-year-old. It was a person that they were familiar with each other as well. And straight after that court appearance, or the court hearing, we do now have the DA responding. We've been recording on it. It started just a few moments ago. So let's take this time. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break again, and then we'll get some reaction with the DA right here for you on Live Now from Fox, just minutes away. Live now from Fox. So we were just inside of the courtroom in Chippewa Falls, but this is some video from the intense search that happened Sunday night into Monday morning before they found the body of a 10-year-old Lily Peters, who was found murdered, her death being ruled a homicide. And in the courtrooms today, we did learn that it was a 14-year-old who is now in custody for this murder. Chippewa Falls Police Chief, during a news conference yesterday, had declined to provide that age of the juvenile who is in custody. Now we learned that here inside of the courtrooms, as well as the initials of that individual who's in custody. And as we had mentioned and heard with the judge, that cash bail being set at $1 million. So initials are CPB. And right now we do have the DA responding directly after we had this bond hearing. So let's go ahead and replay that out here for you, especially since they're starting to get even more details into some of those charges that this 14-year-old is now facing.
Wisconsin, first-degree intentional homicide, which is the first count in the criminal complaint, by law starts originally in adult court. So it is not a juvenile that juvenile case brought into adult court. While he's still a juvenile, it's an adult court case.
Can you tell us the other charges and what your plan is for this case as far as keeping it in adult court?
So the three charges he has is first-degree intentional homicide. The second count is first-degree sexual assault. The third count is first-degree sexual assault of a child under age 13 resulting in great bodily harm. Regarding keeping it in adult court, I think it's premature to make any determinations regarding that at this time. I think it's a very serious case that needs to be dealt with as is intended by the law.
How was this case solved?
That I cannot get into.
Could you explain the differences between the second and third counts, the two sex assault charges?
Sure. So in Wisconsin, it's first-degree sexual assault. That means regardless of the victim's age, it's an assault.
Okay.
Then in Wisconsin, we have a separate section that deals with sexual assaults involving children. So so that's the difference. Is the first charge applies to the victim of any sexual assault. Count number 2 would only apply if the victim was of a certain age.
Is this filed publicly then, or is it technically not filed publicly?
So it was filed publicly. So when I handed the paper copy of the criminal complaint to the clerk, that was my process of filing it. As you probably heard from the judge, what the public will have access to is limited by his court order.
Which means?
I'm not going to answer as to what his court order means.
Okay.
District Attorney, the next hearing next week is to determine his counsel. Is that correct? And when is the initial appearance for this defendant?
So technically today was the initial appearance. Charges were filed. The next step would be a preliminary hearing. He waived the time limits for that. So it's next week is just a status to see if there's new counsel on board.
Thank you.
What are the
Talk about what this has meant for your office in this community. This is some very quick police work, very quick work by your prosecutor's office. Talk to me about all the people that went into this for this moment.
Chief Cullen would probably be a better person regarding that, of knowing everyone that was involved. I know he gave a press release yesterday thanking everyone who was involved. I am aware of the Chippewa Falls Police Department being involved, the Chippewa County Sheriff's Department being involved, the Eau Claire Police Department being involved, the Division of Criminal Investigation for the Attorney General's Office for the state of Wisconsin being involved, the Crime Lab being involved, as well as a bunch of other jurisdictions as well. But I will forget to name some, but there was a lot of people involved in this, following leads, doing great police work to determine what decisions would be made regarding further investigation and going forward with investigation into this matter. I know that the community was very concerned to begin with, because without knowledge as to who an offender is, that is a very concerning matter for the community. I have a 17-year-old daughter myself, and I know that the school, because she plays soccer, the school mentioned that the coaches would make sure that there weren't any, as much as possible, any kids going alone or anything like that. So that's a very terrifying thing for parents to have to deal with, is to worry about, can my child be the next victim of a crime? Until you find out who you believe the perpetrator to be, that is very concerning. And I appreciate all the hard work that law enforcement did to at least bring it to this point in time. And it's not over now, but bring it to this point in time so the community can at least know regarding this matter that they're safe because the defendant's in custody.
Mr. Newell, you've had some awful cases involving children in your county, and then now this. What is this like for you going through?
It's difficult because it's just knowing how it impacts other people is very, I guess, my empathy is more with others than myself. It's just the nature of why I got into this and the work I do. My specialty, other than being the high-profile cases like this, is sexual assault cases in general. Those are very hard cases. They're very time-consuming, very emotionally draining. But I guess the way I look at it is, and it goes back to my daughter, is I try and be the prosecutor I would want if something happened to my daughter. And so that's the way I look at things, and not try to get too emotionally impacted on it, but just be professional and do what is necessary to have justice done.
You alleged in court that this was intentional, and you said that the suspect left that home with the intention to do, and you listed some of the acts here. And did you say that there was he had confessed to that point? Could you just speak to what you spoke of on the...
Yeah, so when I said yes, the statements that I made in court were, I think, if I didn't clarify it, was statements from the defendant himself to law enforcement. So the information I relayed was based upon statements the defendant himself made to law enforcement.
So those are contained in your complaint, then? Those are the allegations
Correct.
Outlined that you said there. And then could you speak to, again, what you spoke of in there, of the actions, the intentions, and then the actions that occurred?
Like restate it?
Yeah.
Because of the thing is, right now the judge has sealed the criminal complaint, so I can't just read from the criminal complaint. No. And unfortunately, I don't have a good enough memory as to what I said or did not say. So
you said he left the home down the path with the intention to rape and kill?
Yes, I do remember saying that.
And that he punched her, knocked her down, hit her with a stick, strangled her?
I believe I mentioned all those things as well.
How does that information change your prosecution? That timeline and those specific alleged acts?
Yeah. So I mean, obviously you don't have the criminal complaint in front of you like you may in other cases, but all three of the charges require that the defendant intended to do something. So like first-degree intentional homicide, it's with intent to kill a person. So that you have to that's different than like reckless or some other version of homicide, that you went into the situation with intent to kill the person. And obviously sexual assault is you have to intend to do those sexual acts. I mean, I don't know how they would ever be accidental, but that's the law requires that they be intentional.
That's based on his statement to investigators.
Yes, in part.
What are the penalties for these?
How's the defendant related to Louis Peters?
That I cannot get into at this time.
Did they leave you mentioned in court they left the home together to go down that path?
Yes, I believe that's what I said.
What are the penalties for this in adult court, and how does that change if you move it to juvenile court?
It's just to be clear, it's in adult court now. So the punishment for count number 1, it's a Class A felony. Upon conviction, shall be sentenced to life imprisonment for life. Count number 2 is a Class B felony. punishment not to exceed 60 years. Count number 3, which is the sexual assault of a child charge, is also a Class A felony, and upon conviction shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life.
And not less than life. Is it mandatory life?
No, not yeah.
Up
it's
to
not,
life?
Up to life.
Okay, and then if you move it to juvenile, how does that change?
There are no sentences in juvenile court. People are adjudicated delinquent and get court orders, but they're never sentenced.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not. I can't say he'd be sentenced to something in juvenile court because that's not a possibility.
Is there a chance this could move to juvenile, or is it there's no way that you can since it's first degree murder?
So there is a process by which the defendant could petition for, we refer to it as reverse waiver, is to bring it back into juvenile court. The statutes and obviously there are statutes involving that, and the burden is upon the defendant to make the showings under the statute that it should be back in juvenile court.
I would guess you would oppose that.
I'd have to wait till I don't do anything just reactionary to anything. Everything I do is based upon the totality of the circumstances as I know them, and I would never want to prejudge anything until all the facts were presented to me.
Have you seen any mitigating factors in this at all?
I can't get into the facts of the case.
Will anyone else be charged in this case, like charged for obstruction or anything?
You would have to talk to law enforcement in regards to that, and my guess is if they're looking at investigating other individuals regarding, say, obstruction, that they probably wouldn't let anyone know that until the investigation was done.
And Wade, just to clarify, that Class B, you said 60, that's 40 years incarceration, 20 years extended, right?
That's the total sentence, but because
right.
I
just wanted to clarify the way we
Yeah, we're a truth in sentencing state, so all of our sentences are broken down to periods of initial confinement and periods of extended supervision. So all those sentences are broken down that way. Obviously, other than if you get a life sentence, then it's life with the possibility of extended supervision at some point in time.
Can you speak to when you believe this intent was formed?
Once again, that would be getting into the facts of the case, which I cannot do.
Can you explain the bail situation? They wanted $100,000 because of his age. You went with $1 million and got that. Why did you want it to be so high?
Given the, I guess I'll just reiterate what I said. While his age was a concern for me, his intentions and what he said his intentions were and how he carried out his intentions in the statements that I made in court are why I thought it was I guess in my mind, an aggravated situation that called for protection of the community up at that degree, and the concern that given the penalties he was facing, that he would decide to leave the area. So even though he may not have a driver's license given his age, everyone in this world has access to someone who can help them to be somewhere else.
In your career, have you ever seen somebody so young do something so gruesome?
Yes. I mean, some of you may have been there. We had the individual. I think she was 10 or 11 years old, involving, and this was almost exactly right around the time of the vehicular homicide situation involving the Girl Scouts. So.
Is there one thing you could point to that helped break open this case for you? Was it a tip from the community? Was it detectives pounding the pavement?
Yeah. And I feel bad because I want to answer your questions, because a lot of them I can. I mean, in my mind, I know the answers to it, but once again, that gets into the facts of the investigation, which I can't get into.
Where was the defendant seated today during the hearing?
The Eau Claire, say the full name of it, the Eau Claire Juvenile Detention Center?
Secured. We just refer to it as JDC, so it must be Juvenile Detention Center. Would be my.
Who are the attorneys sitting to his left?
Carl Schmidt.
So then it would be juvenile defendant/defendant. Then it would be Kirby Harless, and then Carl Schmidt.
And why the decision to have them appear on video versus in person?
That decision was made by the court, not myself.
And you know the family a little better than us. There was no family that you saw in the courtroom, right?
I personally have not met the family myself, so I wouldn't know how they are. I can tell you that over the course of the last couple of days, have been in ongoing contact with law enforcement, dealing with various things, dealing with search warrants. So I haven't been directly in contact with the victim's family. I know that Sherry Dockel, the victim witness coordinator in my office, has been, as well as the victim advocates from the Wisconsin Department of Justice.
Do you know why the exception was made for the siblings? Was there anything to that?
I'm not going to speak to the mindset of the judge regarding making orders.
Why was it requested, I guess, in the first place?
Regarding the siblings, I don't think it was requested. I think the judge just brought it up himself.
Oh, okay.
Could be wrong about that, but that's my understanding.
So are the search warrants still sealed as well, and the criminal complaint currently is sealed?
I know that that we have done orders to seal search warrants that have been done. I don't know if the court has signed those orders to seal, because the order to seal is presented by a law enforcement, not by me. But I know that orders to seal exist, or that motions to seal exist.
All right, so once again, we're listening in. DA responding after this bail has been set to $1 million cash bond for that 14-year-old who's accused in the death of the 10-year-old Lily Peters in Chippewa Falls. The suspect, again, not being named, just using initials CPB. And the next time we will hear that name in the courtrooms is going to be happening next Thursday on May 5th. Live Now from Fox going to be staying on top of this story. Any more developments, if we do get any reaction from any family or friends in the area after this, again, bond has been set, we'll, of course, be bringing it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, and when we come back, we're going to be listening into another press conference that happened just a few moments ago. We're going to be hearing about an FBI investigation that they are saying they had gotten some arrests with a Mexican mafia. Let's go ahead, take that break. We'll bring that to you here in 2 minutes. Now from Fox, we are in Orange County, California, where law enforcement and the FBI are talking about arresting and charging 31 members and associates of the Mexican Mafia. Let's go ahead and listen into this update right here on Live Now from Fox.
I'd like to introduce my partners who are joining me here today. First, from the United States Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. is David Jaffe, the Chief of the Organized Crime and Gang Section. Tracy Wilkeson, the United States Attorney for the Central District of California. David Valentin, Chief of the Santa Ana Police Department. Rick Armendariz, the Deputy Chief of the Anaheim Police Department. James Kim, Supervisory Special Agent with the IRS. Eric Joyner, an Assistant Special Agent in charge for the Drug Enforcement Administration. Brad Butts, Chief of the Placentia Police Department. And Eric Roser, Investigative Services Division Commander, Orange PD. Before I make a few remarks, I will turn it over to United States Attorney Tracy Wilkeson, followed by David Jaffe. Tracy?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tracy Wilkeson, and I am the United States Attorney for the Central District of California, which includes the county of Orange County. This morning, prosecutors unsealed a federal grand jury indictment designed to deliver a crushing blow to the Orange County faction of the Mexican Mafia, a group of 3 longtime gangsters who controlled the vast majority of the Latino street gangs in this country. Today, with the charges against the 3 made members of the Mexican Mafia and 28 close associates, we are delivering a powerful message to the prison gang and the street gangs affiliated with them. Their violence, drug dealing, extortion, and other criminal acts being committed in our local communities will result in the most severe consequences under federal law. The United States Justice Department is committed to working with our state and local partners to dismantle criminal organizations like the Mexican Mafia to ensure that our communities will be safe for all law-abiding citizens. Last week, a federal grand jury in Santa Ana issued a superseding indictment that charges 31 defendants on a host of criminal offenses, including participating in a racketeering conspiracy in which they committed violent crimes, such as murders, as well as committing drug trafficking and firearms offenses. The indictment outlines the actions of the 3 Mexican Mafia members who began exercising control over the Latino gangs in Orange County following the successful federal prosecution of a Mexican Mafia member who had controlled those gangs for years. For the past 6 years, the triumvirate of new leaders had expanded the Mexican Mafia's control over the street gangs and Latino inmates in Orange County jails. As the indictment details, those gang overseers stepped up punishment of those who violated their rules. They ruthlessly collected debts, which included regular tributes that must be paid by each gang and those who sell narcotics in gang-controlled areas. The indictment specifically charges 11 of the defendants with being members of a conspiracy to violate the federal racketeering statute, commonly known as RICO, one of the most powerful tools in the federal arsenal. The 148 acts in the RICO count begin with a collection of taxes from local street gangs and the January 2017 murder of a man who refused to pay taxes on his drug trafficking activities. The specific acts run through July 29, 2020, when a street gang member was viciously attacked in Orange County. That victim was beaten, kicked, and had his throat slit for threatening to speak with law enforcement about the Mexican Mafia's activities. Across 106 pages, the 33-count indictment paints a disturbing picture of criminal activity and mayhem, to include 2 murders, a series of attempted murders, the attempted extortion of numerous gangs, drug dealers, and legitimate businesses, and a scheme to distribute narcotics in both the jails and the streets of Orange County. If convicted of the offenses alleged in the indictment, each defendant will face a lengthy prison sentence. While some of the defendants, particularly the Mexican Mafia members, are already serving long state prison terms, they will now be brought into federal custody. And any sentence imposed in this case will be served in federal prisons far from Orange County, where it will be much more difficult, if not impossible, to exert their power. Over 25 years ago, in the first RICO case ever brought in this district, we charged the founding members of the Mexican Mafia. Subsequent racketeering indictments targeted the prison gang as a whole, as well as charging individuals who controlled a specific gang. Our efforts will not stop. We will continue developing new tactics to expose their inner workings and to bring them to justice. While today's crackdown is the result of federal resources and tools, this operation would not have been possible without the power of collaboration. Federal authorities seamlessly integrated with our local law enforcement officials here today to reach and arrest gang leaders who had thought that they were untouchable. No gang member is beyond our reach. Working together, law enforcement intends to dismantle both street gangs and prison gangs, from top to bottom, from shot caller to street soldier. Thank you to everyone in law enforcement who worked so hard to bring us here today. And thank you very much for your attention. I'm now going to turn the lectern over to David Jaffe of the Organized Crime and Gang Section. Thank you.
Thank you, United States Attorney Wilkinson. Good morning. I'm David Jaffe, Chief of the Organized Crime and Gang Section of the Department of Justice in D.C. Today's indictment is testament to the diligence and dedication of the federal and local prosecutors and law enforcement investigators represented here on stage with me in battling violent crimes in Orange County and beyond. The indictment reflects a sustained team effort to bring people who terrorize our communities to justice for their years of violence and narcotics trafficking in Southern California and beyond. Violent crime threatens the safety and security of our communities. That's especially true of the gang at issue today, the Orange County Mexican Mafia, or La M. The Mexican Mafia is a gang of gangs with its ties to and supervision of gangs throughout Southern California. At the very core of law enforcement's mission, we are working to combat gang violence and ensure that everyone feels safe in their homes and their neighborhoods. It is a hard reality that in many communities across our country, they do not enjoy this sense of security because of gangs like the Mexican Mafia. They're a gang that preys on the most vulnerable of our communities because they know that they're susceptible to exploitation, intimidation, and because they hope they can hide their crimes in the communities. Today we send a firm, clear message that that will never be the case.
Thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Orange County officials here talking about these recent arrests they've made, cracking down on crime, but specifically arresting members and associates of this Mexican Mafia. Do want to let everyone know we have not only a Pentagon press briefing coming up, but also a White House press briefing coming up as well. Those will be some items we're going to be getting into here very soon on Live Now from Fox. But first, let me send some of you off to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen with our law enforcement officials in Orange County, California.
Like the Mexican Mafia, we look forward to working with these dedicated prosecutors and investigators to prove our
are challenging, particularly because the members and associates of the gang speak in code and they try to avoid law enforcement detection. Members assume they are under surveillance and are being wiretapped at all times. There are serious repercussions for gang members who do not use the code to communicate, and members who do not adhere to the rules can be met with violence, including death. These tactics illustrate the way in which the Mexican Mafia's hierarchy operates. Threats of violence, carrying out acts of violence, rewarding violence, which all just furthers their criminal enterprise. While we still have a long way to go in the fight against violence, this investigation will serve to dismantle the power structure of this enterprise and ultimately lead to a decrease in the gang and drug violence in the communities where they operated. And now I'd like to turn it over to the Chief of the Santa Ana Police Department, David Valentin, who will be followed by Rick Armendariz.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. Thank you for coming out and covering this important story and mission that impacts all of our communities. A lot has already been covered in terms of detail, so I just want to kind of highlight a couple of points and then kind of move on, because I know there will be questions. What's important for everyone to know is that it's critical that we continue to stay focused on crime, violent crime. I happen to serve as the president of the Orange County Chiefs of Police and Sheriff's Association, so I hear firsthand the collective voice and concern of what's going on in our communities. This investigation, which initiated in 2017, as you heard, was quite complex, involved extensive work. I want to personally thank all of the personnel that were involved in the investigation, boots on the ground, doing the hard work day in and day out, extensive work. I want to thank all of our partners that contributed to the culmination of this investigation, our federal, our state, and local partners. This could not be possible without them. As was said, the Mexican Mafia is known to control street gangs in Santa Ana and Orange County, across the county, and their grip on our county extends to not just fellow gang members or associates that don't comply. Eventually, down the road of crime, innocent victims, people that are hardworking trying to get from point A to point B, suffer. And so that's the importance of our continued work. As was mentioned, these crimes involved murder, attempted murder, assaults in and out of the custodial facilities across California. And so under Operation Night Owl, as was coined, the 6 local agencies joined the FBI and all of our state and local partners and targeted locations in Anaheim, Santa Ana, Tustin, Garden Grove, Long Beach, and Placentia. Again, we're committed to continue our focus on these types of investigations which have a nexus across our county. What may seem innocent in one spot is connected to something else. And so going back to, if you see something, say something, certainly we want to continue that dialogue with our community. And again, I can't thank enough the FBI, our federal partners, our state partners, and local partners, which are essential to making a complex investigation such as this come to fruition. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rick Armendariz, the Deputy Chief for the Anaheim Police Department. I'd like to thank our partners and fellow members of the Orange County Violent Gang Task Force for the teamwork and collaboration demonstrated over the course of this investigation. Through the commitment of resources by Anaheim, Fullerton, Santa Ana, Placentia, Orange Police Department, as well as the Sheriff's Department, Probation Department, District Attorney's Office, and most important, our federal partners, the FBI, ATF, and IRS, who are able to fulfill our collective commitment of keeping Orange County and our individual communities safe. Today's indictment of 31 individuals is another example of the immense value and importance of federal and local law enforcement partnerships. These collectives amplify our individual organization's strengths and capacity to identify, investigate, and prosecute crimes. The Mexican Mafia is a real threat. It's a criminal organization that prolificates crime and violence in our communities. Membership requirements are simple. You must be a violent criminal willing to work towards the benefit of an organization directly responsible for violence and the distribution of deadly drugs across communities. Orange County is safer with the indictment of these violent criminals. We're proud that our efforts will disrupt mafia operations, but we know our job isn't done, and we're committed to continuing to pursue those who terrorize our communities. Today's message is simple. We will not tolerate lawless or criminal behavior. We will pursue violent criminals using the tools and resources available in Orange County and seek prosecution to the fullest extent possible in order to safeguard our communities. Thank you.
Okay, that ends our prepared remarks. We'd like to open up for questions.
If you would, I hate to say it, this is kind of like the mythical Hydra. You lop off 1 or 2 or 3 heads, they grow back. How are you going to make a point to the people out there on the street working under LiveNOW or others saying, don't even try it, Orange County. You do it, you're going. I mean, these pictures are fine. You've got to hang up some scouts. One of these slam dunk cases, or you're going to be tied up in court for 6 months to 2 years trying these people.
As our partners in the U.S. Attorney's Office mentioned, some of the impacts that this group will face is being relocated to federal custody in different locations. Part of the power structure is derived from being local and still have the ability to impact and influence others here. So we are going to make sure that these individuals get lengthy sentences and get sent to other prisons throughout the country. To answer more fully your question, it requires a partnership. It requires a partnership that you can see among law enforcement partners up here to work together to combat the most violent groups and to eliminate the leadership of these groups, thereby cutting off the head and the top of the organization. But it also requires partnership with our community, which is you see why we have so much outreach with our faith-based partners, our other religious leaders, our community leaders, our education leaders, and others, because it is a team effort and something that the entire community has to continue to focus on.
Is BOP with you on this one?
Absolutely.
Are some of these boys and girls going to wind up at ADX?
Absolutely. They are with us 100% of the way.
I think that I heard your question correctly, and the answer is no. This has been a long-term, ongoing investigation, and that's part of this investigation, and yeah.
Is he among those who are arrested?
Johnny?
Yeah.
He's already in custody. So yes, he's in custody. Amy?
How long did the conviction and sentence disrupt the Mexican mafia? And piggybacking on said earlier, how long do you expect? What do you expect is going to happen now with sort of this power vacuum that's created by these
events? So I think if the question is, have we, eradicated the Mexican mafia, the answer is no. But this is a continuing investigation, and I think that the message that this case sends is that if you rise to power in that vacuum, we will come for you, and we will be continuing to investigate this case and continuing to protect the citizens of Orange County every day of the week.
How does this affect other counties and other areas directly?
I think that the when you're talking about prison gangs and when you're talking about the spread that they have, and certainly when you're talking about the Mexican mafia, they have reached far beyond Orange County into not only the rest of the counties locally here in Southern California, but the rest of the United States.
Paul.
Hi, yeah.
Hi. So a little bit of the history of this was Ojeda was running the gangs, and they moved him, and he continued to run the gangs. He had to re-prosecute him, and then they got him again, and then he died in prison, which left this current vacuum. was some of this activity of cracking down on the gangs because they had to like assert that Johnny Martinez and the other two were now in charge?
So I think we're going to continue to pursue and investigate whomever the lead is in Orange County, and particularly it was of interest to us in this case because these Mexican mafia members, as well as their associates, were extremely violent and brutal, and much more so. And this is something that is of great danger to the citizens here in Orange County and beyond. And so it was something that was very important that we put all of our efforts together and pursue.
So they did step up the violence, basically, to establish that they were in charge.
That's my understanding, and obviously that's something we need to pursue.
Christianity.
Yes, I'll take that question. So, and I appreciate the question because it's a focus of really continuing to do our jobs with dignity and respect. These people here that were indicted are the most violent of the violent that we have investigated most recently. But again, when we're serving these search warrants, we're cognizant that they have a connection and a nexus to families and neighborhoods, and so we do the job as safely as we can. We brief extensively and conduct research on animals at the place, elderly, small children, etc. We want to make sure that we go in quickly, efficiently, effectively, and remove these violent people without an impact to the families or the broader community. So that's very important to us.
Explaining to the neighborhood who are not affected, who are not part of this. This is why we got this person wanting for 2 attempted murders and drug dealers. Literally put a face on the fact that the market was an
Absolutely, we communicate the information broadly so that our communities understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. There are some neighborhoods in Santa Ana, in my city, I'll speak to, that are very, very impacted, and they suffer disparate impact for a variety of different factors. And it's those same folks, those same hardworking folks, that appreciate the hard work that comes to fruition in an investigation such as this. So it's imperative that we do our job to further communicate in the various languages and platforms.
You get feedback from them, and you tell them who X was, what he was doing, and you get we're glad he's.
All right, guys, there you can see we do have a few press conferences. We were waiting on Jen Psaki marching up to that podium. Let's go ahead, jump into that live, raw, unfiltered for you right here on Live Now from Fox.
Needs to happen, but Zeke, why don't you kick us off?
Hey, Jen, to be quick, the president put out a statement this morning on the prisoner swap for the release of Trevor Reed. He said there were some difficult decisions that he had to make involved. Can you elaborate on what he meant? Was there a concern that this sort of arrangement incentivizes other countries to wrongfully detain Americans?
Well, first, let me say that it's a huge moment today that speaks to President Biden's commitment to bring home Americans held hostage and wrongfully detained around the world. And he's been clear since the beginning of this administration that he is committed to doing exactly that, to bringing Americans home. He's brought home Americans from Venezuela, from Afghanistan, from Haiti, from Burma, and now today from Russia. And Trevor's freedom is the result of months and months of hard, careful work across the U.S. government. Now we'll get to your question. When he referenced the tough decision in his statement this morning, he was referencing the decision to commute the sentence of Konstantin Yaroshenko. I would emphasize that This individual had already served the majority of his prison sentence for a nonviolent drug crime, and our overriding priority here was the safe return of Trevor Reed, knowing not only had he been held against his will for too long, but that his health condition required urgent treatment. He's going to be able to not only be reunited with his family, but to receive the treatment he needed from the United States. So again, our objective is to bring all Americans who are detained, who are held, who are away from their families home from overseas, but I'm not going to be able to preview for you what processes or approaches we're going to take for those moving forward.
But is there a concern that now it's not just detaining Americans, but wrongfully mistreating them allows allow them to get seriously ill and gives another country leverage over the United States in terms of creating another opportunity such as this for this sort of prisoner swap?
Well, again, unfortunately, Zeke, there are Americans who are held in other places around the world who we are still working to bring home. And that has been the case long before the president. And importantly, our hostage negotiator took the steps to bring Trevor Reed home. So this has been going on for a long time, I guess, is my larger point. And our effort and our objective was to take steps that we needed to take to bring him home, knowing his health conditions and know he's been held for too long.
Topic, Russia yesterday and today effectively cutting off natural gas to Poland and Bulgaria.
Yeah.
What's the White House response to that, and are there additional steps the U.S. government is taking to reassure its European allies that, maybe not so much now, but certainly when the weather turns later this year, that they will have the energy supplies they need?
Sure. Well, unfortunately, this is not. This is the type of step, the type of almost weaponizing energy supplies that we had predicted that Russia could take in this conflict. That is why we, of course, have been in touch with Europe, including with these countries, including over the last 24 hours with leaders in Poland and Bulgaria. And we have been working for some time now, for months, with partners around the world to diversify natural gas supply to Europe, in anticipation of, and to also address near-term needs and replace volumes that would otherwise come from Russia. I would note that last month, in advance of this, the President launched a task force with the EU to target additional LNG volumes for Europe, including Poland and Bulgaria. This will help replace, over time, Russian gas to Europe, decreasing Europe's dependence on Russia and Putin's ability to use energy to coerce Europe. I would also note that Poland and Polish leaders have said they have the capacity through the reserves and other imports right now for the moment, and Bulgaria has said it is also looking at other import actions. So we are working, and we have been working to address over the long term. We have been in touch with these leaders over the last 24 hours, and I would also note what they've said about what their capacities are for the current short term.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. Has the president been in touch with, or does he plan to reach out to Paul Whelan's family, Brittany Griner's family, any of the other families who have loved ones detained in Russia?
We have, of course, been in touch with their families over the course of time. I'm not going to detail those conversations further.
But Paul Whelan's brother, David Whelan, put out a statement today. He said if this case required difficult decisions that the president doesn't take lightly, how difficult are the decisions he faces to release Paul? What's your response to the Whelan family?
Our response is that we are going to continue to do, the president is going to continue to do, our State Department officials and negotiators are going to continue to do everything they can to bring Paul Whelan home.
If I can just ask more follow-up, the president, of course, met with Reed's family here at the White House. Can you talk about the personal impact that meeting might have had? Did he leave that meeting with a sense of urgency, a renewed sense of urgency to get this done?
I would say the president has had a sense of urgency about bringing Americans home long before that meeting. Of course, he enjoyed that meeting he had with them. He also spoke with them on the phone when he went and traveled to Texas. And again, I know he was intending to reach out to them this morning as well. Go ahead.
On the economy, we have a GDP print that's coming out tomorrow that's expected to show fairly marginal growth. There's increasing expectations from banks, predictions of that we're entering a recession. Your budget plan had a focus on budget deficit reduction as opposed to fiscal stimulus. Is there any plan to change that as we see the threat of a recession looming?
Well, again, as I've said before on the recession question, obviously we look closely at economic data. We continue to believe that there are strong data in the economy, whether it's record job growth, whether it is the current unemployment rate, and that as a result of the actions of the president. I would note on the GDP expectations for tomorrow, as you noted, the market expectations and other analysts out there do expect the growth to be slower in Q1, which is what the data is being reported out tomorrow, than in the fourth quarter of last year. This largely reflects the very strong pace of growth in the fourth quarter. When taken together, growth over the 2 quarters is expected to be at a solid pace if we look at it over time, which is how we look at data. And looking under the hood, the slowdown relative to Q4 is mainly for technical reasons like the change in inventory. So last quarter, companies built up their inventories very quickly, and growth in inventories are expected to be slower, though still positive, this quarter. This is something that has been pointed out, or this trend, or this reasoning, should say, has been pointed out by a range of outside economists and forecasters, including former NEC Director Jason Furman.
A quick follow-up just on inflation. There's been some numbers that have shown that, the monthly interest payment that somebody pays when they take out a mortgage has basically doubled over the past year. You've talked about what you're doing on meat prices, but if you look at the grocery bill pretty widely, there are many categories where we're seeing double-digit inflation: flour, coffee, fruit. Is there any strategy to deal with some of these other areas where we're seeing kind of broad-based inflation?
Well, I would say the president's plan to address inflation or address causes or costs as they've gone up for the American people has many different components. Obviously, there's an important purview that the Federal Reserve has, and they've indicated their plans to recalibrate. We support that effort or steps they intend to take. And obviously, they have purview over it, and they've predicted that inflation will come down and moderate before the end of the year. But how the American people experience inflation is costs, as you noted, whether it's at the grocery store or other costs on their pocketbook. And the president has taken a number of steps to address costs, even extending the pause on student loans, which is something he did just a few weeks ago, the steps to fix the family glitch in the Affordable Care Act so more people would be eligible for lower cost health care, and continuing conversations that are happening on Capitol Hill right now on his proposals to lower costs on child care, health care, the cost of prescription drugs. These are all areas that impact and will help families as we're working to bring costs down. Go ahead.
The president told Trevor Reed's family that he had wanted to call them in the middle of the night last night, but didn't want to jinx the release of their son. Can you tell us more about what's been happening behind the closed doors for the last 12 or 24 hours regarding this release?
Sure. And, I think what the president was referring to, and I have, fortunately, because it's a part of history and a great day, obviously, when you bring an American home, and the president has, of course, been a part of many of these, and a much higher and more important role is just there's a lot of sensitivity, as you all know, around the period of time when individuals are in transit, right, when they are being brought to a third country. As we've noted, we're very grateful to Turkey for allowing the exchange to take place in their country. So basically over the last 24 hours, one, as I noted, this had been happening over several months. So Roger Carstens, the special presidential envoy for hostage affairs, and his team and many others had been negotiating and engaging in this, and of the morning East Coast time. So I think what the president was referring to was his understanding and knowledge that that would be happening, but not wanting to put anyone in a position of putting that at risk, even people who are excited and joyful and looking forward to the news. Then once they got to Turkey and they were safely on a plane on their way back, we were able to obviously make notifications and phone calls and also put out the statement from the president to make all of you aware.
Were any other conditions agreed to for Trevor Reed's release besides the release of this Russian?
This was a discussion about one issue and one topic, and that was the release of Trevor Reed.
But were there any other conditions agreed to besides releasing the Russian in exchange for Trevor Reed?
There's no other condition. There were no other conditions that I'm aware of.
What does the White House read into Russia's willingness to release Trevor Reed now in the middle of this invasion of Ukraine?
Look, I think the release of Trevor Reed, him returning home to his family, receiving the health care that he has long needed, does not change our approach or view, opposition, or the president's intention to put forward a package in the coming days to help continue to support the Ukrainians. In terms of what they mean or how they assess it, I would leave it to them to speak to that.
Does it make anyone here at the White House more optimistic about what could be ahead, or does it have nothing to do with
This was about one issue and topic, and I don't think we should read into it further.
Go toward the back.
Yeah, we can come to the back in a moment. Go ahead, Weija.
Thanks, Jen. To follow up on Mary Alice's question, during an interview this morning, Trevor Reed's parents said they believed that personal meeting with the president was the, quote, tipping point, that it made all the difference. Is that true?
Well, look, I would say any time that you meet with, a president meets with, or any official from the government meets with the parents or family members of someone who's being detained, that impacts them personally. But this has been negotiated in negotiations for months.
I spoke with David Whelan today, and he is concerned that Reed's release now narrows the chances for his brother's release, because Russia obviously was, wanted Yaroshenko's release for years now, and now that it's happened, he worries that that was a major concession that the U.S. no longer has. So what do you say to the Whelan family?
We would say we will continue to advocate for the immediate and unconditional release of Paul Whelan at every opportunity, and using wrongful detention as a bargaining chip represents a threat to the safety of everyone traveling, working, and living abroad. We obviously oppose this practice anywhere, and we are going to continue to do everything we can to bring him home.
They are thrilled, obviously, about Trevor Reed's release, but they can't help but have some questions about why Paul Whelan, who's been detained in Russia longer than Trevor Reed, is not home. Can you explain that? And did Reed's health, as you mentioned, have anything to do with it?
Obviously, our objective continues to be to bring Paul Whelan home, and any American who is not with their family and is being detained overseas. But I'm just not going to get into more details because I want to maintain the protection of our process.
And then on a separate topic, yesterday Dr. Jha said that people who are at high risk for developing a severe case of COVID are eligible for Paxlovid. And the Vice President just got her second booster shot. She has no symptoms. Can you help us understand why she's taking it?
Well, he also said, which you didn't include in your summary there, but that you should consult with your doctor. And she consulted with her doctor. She has been given Paxlovid. That's something many Americans may be eligible for. They should also consult with their doctor. And I think overall, we're just grateful that this is an approved drug on the market that many people can benefit from, including the Vice President.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead in the back, in the way back, way back.
11 years ago in Japan, a terrible disaster, and the U.S. launched a program most people have forgotten called Operation Tomodachi. 25,000 American military and 10,000 volunteers came from Japan to help. And one of those that came was President Biden, wondering if on this upcoming trip he'll be coming back to that area for a short visit. And while we're waiting for advisement, is it possible to do an interview with you?
Oh, okay. You often come with an interview request. I should know ahead of time. I will just note I expect we will have more details on the president's travel to Asia, something he is clearly looking forward to since he's spoken about it publicly, soon in the coming days. But in advance of that, I'm just not going to have much more to preview for all of you. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
Go ahead.
Yesterday, after the Vice President announced that she tested positive, the usual people on the internet and elsewhere who don't like vaccines, who don't think of it as much, immediately started with the, well, she would have been fine. She hadn't COVID, being a member of Congress, A.G. Garland, the people at the Gridiron Dinner. People take it as proof that vaccines don't work. So what about the White House's messaging could be better on that, given that 234,000 Americans died?
Yeah. Well, first I would say the truth, which is I think why you're asking me this question, is quite the contrary. I mean, the Vice President is continuing to carry out her duties as the Vice President of the United States from home, engaging in meetings, policy discussions. I'm sure you'll see her in some capacity publicly from home as well, because she is double boosted and she has taken the steps to protect herself, like we have continued to recommend other Americans do. So I would note that, well, the vaccine, the reason to take the vaccine is, of course, because it can protect you from severe death, from severe illness, severe death. That was a little intense how I said that. From death or severe illness, and by multitudes of numbers. We are going to continue. And if you're eligible for a booster, as she was, as the president was, we recommend you get that for a second booster, because it can put you in a position where even if you get COVID, you're able to still not experience minimal symptoms or no symptoms like the vice president has been, and to continue to go about daily life the best you can while you're quarantining. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Fauci said on the PBS NewsHour last night, quote, "This country is out of the pandemic phase of COVID." What phase are we in right now? And also, if we are out of the pandemic phase, why are emergency measures still in place?
Well, what Dr. Fauci was saying is that we are in a different phase of this pandemic, and that's absolutely true. Last month, the president announced a plan for how we can move forward safely while staying on our front foot against COVID. As he pointed out, nationwide cases are relatively low, far below the 900,000 cases a day we saw during the Omicron surge. Even as we've seen upticks, hospitalizations are at about the lowest level since the pandemic, and deaths are declining. So there's no question that we're in a moment, a different moment in our fight against COVID. But we also know COVID isn't over, and the pandemic isn't over. And what Dr. Jha said yesterday also is that, different doctor, I realize, but I just want to reference him since he was just here, is that cases are low, driven by the extremely cases are low. Cases are still, we've seen an uptick in some places, driven by the extremely transmissible BA2 variant. We know the risk of potential surges, even as a potential new variant or subvariant remains. So different phase, because we're at a much lower level of hospitalizations, of deaths, and even nationwide of cases, but we are still seeing people get very sick from COVID and cases of COVID, and we have measures that we should all continue to take to protect ourselves.
Just a couple of very quick, short other questions. Dalit Singh is reportedly taking a leave of absence. Can you confirm that, when he'll be gone, and what that means for the sanctions work that he's doing that is very important right now?
It is very important. He is a very important member of the national security team. I don't have any details or any confirmation of his plans. What I would note, and if Dalit were here, and we'll invite him, he would note, is that he is an incredible team he works with, who helps put together these sanctions packages, helps in implementation, helps coordinate diplomatically, and we will. There are a number of people who will continue to do that work.
And when are you sending the funding request for Ukraine funding up to the Hill?
Well, the president said last week it will be this week, so there's only 2 days left of this week, as soon as tomorrow, but in the next 2 days. Go ahead.
Indonesia decided to invite President Zelensky to the G20. I'm wondering if you've reacted to that, but also what it says about progress that the U.S. might be making behind the scenes, hoping to expel Russia from that forum, and if the decision to invite President Zelensky has informed, and the president can confirm that he's going to now attend the summit.
Well, we've seen the reports that President Zelensky has been invited to the G20, and we certainly welcome that. As you know, President Biden said just last month that Ukraine should be able to participate. But we don't have further confirmation beyond the news reports, which we certainly think are positive. And as he also said last month, which is of course why you're asking me, he doesn't think Russia should be invited, but ultimately it's a decision for the G20. So we don't have any new announcements at this point. We will continue to engage, and we've reached out, of course, to Indonesia, as you noted, who's hosting the summit, but we don't have any other additional details. It's 6 months away. Typically, the president does attend, but I don't have anything to confirm about a trip 6 months away at this point.
Just a quick one on Ukraine. There's been questions about why the U.S. hasn't suspended steel tariffs on Ukrainian steel coming in. Do you have any information about why we've maintained those tariffs?
Sure. Obviously, there are a range of considerations to provide not only direct assistance, but economic relief to the Ukrainians under consideration. I don't have anything to preview at this point in time. I'll go to Kristen and Jackie, and then I'll go to the back. Go ahead.
Jed, thank you so much. Following up on Tam, we actually just reported that
the White House is tomorrow going to request the supplemental, and that it will be through the end of the fiscal year, and that it's going to be massive. Can you help characterize how much money will the administration be asking for? Will we hear from the president on this?
So let me try to answer all those questions, and then tell me if I don't. I can confirm it will, as soon as tomorrow. Only 2 days left in this week, but it will definitely be this week that we will send up the supplemental. In terms of the president's schedule, his role, I have nothing to preview at this point in time. As soon as anything is finalized, if he's going to speak publicly, we will announce that to all of you or let you all know. In terms of the length or the size, I don't have a number for you at this point in time, but there is plans for this to be a proposal to go through the fiscal year, and it will include, as our past packages have included, security or military assistance, humanitarian economic assistance, given those, in our view, will help address a range of the needs the Ukrainians have.
Thank you. You did answer all of my questions. Obviously, there's a renewed push on Capitol Hill and behind the scenes here at the White House for some revised version of the Build Back Better plan, a scaled back version. When was the last time President Biden spoke with Senator Manchin in earnest about what he could sign off on?
So we're just not going to detail that per the president's request. From here, any conversations he has with Senator Manchin or other senators, just to protect those conversations.
Fair enough. Can you characterize, though, are the negotiations happening in earnest? Are there real talks going on about specific things that Senator Manchin, that the White House could agree to?
I would tell you, and I'm sure your colleagues on the Hill, now that all these senators are back, can confirm this with a number of them right now or today, that there are still a great deal of interest, passion in moving forward with the president's plan to lower cost for Americans, and a lot of senators who would like to see this move forward.
Secretary Mayorkas is getting a real grilling on Capitol Hill today, particularly about Title 42 and the plans that are in place to deal with it. DHS has acknowledged that a surge would put a substantial strain on resources. Now, obviously, DHS announced this 6.20-page plan, but given that strain that DHS is anticipating, why should the American people have confidence that you'll be able to deal with that surge of migrants if Title 42 is lifted?
Well, first I would say, just as a reminder, it is a health authority, not an immigration plan or an immigration authority, and it's not meant to be a replacement of. So the determination about where we stand and to lift it was made by the CDC. Just to note, the 6-point plan that Secretary Mayorkas put out and talked about today or over the last 24 hours includes 6 pillars: surging resources, including personnel, transportation, medical support, enhancing CBP processing efficiency and moving deliberate speed to mitigate potential overcrowding, administering consequences for unlawful entry, bolstering the capacity of non-governmental organizations to receive non-citizens, targeting and disrupting the transnational criminal organization and smugglers, and deterring irregular migration. So what he talked about today is exactly what his preparedness plan that's been in the works and in the planning for months would do, and they have talked about the need potentially for more resources to make that happen.
And just to be very clear, and some Democrats have said this, will the plan be in place before Title 42 is lifted?
That is exactly what the preparedness and implementation plan is intended to do. Go ahead, Jack.
Thanks, Jen. Dr. Fauci said that he's not going to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, citing COVID concerns. Obviously, he's the president's chief medical advisor. As far as we know, the president is still planning to attend. How should people understand Dr. Fauci's decision versus the president's decision? And is there any concern that the president would be seen as not following the science in some way?
Well, first, I would note and respect everyone's privacy, including Dr. Fauci's, as much as he's very much a public figure. But as you all know, he can speak for himself and his decisions. And every individual will make their own decisions about whether they attend this event, other events, whether they wear a mask at it or not. Obviously, the White House Correspondents Association is requiring same-day testing. That's a decision they have made. The president outlined, as you all know, a 100-page plan in March intended to position us to go back to our more normal routines. But in that requires making risk assessments and decisions about what you're going to do and what you're going to attend and be a part of, as we all do every day. Today, the president felt it was very important to be at and speak at the memorial service for a diplomatic icon, Secretary Madeleine Albright. He made the decision to do that despite the fact that there were hundreds, if not thousands, of people there. He has made the decision he wants to attend attend in a safe way the White House Correspondents' Dinner to showcase his support for the free press, for the work of all of you, for the work of your colleagues around the world, to not only share accurate information about COVID, but also report on the war in Ukraine, and all of the work that happens every single day. That does stand in stark contrast to his predecessor, who not only questioned the legitimacy of the press on a nearly daily basis, but also never attended the dinner, I don't believe. So he felt that was important and made a risk assessment to do that in consultation with his doctors and healthcare team. I would note that we also take additional precautions and steps. I would expect that he may wear a mask when he's not speaking. I'll wear a mask when I'm at the dinner in all likelihood. And we also took steps, including the fact that he's not attending for the eating portion of the dinner, and he'll be there for the program, which includes a number of speakers, the presentation of scholarships, as you know, and of course, his speaking and his roasting, where he will be on the menu, as he likes to say, when Trevor Noah is speaking. So, just like anything, it's a risk assessment and a decision he made on a personal basis.
Thank you. And I want to ask a few questions on Title 42, but real quick, I want to take another stab at a question I tried yesterday. You answered the first part of it. We've heard the president say over and over again that he has never spoken to his son about his business dealings. Has he ever spoken to his son's business partners about his son's business dealings?
Again, nothing has changed about what I said yesterday. The president does not get involved in the business dealings of his son.
Even through his son's business partners?
Nothing has changed since what I said yesterday.
Okay. I don't believe you answered that part of my question yesterday.
He's not involved in his son's business dealings.
On Title 42, Mayorkas detailed this 6-point plan. Part of it involves sending healthcare providers from the VA. He was asked about this on the Hill today. He said that it's necessary, that this interagency effort is necessary, but is it appropriate to be taking resources away from the VA to help with a surge at the border?
Again, these decisions and discussions about what resources are possible are made through the interagency process, and clearly having support and resources for our nation's veterans is a top priority to the president. But we also want to take steps we can at the border, even as we anticipate an increase in migrants coming to the border, to keep the American people safe, and this is part of that effort.
Another piece of this plan talked about the law enforcement help. CBP has 23,000 agents working on the southern border right now. We're already seeing 7,000 illegal crossings a day. That is expected to surge to 18,000 when Title 42 is lifted. So how does adding 600 law enforcement officers make a dent in that?
Well, I would say, Jackie, that one of the reasons that Secretary Mayorkas is participating in the important, democratic process of testifying on the Hill is to answer the questions of exactly how the resources he's requesting and they have identified as needing to address this potential increase will help address that. So I would point you to his many hours of testimony today and tomorrow.
And then there's been reporting that Speaker Pelosi is unhappy with the way that the White House has handled Title 42 and worried that if it comes up for a vote as part of a Ukraine package, that Democrats wouldn't have the votes to defeat that. Does the White House share that concern, and what do you make of Pelosi seeming to be kind of shaky on just how close she is with the White House on this decision?
Well, I would say we're incredibly close with Speaker Pelosi, and the president has known her for many, many decades. I don't have more to spell out or explain what her meaning was or what defeat it means or doesn't mean. There are many strong feelings and points of view on Capitol Hill in the House and in the Senate about Title 42. It wasn't a decision made by the White House. It's a decision made to lift it by the CDC. The authority was given to them by Congress. And our effort and our focus is on implementation, and the Secretary of Homeland Security is obviously testifying on that. So I don't have any more to explain about the particular comments, but we obviously work very closely with Speaker Pelosi on a range of issues, including immigration.
A number of Democrats are, speaking up about their problems with Title 42. I mean, Mark Kelly was briefed by Mayorkas yesterday. He said that he still has remaining questions about how and when resources are going to hit the ground. These are Democrats saying these things. They're not wanting, Title 42 to replace an immigration effort, but they're saying that there just is not a plan in place to support what's going to happen when Title 42 goes away.
Well, what I was trying to note earlier, perhaps not articulately, is that there are a range of members who have strong concerns about it being lifted. Again, not a decision we make, a decision made by health and science experts. And there are many members who feel very strongly about it lifted and that moving forward. This is why Secretary Mayorkas is on the Hill doing, I believe, 4 hearings, answering extensive questions from a range of members, Democratic and Republican. He put out a 6-pillar plan on exactly how he's going to implement it, and that has been a plan that's been in the work for 6 months. So this is part of the democratic process happening, and he's happy to be on the Hill answering their questions. Go ahead, Peter.
Hey, Jen, the bipartisan leadership of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senators Durbin and Grassley, have expressed concern about the DHS Inspector General delaying or diminishing reports on sexual misconduct. This is a Trump-era holdover. Is the president going to point a fire or in some way intervene with Mr. Ghaffari, who is the Inspector General, and is there any broader sense about what to do about Trump-era Inspectors General?
I know that there can be changes made. I have not dug into this particular Inspector General with the president or the team here. I'm happy to do that, and I can follow up with you after the briefing. Good. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jim. On the issue of student debt, I know you've been asked about this before, but Senator Schumer just told reporters on the Hill that the president is getting closer to canceling up to $50,000 in student loan debt for borrowers. He said the president is moving in our direction. We're getting closer. Is that true? Can we expect a decision?
Look, the president has been considering and looking at options for how to provide more relief to students across the country. I would note again that not a single borrower of federal student loans has paid a penny on these loans since he took office. And this has been the longest time of that for any president probably in history. You can fact check me on that. And he's continuing to consider a range of options in terms of any additional steps.
Jen,
let me go to the back. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Two questions. Follow up on the student loan forgiveness. You said that the president is looking at a range of options with regards to canceling some student debt, but is the president looking at any options for those students and parents who saved and sacrificed so that they wouldn't have to take out such massive loans? Is he looking at including them in relief retroactively? How would they be made whole if there was some sort of canceling of debt?
You mean for people who have paid off all of their student loans?
Who made sacrifices so that they wouldn't have to take out some of those loans?
It's a good question. What I can tell you at this point is that there's legislation he'd be happy to sign for individuals who have $10,000 in existing student debt. If Congress wanted to send that to him, he'd be happy to sign it, and he's looking at executive actions and authorities. But I don't have anything to preview on that front.
Okay, then, if the president does move on canceling some of the student debt, isn't that just one half of the equation, though? I mean, what is he looking at in order to keep some of these public universities from jacking up tuition prices, despite some of the federal subsidies that they've been getting? I mean, what is to stop some of these schools from just increasing tuition for the next generation of students? Isn't that half of the equation here?
I don't know if people would consider it half of the equation. I don't know. We'll let Americans define it. I would point you to the Department of Education to talk about their efforts on that front.
One last quick follow-up. Is the president's weekly lunch with the vice president still a priority for him?
Absolutely. Obviously, they're not going to be dining in person while she is quarantining at home, but they did speak yesterday, and I expect they will speak regularly while she is quarantining, and she is participating in a number of policy meetings here, too.
Follow up.
Go ahead. And then I can come to you. Okay. Oh, go ahead. So polite. Go ahead.
Do you have any reaction to Boeing claiming that it's lost $1.1 billion on the Air Force One contract? And more important, has the president ordered Boeing to stick with the traditional blue and white design instead of the garish red?
This is bringing me back to like my first week in this job. Yes, I appreciate it. I actually don't have any information on the plans for the new Air Force One. I can certainly check and see what we know, and I can get back to you on that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Do you know why the vice president's doctor recommended she take Paxlovid?
Well, I think as Dr. Jha said yesterday, there are a range of Americans who may not know they're eligible and they should consult with their doctor. That's exactly what she did. And one of the, not challenges, but one of our efforts right now is to provide more information publicly and have more people consult with their doctors about whether they're eligible.
Do you know if she's like showing symptoms, or would her getting like severe COVID present like a national security risk?
They obviously said yesterday that she did not have any symptoms. I don't have any update beyond that. She's continuing to work from home, conducting her duties as vice president, so I don't believe we're talking about a national security issue in this moment. She can also do secure calls and video conferences from her home because we have that capacity.
If she got severe COVID disease, would that not be a national security risk?
I'm not going to speak to a hypothetical of the vice president getting sicker at this point in time, which I think is probably understandable. Go ahead.
Can the White House give us any update on Trevor Reed's condition after his release, or any treatments that he might have received following his release?
Well, obviously we're going to respect his privacy, and we spoke to his health conditions because we wanted to emphasize how important it was and the urgency of bringing him home, but we will, of course, leave that to him and his family to speak to and respect his health privacy beyond now.
And then on the vice president, did her role as vice president have any impact on her receiving this treatment? Did that, her serving as somebody who is in the line of succession, did that have any impact on her getting Paxlovid?
Well, I think it's important to note Paxlovid is widely available across the country through people consulting with their doctors. So it is not just a treatment that is available to only a small population of the public. In fact, what our effort is and what our focus is at this point is more broadly educating people on how they may be eligible for it. Certainly, we are grateful that this treatment is out there and available so that the vice president, somebody who's incredibly important in the line of succession, can take it, but she did it through consultations with her doctor. Go in the middle.
Thanks, Jen. So Democrats on the Hill today said they will act soon on efforts to lower prices of gas, and that a federal gas tax holiday is still on the table for them. If they if they include a federal gas tax holiday in a bill, would the president support that?
The president has long said that he's open to a range of options, including a federal gas tax holiday, and we're continuing to consult with members of Congress about a range of options on lowering the price of gas. Go ahead.
Yeah, so on Poland and Bulgaria, energy experts see that as sort of a warning from Russia to Germany, other countries in Europe to pay in rubles. We're also hearing that some companies in Europe are paying rubles for energy. Is there a message from the White House to those companies or countries that might cave and pay in rubles for energy?
I don't think we have a new message to offer today. What I would note is that we have long predicted, this is the Russian playbook, part of the Russian playbook is weaponizing energy. So could they do it other places? That certainly is possible. That's one of the reasons why this task force was launched that we're working with the Europeans on to ensure that we are diversifying access for LNG and also for oil as well for the Europeans.
And about a month ago, you announced that the U.S. was going to release 1 million barrels a day for 6 months. Crude oil prices are still over $100 a barrel today. Gas prices are up. Is it having the intended effect?
Well, we've said this is one tool that we can utilize, and I know that gas prices also did come down from the beginning as a result of these actions. But we're continuing to explore additional options. As we know, the oil markets are a global market, and increasing supply and continuing to work with other countries to increase supply is part of our overall objective here.
We're down only 3 cents, and we're about 20 cents away from the record. So.
Well, again, we're going to continue to take steps to reduce the price of gas for the American people. Every range of options remains on the table, as is evidenced by the earlier question, and we know that increasing supply and ensuring supply meets the demand on the marketplace is part of that effort. We also watch closely for any attempt at price gouging. When oil prices come down, obviously gas prices should come down, and as you know, because we've had a range of charts in here, we watch that closely as well, and that's something we will continue to call out. I can do like one or two. Oh, I think, okay, one last one, go ahead.
Jen, can I just ask quickly, when the supplemental request comes out, either, I guess, tomorrow or Friday, will there be anything changing any of the COVID-related requests that are previous? Are the only new materials going to be related to the Ukraine request, or will there be a new spate of requests on COVID assistance as well?
So we will request COVID funding, and we will reiterate our request for $22.5 billion for COVID funding, something we feel will help meet the immediate emergency needs we have. And that was a discussion, obviously, that we didn't get through, but we will continue with Congress in the coming days and weeks. Thanks so much, everyone.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone, as the White House briefing wraps up there for the day. We're actually going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to play it from the beginning so you won't miss anything. We do have the Pentagon briefing underway. You're watching live now from Fox. Get the very latest on Ukraine coming up. You joining us here today as a beautiful look there, Statue of Liberty in New York City. Let's continue to bring you the very latest here, getting you updates on the latest Ukraine and Russia from the Pentagon briefing. Let's go there.
I would tell you today, without giving whole numbers, more than half of those howitzers are in Ukraine.
Are in Ukraine.
Are in Ukraine.
And the training part of it, is that?
Well, we're on our second tranche of training here, Bob. We finished up early this week the first tranche of more than 50 trainers that are going to go in and train their teammates. We're working on a second tranche here of training. I'm not sure if that second tranche has actually begun yet. I'll have to check and get back to you on that. But there was another tranche of more than 50 that we're going to go through training in the same location outside Ukraine. And then we are also, part of the discussion yesterday was to explore additional training opportunities on that system as well as other systems. And so we're just not in a position where we can announce anything, but the training's ongoing.
The first 50 are done, you say? And
yeah, they finished up earlier this week.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Travis.
Thanks, John. I wanted to ask you about recruiting, and I know that that's an issue usually handled by the services, but our colleague over on the Hill, Leo Shane, is reporting that at a SASC hearing today, the chair said that he's worried that we're in the early days of a long-term threat to the all-volunteer force. He said every single metric tracking the military recruiting environment is going in the wrong direction. And so I'm just wondering if this is something that's risen to the Secretary's level. Is he concerned, and does this need some kind of global approach within the department?
It absolutely has risen to the Secretary's attention. In fact, I think it was last week, he had a chance to meet with the service secretaries. Obviously, they meet on multiple topics. One of the topics was recruiting, because he wanted an update from them on where they are. And while none of the services, reported sort of in extremis conditions, clearly the service secretaries and the services aren't taking anything for granted in the recruiting environment. And it can be a tough environment, particularly when COVID has prevented recruiters from being able to do that face-to-face contact that you want to have. And that's beginning to loosen up now as we start to come out of the pandemic. But it had a huge effect on their ability just to connect with people, and the economy, which continues to improve. And so you've seen the unemployment numbers yourself. So there's plenty of jobs out there. And then there's always the issue, which has been almost a perennial issue now for much of the last 20 years, is just the number of young Americans who can meet the basic standards to come in. That continues to be a challenge. So look, recruiting numbers are often lagging indicators. When you start to really get down to bare metal, then you're well past the problem set, and the numbers are probably going to get worse. I would let the services speak for where they are. The Secretary doesn't want to get us down to bare metal, and he wants to make sure that that we're staying ahead of recruiting challenges because they're real, and so we're working on that. And the Secretary is 100% committed to making sure that we continue to recruit the best possible force that we can for the American people, for the defense of the country. Whether or not he thinks there's some sort of overarching policy umbrella. I mean, he believes that as Secretary of Defense, he has enough authorities to direct the services with respect to every aspect of how they spend budget, to include recruiting and retention. So he's very comfortable with his own authorities here, and he also recognizes that the services have unique recruiting demands, not just in terms of numbers, but in terms of skill sets, and he doesn't want to overly dictate to them how they manage their workforce. But it is absolutely on his mind. He has had a good session with the service secretaries, and I fully expect that there'll be more going forward.
We've seen the services rolling out bonuses and efforts to bring people in. Was there a sense at that meeting that there needs to be a kind of like a rethink about how the military is doing this, that whatever it's been doing isn't quite working, and that we need to figure out a better way?
I think each service is working that through in real time. And again, the Secretary didn't, expect from them fingertip feel solutions right in the moment. He wanted to express that he too is concerned, making sure that recruiting is healthy going forward. He wanted to get their assessments, and they each, and I'll let them and the services speak for themselves, but they each offered him a view of where they are in recruiting, and I think all participants agreed that this is an issue worth constantly staying on top of and discussing going forward. But there's no there was no individual solutions put forth in that discussion. Courtney.
Do you have any information about Trevor Reed and whether he'll come back to the D.C. area and get any kind of medical care in the military?
I'm afraid at this time I do not have information on Mr. Reed. I mean, obviously we all at the department are glad to see him back and to be reunited with his family where he belongs. But this is really a State Department issue to speak to, not a DOD issue.
The only reason I ask is it's pretty common that if somebody's held hostage, I know he wasn't necessarily hostage, but that they are brought into military medical care afterwards. So do you have any indications at all that he's either eligible for that or if that's even under consideration?
I would let the State Department and Mr. Reed's family speak to that. I mean, clearly, Court, as you know, if there was a role we could play from a military medical perspective, we absolutely would do that. That's not unusual at all. But at this time, I just don't have much more detail on whatever medical care he's going to need and where that would be. But if there's an appropriate role for the United States military to play in helping assess and restore his health, we absolutely would do that. Phil.
You've said for a long time that there are not U.S. troops in Ukraine. With the return of diplomats, and there was a team there yesterday in Lviv, is that still the case? Is that something you can still say, or is it going to become, are there going to be certain numbers of troops there to ensure diplomatic security?
I think we're going to be having constant conversations here with our State Department colleagues about what their diplomatic activities are going to entail and to what degree they might need support from the United States military in a force protection mode, keeping in mind, Phil, that they may not. So we're just going to take this in steps, and we'll see where it goes. But as you and I speak here, I mean, nothing's changed about our support to U.S. diplomats.
And secondly, is there any a sense after the conference in Ramstein yesterday that that the Ukrainians have enough munitions right now and artillery and everything they need to repel the Russians in the southeast, or is that still to be determined?
It's an active kinetic fight there in the Donbass every single day, including this day. And as you, I think, heard when you were in Ramstein, I mean, there are real needs that the Ukrainians have to stay active in that fight. And you heard the Secretary say very clearly that we're going to be trying to meet those needs as best we can, not just from the United States, but other countries as well. That includes munitions. So what I can tell you, Phil, is that munitions continue to flow into Ukraine, that the United States is helping coordinate. That continues to flow in there, including while we were overseas just over the last couple of days. And efforts to get those munitions into Ukrainian hands will also continue going forward, as they are in a very active fight. You're asking, do they have enough? I mean, I think that question is something that changes every hour, depending on their rate of consumption and what is actually going on the battlefield. So it'd be a difficult question for me to answer, here thousands of miles away at the Pentagon. All I can tell you is that we know they're expending rounds every single day of all different types and calibers. And we're doing everything we can. The flow continues to make sure that they can stay in the fight.
Today, right now even, a former Master Sergeant is meeting with the Secretary of the Army. He is waiting for compensation for a misdiagnosis while he was in the Army. Does the Pentagon have a response to his case and the hundreds of others who are waiting for their repayments here? And why is this taking so long?
Well, look, I won't talk about the specific case that you're speaking of. I mean, that's really for the Army to speak to. I'm aware that there is going to be a meeting this afternoon, if it hasn't already happened. And again, I'll let the Army and the family speak to that. As you know, the Military Claims Act is governed by law. We follow the law. And we do the best we can in every case to make sure that all claims are treated fairly and appropriately and judiciously. The Secretary takes that responsibility very, very seriously. I can't speak to the specifics of this individual claim. That wouldn't be appropriate here from our podium, but I know that Army leadership is certainly mindful of this case. And as you rightly said, I mean, there's even a meeting today in the Army Department. So, look, bottom line, we take our responsibilities under the Claims Act seriously. Nothing's more important to the Secretary than the health and well-being of our people and their families, and that's a sacred obligation. But we have to follow the law. And we absolutely do in every case.
Is there any way to expedite it? Because for some of these people, they're running out of time.
Again, it's governed by law and very strict, as you would expect there would be, procedure that have to be followed so that claims can be treated impartially and fairly. So while we want to certainly work claims as fast as we can, we don't want to go so fast that we miss something. And so there has to be a process here, and we have to follow that process. Again, it's in the law too. I mean, we obviously can't break or bend the law. So all I can tell you, without getting into the specifics of this case, is we do take that seriously. We follow the law, and we treat every claim seriously and as judiciously as we can.
And if I may ask one on switching gears to the nuclear threat, do you see a danger in not taking Putin's threats of nuclear war seriously?
Do I see a danger in not taking the threats seriously? The question presupposes that we aren't taking the threats seriously, and I think I might challenge that supposition there. You heard the Secretary got asked this question yesterday, and said very clearly that the rhetoric that we keep hearing from Russian leaders, and just recently was Minister Lavrov, raising the specter of nuclear confrontation, is irresponsible. It's certainly not what you would expect from a modern nuclear power, nor should anybody expect from a modern nuclear power. Nobody wants to see this war escalate any more than it already has. Certainly nobody wants to see, or nobody should want to see, it escalate into the nuclear realm, and there's no reason that it should. Mr. Putin can do the right thing right now by ending the war, moving his forces out of Ukraine, sitting down in good faith with President Zelensky and coming up with a negotiated settlement. Now, clearly, he doesn't appear interested in doing that because they're still fighting in the Donbass and in the south. Short of that, raising the specter of nuclear confrontation does nothing for the peace and security of the region, much less the people of Ukraine. And I think we can all understand that that escalating this conflict and making it between the United States and Russia is not only not good for our national security or Russian national security, it sure as heck ain't good for the people of Ukraine. And so again, I go back to what the Secretary said yesterday. It's irresponsible rhetoric. It's rhetoric beneath what should be the level of conversation by a modern nuclear power. We monitor the threat every single day, including today, and the Secretary remains comfortable that we have the appropriate strategic nuclear deterrent posture in place. Yeah.
John, two questions. One to follow up on Phil's. How tight are the supplies of non-standard ammunition, the kind of things that the Ukraine military uses? And if it's really tight, or if there's a shortage, are there moves to step up manufacturing? This kind of stuff wasn't explained from your conference yesterday.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about specific inventory levels for the Ukrainians. First of all, I'm not going to talk for Ukrainian inventories on anything. That's really a question better put to them. And clearly, I think you can understand why we wouldn't necessarily find that level of information and detail in the public realm helpful to Ukraine right now, as they're in an active fight. There was a discussion yesterday at the end of the day. The last session was all about the defense industrial base, not just from the United States, but from other countries that were represented there, and to begin to get a grasp from an international view of what Ukraine's longer-term defense needs might be in a post-war environment specifically. That it was meant to be a broaching session on that. So, you heard the Secretary read out the meeting. I can't do better than he did yesterday. So I can't give you an active deliverable that came out of the defense industrial base discussion. But I think it's noteworthy that it was even had. Here, even while Ukraine is still involved in an active war, there was a discussion by 40 nations about their defense industrial bases and how those industrial bases could help address longer-term Ukrainian strategic defense needs going forward. But no actual decisions made yesterday that we can speak to.
So do we know anything about whether the producers, the Western European or countries who can produce non-standard ammunition are stepping up production?
I think each country's looking at that on their own, and I can't speak to all of them.
Okay, one second thing different. Apparently, according to Russian videos and stuff like that, there were possibly two Bayraktars drones downed over Russia in the past day or two. I don't know if you can confirm that. And on top of that, there's a report that President Zelensky is asking the U.S. for attack drones, including MQ-1s and MQ-9s. Is there a possibility that the U.S. could supply those?
Cannot confirm the reports of downed drones in Russia. I don't have anything for you on that. And all I would tell you is we have been very transparent about what we are providing Ukraine. Very transparent. And we will continue to be transparent with you as decisions are made to provide capabilities to Ukraine going forward. And there will be forward contributions, and we will talk about them. I am not going to talk about from the podium deliberations that are ongoing with the Ukrainians about this or that capability. We talk to them every single day, including the last 2 days, and at the very senior levels as well. And when there are decisions to announce and to speak to about capabilities that we're going to provide Ukraine, we'll certainly do that. Yeah.
Follow up on nuclear. What is the level of concern in this department that Russia might use low-yield or conventional nuclear weapons in eastern Ukraine?
Low-yield or conventional nuclear weapons. I'm not sure I've ever heard it described as conventional, but I'm not going to, again, speculate here about what Russia may or may not do with that or any other system. The rhetoric surrounding nuclear activity, particularly given that this war is now 2 months old, and there has already been a bloodshed and violence visited upon the Ukrainian people, is irresponsible. It's irresponsible for a nuclear power to even broach that topic in part of this discussion. Again, I'll go back to what I said before. We're monitoring every single day as best we can. And we continue to see nothing that gives us cause to change our strategic nuclear deterrent posture. And we're confident that in our ability to defend the homeland from that perspective, as well as our allies and partners.
Secretary Austin, back in Europe, said that they would like to see Russia weakened in a way that it will not be able to launch another this type of invasion against any other country. Do you think that the arms that the United States is currently providing Ukraine will be sufficient to weaken the Russians not to launch another invasion in Europe?
The weapons and systems that the international community is providing Ukraine are designed to help Ukraine defend itself against a Russian invasion. And if you're asking me, have they been effective, I would just offer you to look, we're at 2 months into this war, and Mr. Putin didn't take Kyiv, he didn't take Chernobyl, he hasn't taken Odessa, instead of moving on 3 wide geographically separated lines of axes, now he's concentrating all his fire and forces in the east and in the south. So he has achieved none of his strategic objectives. So I think that's proof right there that the kinds of systems that are being provided to Ukraine have had an effect and an ability on their self-defense needs. What the Secretary said yesterday, and I think he was very clear, and we've been clear from the very outset of this conflict, that we don't want to see Russia in a position to be able to do this again. That's what the Secretary was referring to, there's nothing new there. We want to see Ukraine be able to defend itself. We want to see Ukraine win. You heard the Secretary talk about that. They believe they can win. And so did every other nation that was in Ramstein, believes that they can win. And we don't want to see Russia in a position going forward where they haven't suffered consequences for this unprovoked invasion. And I think that's what the Secretary was talking about. Yeah, in the back there.
Hey, John.
Oh, hey, Jill.
So on Monday, there was a $700 million tranche, and more than half of it was financing for allies in Eastern and Central Europe to backfill the equipment that they've been sending to Ukraine. I just want to ask you why does the Pentagon think that this kind of backfill model is promising? What's the benefit?
Look, I think there's a lot of nations that are providing capability to Ukraine, and that provision is not risk-free in every case. Nations are doing what they can. They're having to make some tough decisions. Some are just in a better position than others to give more. And so I think it's a responsible thing for us to do, to have conversation with these allies and partners about what their needs are going to be going forward as well.
Are there industrial-based concerns as well? After all, this is maybe Soviet gear getting backfilled with American supplied.
Not in every case. Not in every case. Right now the focus, Joe, is on making sure they can defend themselves in the fight they're in. And in the fight they're in, they are still using what we call non-standard equipment and munitions, because that's that's what they're trained on. That's what they've been procuring. That's what they're used to operating with. Now, where this goes long term, in terms of what standard they're on, I don't think Ukraine's made a decision about that, and you can't really expect them to have made a decision right now while they're fighting for their lives. But the whole purpose of having a session yesterday on defense industrial base health and vitality is because we know whatever happens here, however this war ends, the security landscape in Europe has changed. Not is changing, not will change. It's changed now. based on what Mr. Putin has done. And so the Secretary thought it would be a useful exercise because we're looking at our own industrial base to ask other nations that were there yesterday their assessment of their defense industrial base and the degree to which there might need to be changes in terms of production of certain systems or not, or accelerations or not just based on how to help Ukraine long term, but also to make sure that they can look after their own national security. And so those discussions are ongoing, and I mean, I'm not going to get ahead of where we are. But in terms of, and this is a really important point, in terms of what Ukraine's military looks like in a post-war environment, that's up to Ukraine to decide. They get to decide what systems they want to buy and use, and we're just not there yet. We'll see what kinds of decisions they want to make, when they're not actively trying to fend off an invasion. We also have to be, we have a defense industrial base too that we have to look after. And so, we've had meetings now with CEOs about some of the very specific systems that we've been providing Ukraine, Javelins, Stingers, the Switchblades, and the Secretary wants to keep that dialogue going with defense industry as well on those and maybe even other systems, because we certainly think that now that the focus is on the Donbass, this could become a more prolonged conflict, and we want to make sure that our own defense industrial base can continue to support our needs as well as supporting our efforts to support Ukraine's needs. It's a really weird way of saying it, but Mike.
Does the administration believe Israel should provide the Iron Dome system to Ukraine? And if so, are they doing anything to encourage them to do that?
The United States believes that every nation that provides equipment and systems to Ukraine should do it according to their own dictates. These are sovereign decisions, Mike. They're sovereign decisions, and we respect that. Jim.
John, the Secretary ordered thousands of U.S. troops over to defend the eastern flank of NATO. Has there been any sort of a discussion on how long that deployment's going to be, and if it would be rotational following on?
There's been no redeployments as yet of the additional forces that we have sent to Europe, air, maritime, and ground. Now, I shouldn't say there's been no some ships have come home, some squadrons have come home, but I mean in terms of the ground forces in particular, they're still there. The Secretary is in constant communication with General Walters, as well as in the case of the Army, the Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff and the Chairman about what that needs to look like going forward. So I don't have any announcements for you in terms of redeployment of like the 82nd, for instance, which is where I think you were kind of getting at. But right now, our footprint in Europe, which is now over 100,000, is both permanently based and rotational and temporary. And we're still working our way through what that's going to look like in coming months. I mean, clearly at some point, if we're going to have to make a decision about the 82nd, for instance, and whether they're replaced or not. That we're just not there yet.
Is that something that probably will wait until the summit in Madrid?
I wouldn't peg it to Madrid necessarily. I mean, the Secretary and the Chairman look at force posture every day, and there are decisions that come up to the Secretary every week about force posture around the world, but including in Europe. And so they look at this continually. And there hasn't been a decision about other redeployments or replacements just yet. I will say, though, that, and we're not at the point now where this is happening, but back to my point to Joe, I mean, the security environment is changed now in Europe. And so the Secretary does believe that it would be healthy for leadership here at the department to take a look at our European posture going forward and what that should look like. Now, that's really not a discussion. That's going to be a series of discussions to include consultations with allies and partners. You can't just take for granted that you can plop a bunch of soldiers in one country or another. You kind of have to talk to the host nation. And so those kinds of consultations haven't started yet. But I can tell you that the Secretary wants us to start thinking about what a European footprint should look like. going forward, because again, the landscape has definitely changed. Yeah, I haven't gotten to anybody on the phone yet. Dan Lamothe.
Good afternoon, John. The Canadians announced a day or two ago that they were going to be sending some 777 artillery rounds, 777 artillery pieces, and also some Excalibur rounds specifically. That's an American capability. It occurred to me the Pentagon might be sending those as well. Can you clarify if that's the case, and then speak more broadly to Pentagon efforts to send precision artillery rounds specifically? Thanks.
Yeah, Dan, I think, again, we've been very transparent about what we're sending. You can see it up on our website, and I'm not going to go beyond that. I mean, what we've said, we're sending 777 howitzers. And I told Bob earlier, I mean, we more than half of them are already in Ukraine, and they're continuing to move. And obviously, we've talked about 155 millimeter rounds to go with those howitzers, and they continue to flow into Ukraine. I mean, between the two tranches, between PDA 7 and 8, you're talking about almost 190,000 rounds total of 155 millimeter artillery. But I'm not going to go beyond that in terms of specificity. John Ismay.
Hi there. One of my Capitol Hill colleagues flagged that there's a Lend-Lease bill for Ukraine that may be heading to the president's desk for signature later this week. And I want to know if there's been any discussion about how this could possibly offer any additional permissions that the Pentagon doesn't already have now.
John, great question, but I'm not going to get ahead of pending legislation, and I'm certainly not going to get ahead of the president's decision with respect to that. What our focus is right now is on meeting our responsibilities under the presidential drawdown authorities that we're executing as we speak, and looking ahead about future drawdown authority and what that could look like, working with Congress. And I don't want to get ahead of where we are in the decision-making process. Clearly, one of the things the Secretary took away from his time both with President Zelensky in Kyiv as well as in Ramstein with 40 nations represented is that Ukraine does still have acute needs. There is a lot that the nations around the world can do to meet those needs, and we're going to keep looking for creative solutions to do that. But I'm just not going to get ahead of the legislative process right now. Rio.
I want to ask you about U.S.-Japan military exercises. Earlier this week, the Russian government said if Japan expands the military exercises with the United States near the Russian territory, Russia will take a retaliatory measure. How much will you take Russia's warning into account when you decide the scope and scale of military exercises with Japan?
We will operate, train, fly, sail where international law allows us to do that, Rio. I'm not going to talk about specific training event scenarios. Japan's a treaty ally. We take our commitments, our security commitments to Japan very, very seriously. And Japan should be the one speaking appropriately to the exercises that are conducted in and around Japan.
Follow-up. The U.S. and Japan have focused mainly on defending the southern part of Japan and addressing the threat posed by China. But as the threat of Russia is increasing, do you think the U.S. and Japan need to pay more attention to the northern part of Japan and allocate more resources to the north?
Again, I would refer you to Tokyo to speak about their self-defense needs. We have a very robust training regimen with Japan, a very strong military-to-military relationship. Exercises and training events are constantly monitored and changed as appropriate, not just to potential threats, Rio, but to the kinds of capabilities you want to improve. That's why you do exercises, to get better at things. And we're constantly having a conversation with Japan about what that could look like. But again, I'd let Japan speak to Japan's defense needs. That's really their responsibility, and appropriately so. Japan, as you know, I mean, was was a participant in yesterday's meeting. I mean, they also recognize the threat to the rules-based order that Russia represents in their invasion of Ukraine, and they take that seriously. We were glad to see them participate. Sam Legrone.
Hey, John, just to clarify on Phil's question from earlier. So are you saying there are not U.S. Marines pulling embassy security in Ukraine right now?
The specifics of force protection, Sam, I'm just not going to do it. I'll let the State Department speak to what their diplomatic activities look like, but I would be surprised if they also want to talk about security right now. What I said to Phil was, if there's a need for U.S. military support, then we'll have that discussion with the State Department, and we have supported our diplomats in the past. We know that's at least not a total U.S. military responsibility, but there may be a role for that. But I got nothing for you on that today. Yeah, one more.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a follow-up on the medical malpractice. These claims have been filed for over 2 years now. So hundreds of service members, over $2 billion worth of claims are in limbo right now. And it appears the services aren't processing the claims because they're waiting for policy guidance from the secretary. So I just wanted to try again, see if you could be a little bit more specific as to why that hasn't happened. We've been waiting for that for over a year.
I'm not aware that there was a need for guidance from the secretary here. Once a claim is properly filed and received, the service that ran the military medical treatment facility reviews it. Claims are reviewed in a non-adversarial manner to assess liability and pay meritorious claims. Settlements are offered based on the best assessment of liability and damages. Claimants have access to the medical records and the opportunities to submit additional information through their process. So again, the services run this claims process, and as I said, we take it seriously, and we also have to follow the law in doing it.
So do you have any sense of why they're not processing it?
I don't, and I think you have to talk to the services and each individual case for that. But look, we take it seriously. We know that there should be a legitimate claims process, and there is, and it's legislated, and we have to follow the law. But we absolutely believe that it's an obligation of ours to take this seriously, and we do. But it's done by the services, and I'd refer you back to them individually. Okay, thanks everybody.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. So the Pentagon briefing wraps up. We are awaiting a Minneapolis update here. This is after the state investigation came out determining that Minneapolis police engage in a pattern of racial discrimination. We will be listening to some of the city leaders as well as others in just a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox. The update here after a state investigation determining in Minneapolis that police engaged in a pattern of racial discrimination. Looks like this event is going to be starting in just a little bit, but we want to let's play out just a little bit of the opening remarks from the state investigators speaking. Let's listen.
By talking about the temporary court order that the Minnesota Department of Human Rights obtained within a week of announcing this investigation, which resulted in early and significant public safety changes in Minneapolis. One clear example was the requirement that the city implement a policy banning all chokeholds and neck restraints without exception. Another example is that at the time the court order was entered, at least 65 completed police misconduct cases were sitting on the police chief's desk awaiting review. At least 4 of those were over 200 days old. After the temporary court order was implemented, the police chief quickly moved on this backlog, and final discipline decisions are public on MPD's website for the first time.
All right, we'll play that out a little bit later here, but we do want to go live here. You have the mayor of Minneapolis and other leaders coming together.
Good afternoon. I want to start by thanking the Minnesota Department of Human Rights for their thorough investigation and the report that we received this morning, which covered the last 10 years of conduct through the Minneapolis Police Department and in our city. From the very beginning, we welcomed this report and made a full commitment to cooperate transparently and provide all of the documents and information that we possibly could so that we collectively can get this right. There have been so many instances in the past where an investigation has been conducted, findings have been had, recommendations have been given, and then the action ultimately fell short. This time, it needs to be different. I want to thank our city staff that really stepped up in extraordinary fashion to make sure that all of these documents, which is hundreds of thousands over these last 10 years, were produced in full, and that we could get full and fair input and findings from the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. So I didn't run for re-election because I thought that there was no problem with policing. I didn't take this job because we believed the work was done. We have a hell of a lot of work to do as a city. We have a hell of a lot of work to do in this nation. I read the report, most of it anyway, this morning. I found the contents to be repugnant, at times horrific. They made me sick to my stomach and outraged, and I think that our community feels the same way. There are some in our city that will be surprised by the findings that they saw in this report. I talked with leaders from our black community this morning, and they're not surprised at all. They've been saying this for years, for decades, and for generations. They've been talking about the misconduct that was identified. They've been talking about the need for a culture shift we need to not just acknowledge, but do something about and act with precision. Our black community deserves better. Our black community deserves respect. People of color, broadly speaking, deserve respect. Our LGBTQ community deserve respect. Women in our city deserve respect. Every single person, resident, business owner, worker, you name it, deserves to have and be treated with respect. There is honor in the work of service. There's honor in this work of getting up every morning and doing a tremendous job on behalf of an extraordinary city. Whether that's picking up the trash or cleaning the streets, whether that is keeping people safe, or making sure that people have safe and affordable housing, there's honor in that work. There is not honor in the substance of the report that we've seen. I know that there are people within our police department that similarly feel that the substance contained in the report is horrific. In addition to the culture that, let me be clear, needs to be shifted, there are officers that wake up every single morning, that wear the badge they do and the uniform that they do because they want to make the city a safer place. To those officers that get up and do that work, we appreciate you. At the same time, we need to make sure that this kind of misconduct is held accountable. We all need to recognize the collective shortcomings from it. I heard from leaders in our black community that this was not just about the 10 years that were covered within this report, but the shortcomings have stemmed long, long before that. I feel this conviction to my core right now to make these changes. Some of them long overdue, and I don't think there's a mayor in this entire country that doesn't wish that they had acted sooner or with more urgency. We feel that urgency, and at the same time, we got to get this right. The people who are up here with me are united in that conviction for change. The people up here with me are united in the mentality that this is an opportunity right now to do things differently, to transform what has been broken, to shift the culture, not just in policing, but even more broadly. We also have an opportunity in the shift of structure of government, which is presently being debated through our city. We have an opportunity to provide a comprehensive approach to public safety because not every 911 call requires response from a police officer with a gun. We have an opportunity to make sure that everyone is treated with the respect and the dignity that they deserve, that everyone and every division and department within an office of community safety operates with a comprehensive approach, whether that's mental health response, police officer response, fire, or the necessary outreach that we need in our city. There's a whole lot of work ahead, and I think we all collectively feel that conviction right now. We haven't been sitting on our hands. We've been working very hard to make the necessary policy changes, and we can go through a litany of them. But policy shift alone is not going to cut the mustard on this one. It's not going to make the difference that we need. It's got to be more than that. It's got to be a full-on culture shift, and I know that our city and the people who are standing here behind me, we are up to the task, and we are all in. Again, I want to thank the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. We appreciate your work. We appreciate the collaboration, and of course, we want that partnership to continue. And with that, I'd like to invite up to the podium Council Member Latricia Vita, who is the chair of our Public Safety Committee. You'll hear from a number of others, and then we will open it up to questions. I also want to say thank you to the press and the media for covering this throughout. It's a lengthy report,